Hi everyone, this is What If Fan. We are back with another part of What If There Was a Different Luffy. Please find fanfic name and author name in the description, and please support the author. If you enjoyed the video, please like and subscribe. Let's start. Chapter 101, Journey to Reverse Mountain 03. Third-person POV somewhere on sea, East Blue. Over the next 5 minutes, the space above the two ships became chaotic, with figures moving at high speed and explosive sounds. Whether from blows or shots, the battlefield was frenetic and dynamic. The Straw Hat crew members, armed with their new abilities, faced the agents with fierce determination and ease, as most of the agents were already dead. In the sky, Luffy, using his wings to stay airborne and employing Soru to moved through the air with surprising agility, where even agents trained to protect the world nobles couldn't react. His hand held the pistol, firing quick and precise shots, eliminating each opponent at every opportunity. Nami, beside him, also used her wings with the force of the wind and Soru for evasive maneuvers, combining powerful attacks with her spear to take down the approaching agents easily with her mastered Soru technique. Yamato spared no one with each step, using Geppo, destroying most agents with her iconic weapon where no one could react. Reiju, with her exceptional agility and enhanced combat skills, faced opponents with precise and swift kicks, leaving a trail of defeated adversaries in her path. Her combat prowess was as remarkable as her culinary skills. On the Black Pearl, many members remained inactive as they watched the unfolding battle since they stayed to protect the others. But on the pirate ship's deck, Usopp continued his impressive display, shooting with lethal precision at aerial enemies. He fired a few bullets, but each projectile found its target after Usopp analyzed the field in front of him, skillfully dodging enemy counterattacks when someone tried to stop him. Bang! 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 On the Tenryubito's ship, Zoro delivered quick and precise strikes with his 3 swords, while Kuina showcased her growing skill with her single sword. Although she was having more difficulty facing her enemies than her counterparts, she was adapting quickly within the group. Hugo, with his fervent determination, attacked with vigorous blows, attempting Shigan, and used Tekai to protect himself from enemies, and Beppo used his physical strength to push opponents away, dealing with many agents with his cutting kicks. Lamy, using her room, created a strategic battlefield, teleporting allies and disorienting agents, leaving no one to escape. The Straw Hat crew continued their relentless offensive, overcoming the agents over time, as their speed and techniques were honed. "We're losing this fight." Someone guarding the Tenryubito spoke fearfully. "We must protect the sublime magnanimous. Most excellent and unquestionably your excellency Tenryubito, noble and imposing, Saint Octavian Delacourt, whose nobility illuminates and blesses all seas and beyond, with our own lives," one of the agents shouted. "How can you recite all their titles while fighting?" Zoro exclaimed, astonished, before cutting down that agent. "Stop them, stop all of them." Saint Octavian Delacourt for the first time became so scared, facing this confrontation, seeing the situation not looking good for his side. But his protests and orders didn't seem to work very well, as his agents died every second from the pirate attack. "Call reinforcements, grab the Den Mushi," an agent shouted. As they ran to the deck, Lamy teleported them back into the midst of the battle, preventing them from escaping to call reinforcements. "Don't think it'll be that easy, huh?" Luffy smiled, observing the situation and the face of the world noble, very different from the previous arrogance and joy. "Cease this, you filthy beings. You're attacking a world noble." The Tenryubito became so cornered that he began to scream in anger. Even though there was fear in his tone, he was surrounded and realized he could die at the hands of these pirates. "You guys take care of the remaining agents. I'll talk to the noble," Luffy said, and the girls nodded. There were only 6 agents left in the air. The rest were all dead. "Hello," Luffy announced, landing in front of the noble. The agents quickly positioned themselves between Luffy and the noble. You will never leave this alive," the world noble shouted. "Haha. No need to be so angry. You wanted something from us, and we gave our answer. Isn't that normal?" Luffy smiled. "You," the man growled. "Lamy, bring him in front of me," Luffy said, and Lamy raised her finger. Shambles. She used her technique to switch the Tenryubito with an object in front of Luffy, bypassing all the agents. The world noble was startled, who was behind his guards one moment and, in the next, was being stared at by the pirate in front of him, with a pistol aimed at him. "Sublime magnanimous, most excellent and unquestionably, your excellency Tenryubito, noble and imposing, Saint Octavian Delacourt, whose nobility taught." The agents were calling the noble without missing the chance to use his full title, even in such a vital situation. But they were interrupted in the middle of the titles. How can they recite all these titles in the middle of a fight? Quina complained while cutting down the foolish agent. Amid the agent's despair, Lamy, Zoro, Quina, Beppo, and Hugo finished off the last agents on the boat, leaving only the Tenryubito alive in this place beside them. Looks like you're alone now, Celestial Pig. Luffy laughed, seeing that only he was alive, and the girls landed on the ship as soon as they finished with all the agents in the sky. What do you plan to do? The Tenryubito had an expression of horror. He had never experienced this in his life. Maybe I should turn you into a slave? I still don't know, Luffy said thoughtfully, wanting to see how this man would react to this provocation. The rest of the crew had some worried looks, as they were dealing with a world noble, and the government wouldn't stay idle after this entire incident. You put me on the same level as inferior beings? The man no longer showed fear. He couldn't tolerate this pirate wanting to make him a slave because you can take everything from a man, but most would prefer to die than lose pride and dignity. Listen, inferior cockroach, you will never escape this situation. I am a world noble. Beings like you cannot touch me. The noble gained confidence. Luffy may have killed all the agents, but Saint Octavian Delacourt was still unharmed, and the pirate seemed to be bluffing in front of him. In his head, no one would act against a noble. Gaining more confidence, Saint Octavian drew his golden pistol and aimed at Luffy's head without the pirate reacting. A sinister smile appeared on the noble before he pulled the trigger. Bang! The sound of the gunshot echoed through the ship, but no one reacted. I think you misunderstood me, Luffy said as the bullet fell from his forehead without penetrating his body or doing anything to the affected area. The noble was stunned, but before he could say anything, Luffy lowered the gun and pulled the trigger. Bang! Luffy didn't use bullets, only the power of his devil fruit, which was not pleasant. Although this shot was not as intense and explosive as some of his other attacks, the bullet made with his flame still burned and pierced like any attack. The noble felt a sudden sharp pain and looked down where he saw blood flowing from his lower parts, causing sudden discomfort in the man, something he had never felt in his life. Blood? Did he shoot my leg? No, it was higher. The Tenryubito was incredulous. If there was anyone else alive besides the pirates here, they would have gouged their eyes out to see if they still worked because Luffy had just castrated a Tenryubito. This is pain. Ah, it hurts. For the first time in his life, the man felt pain. You said you wanted my women? Here's my answer. Luffy spoke calmly as he watched the man writhing without his private parts while falling to the ground screaming. His crew looked at this scene with stunned eyes, seeing that Luffy shot him so cruelly and ruthlessly. Pain, pain, pain. Saint Octavian screamed like a wounded dog. Hey, don't scream like an animal. You really look like a pig now, Luffy murmured, bothered by the animal-like cries of the noble. You know what you're doing. You will never leave this alive. Inferior being. I have had slaves like you my entire life. You will never survive after today. The man shouted with hatred, pain, and fear. Don't worry, you won't live past today, Luffy said, and aimed the gun at the Tenryubito in front of him. Wait, don't do this. I don't want to die. I'll do anything. Don't kill me. The panicked noble screamed, realizing he would really die, replacing his anger and arrogance with desperation. Luffy ignored the crying man and turned his gaze to a certain big man. Hugo, you once said I wouldn't have the courage to do this, right? Luffy spoke to one of the latest members added to the crew. Hugo couldn't believe what he was seeing. His family was slaughtered like animals by a despicable being in front of him. But seeing one of them treated the same way they treat everyone they consider beneath their status left the man stunned and incredulous at Luffy's actions. Even with hatred in his heart, no one in this world should do this. But Luffy did it without showing any remorse, with firm and determined eyes. Now, watch. Luffy smiled and looked at the noble, and with determined eyes, he aimed with his gun at the helmet and pulled the trigger. Bang! He shot directly at the noble's head, making his skull explode with the astronaut helmet. You really killed him. Like that, Reiju spoke with wide eyes. Tisk. What else could you expect from the captain? Zoro said calmly. This, Luffy. Lamy also commented with a slightly stunned voice. Don't be like that. Let's clean up this mess and loot this ship. I intend to take everything that belonged to this noble. Lamy, grab all the communication and tracking devices so I can destroy them. Nami, look for treasures on the ship. Hugo, stack all the bodies. I intend to incinerate and disintegrate them. Luffy gave the order, and everyone acted accordingly. Lammy returned with the communication devices and tracking devices. Hugo threw all the bodies into a section of the sea before Luffy unleashed his intense flame, causing a massive explosion and evaporating all the agents in the world noble, eliminating any evidence. Nami returned with a happy expression but empty hands. Luffy, there's a lot of money down there. This guy is really rich. He had 2 billion. 2 billion. The ship is loaded with berries and gold. I couldn't bring it all. She seemed excited, and Luffy nodded. That's good. I have 4 billion in the system. I can buy more special devil fruits for the crew. I could get the hockey manual, but no one will learn to use the techniques in the next few weeks, and I'll get more gold on Skypiea, so I prefer to strengthen the team with a power easier to obtain from a powerful devil fruit. Luffy smiled with this thought. Great, take me to the treasure room. Luffy accompanied Nami and collected the money. Once everything was finished, Luffy and Nami returned to the Black Pearl last, with the world noble's ship now in Luffy's pocket. Will everything be okay, Luffy-sama? We killed a world noble. Shirahoshi spoke as soon as Luffy returned, and like her, many had a worried look, as Luffy's actions would be much more serious than anything he had done so far. Don't worry, as I always say, on this journey, we'll face the world. We need to get stronger. This won't be the last Tenryubito we'll kill, so get ready for the journey because we'll face increasingly powerful forces. Luffy spoke to all his companions. Marine officials including admirals, Shichibukai, CP0 agents, Holy Knights, Gorosei, Im-sama and their hidden weapons, which Luffy suspects they possess one of the 3 ancients. These are just the forces that Luffy will face within the world government, apart from the enemies that may arise from the pirate side, Yonkus, their commanders and armies. Luffy is not foolish to think that his journey is full of enemies, but he intends to conquer the entire sea nonetheless. He won't back down. His team remained silent for a while before Yamato was the first to break it. Yes, Luffy, let's fight against the world if necessary. I'm with you, and I always will be. Kaido's daughter expressed a complex mix of emotions. Her eyes, usually cheerful and carefree, now displayed a renewed determination. Her face reflected not only loyalty to Luffy, but also a deep commitment to the pursuit of their goals, and even her love for her captain. The expressions in her eyes indicated absolute trust in the captain's words, and her demeanor revealed readiness to face any challenge alongside the Straw Hats. Luffy-sama, I trust you. If you think it's the right path, then I'm with you. Together, we'll face whatever comes. The Sea Princess showed an expression of confidence mixed with concern. Her large eyes reflected the trust she placed in Luffy, but also the apprehension for what might come. Sharky, sharky, sharky. The whale shark exhibited a contained joy in its eyes. It seemed eager to face the challenges that would come, demonstrating unwavering loyalty. Luffy, you've always led us down unexpected paths and it always worked. I trust you to lead, Captain. Let's do this. Zoro, with his 3 swords by his side, had a determined and serious look. His eyes gleamed with the promise of future battles, and a fierce determination was stamped on his face. I pursue my goals and intend to tread this path. But if this is everyone's determination, I am satisfied. Let's face whatever needs to be faced together, as always. Lamy spoke. Luffy, you're our captain. If you think it's the right path, we'll stand by your side. Let's do this. The polar bear mink seemed excited, his ears were erect, and he wore a look of courage. Beppo's expression conveyed his readiness to protect his comrades. Woof woof. The loyal Chachu, the dog, tilted his head, showing an expression of trust and loyalty. His eyes sparkled with determination. Well, if Luffy decided, who am I to disagree? Let's go face this crazy world with everything we've got. They'll tremble at the brave Usopp. The Straw Hat's sharpshooter had a cautious look, but it soon turned into determination. His eyes revealed a reluctant confidence in Luffy's words. Luffy, you're stubborn, but we always follow you. I'm ready for whatever comes. I hope we're all aware of what we're doing. The navigator looked at Luffy with a mix of skepticism, acceptance, and love. Her eyes reflected a blend of concern and trust, ready to face what was to come and follow the man of her life. Luffy, your courage is inspiring. I'll be with you. We'll face whatever is necessary. May this journey take us to amazing places. Sanji's sister showed an expression of respect and admiration for Luffy. Her eyes indicated belief in the captain's words, and a willingness to face challenges alongside him. Luffy, you truly are the craziest captain I've ever seen, and that's why I'll follow you. Let's make history, huh? Hugo, another member of the Straw Hats who once emanated hatred in his eyes, now showed a more controlled expression, a mix of determination and anticipation for future battles. Luffy, we trust you. If you think it's the right path, then that's what we'll do. Together, to the end. Nami's sister looked at Luffy with a reassuring smile, expressing confidence in the captain's decisions. Her eyes conveyed solidarity and love for the man she fell for. I still can't believe we killed a Tenryubito. But it seems that's how this crew does things. The octopus displayed a serious expression. His eyes seemed tired, but there was still a flame of determination. He was ready to get into the groove of this group with another adventure and the possible wars they would face. If this is what Luffy wants, then this is what we'll do. We're in this journey together, no matter what. Quina spoke. The swordswoman maintained a serene look, demonstrating acceptance and trust in Luffy's words. Her eyes reflected the determination to face the unknown. I have nothing to say, except that I intend to follow my husband. If he wants to go face the world, so be it. Alvida looked at Luffy with a mixture of surprise and acceptance. Her eyes revealed a willingness to follow the captain wherever he went. Ha ha ha, that's good, Nami. How far are we from our goal? Luffy laughed and took pride in the words of each person in the group. This was the kind of crew he aspired to have. I believe it's just a day from where we are, Luffy, Nami said, and Luffy opened an even bigger smile while pointing his finger in that direction. Now it's time to leave East Blue. Let's head to the Grand Line, Luffy announced, and everyone prepared to sail again. The Black Pearl followed its course, ready to enter new unknown and powerful waters, in search of battles, gold, and new adventures. Chapter 102. World News. Third-person POV. On some places of world. While Luffy headed towards the Grand Line, on this same day, an incredible incident was unfolding in a corner of Mary Jawas. Amidst their duties, the CP agents and the Holy Land guards were completely oblivious to what was about to transpire. A man tasked with monitoring the vivre cards of all living Tenryubito noticed something unusual as he went about his work like any other day. What's that smell? It seems like something's burning, the man murmured, as he traced the strange odor. Approaching a large wall that served as a monitor for all Tenryubito families, used to locate them when necessary or when one was in danger, the agent noticed a paper on the Delacourt family board catching fire and disappearing each moment. This can't be, exclaimed the agent, recognizing the situation. He immediately reached for his Denden Mushi to report the emergency to his superiors. Agent 003 here. Primary level urgency. The vivre card with the name Octavian Delacourt is burning. The user is dying. I repeat, a Tenryubito is dying, he shouted, and within 2 seconds, the room was flooded with other agents entering swiftly, so agile that even the small man had no time to react. One of the shadows that appeared spoke ominously, looking at the paper being destroyed and disappearing before them. Where was Octavian Delacourt? Another voice said with a serious tone. Here, in this report. He went out for a stroll and to acquire new possessions for his collection. The last time he was seen and contacted headquarters, he was entering the reverse mountain. Someone grabbed a registration notebook and began analyzing. He entered one of the 4 blues then. Immediately contact the Denden Mushis on his ship. We need to know which one he was in and what happened. We must determine if it was a natural event or if he was a victim of assassination. Then we must act, said one of the shadows with a large sword on their back. Assassination? Would anyone have the courage to do that? Someone among the shadows asked. They shouldn't, but we must always consider that possibility. If it was the case, we must eliminate the threat that dared to touch the world noble, but we must prevent this from being announced to the world. It wouldn't be good for any of us with news of someone killing a world noble, asserted the shadowy voice with seriousness and continued speaking. I will personally report to the Gorosei and await their orders regarding the situation. This must be brought to them immediately. The Marines will also be notified if necessary. We will act according to their instructions, spoke the voice in the shadow. Yes, sir. The agents responded in unison. Thus the group disappeared from the room, leaving Agent 003, who couldn't react to this movement. Even though he knew hockey, he was powerless against those figures far beyond the forces they already considered elites. As the sun rose on this day, the world witnessed the publication of a newspaper that would shake the foundations of maritime news once again. In bold letters, the name Monkey D. Luffy topped the front page again, sparking a wave of curiosity among eager readers. This pirate again? What's with these newspapers? I want to see news about Yonkus. This newcomer again? Wait, look at the photo and the article. This is big. And to think that this pirate belongs to such a family? This will shock the world. These phrases echoed around the world. On the front page was a notable captured image. In the upper right corner, an imposing photograph of Monkey D. Dragon took space, his mysterious demeanor and revolutionary aura standing out. In the devastated square of Logtown's center, Monkey D. Garp rose like a colossal figure, witness and participant in a battle that shook the place where the legendary Gold D. Roger faced his execution. On the other end of the image, Monkey D. Luffy, transformed into his Phase 2, displayed a fierce posture as purple flames covered his body, while Monkey D. Lucy, dressed in marine attire, looked confused, observing the turmoil before her. The bold and intriguing title of the article proclaimed, "Meet the most bizarre family in the world, the Monkey Ds." The text continued with a captivating narrative that took readers on a journey through the recent events involving these notable members of the Monkey D family. In addition to highlighting Luffy's notorious feats, the article revealed the surprising connection between them, pointing to familial ties that transcended individual notoriety. Did you know that, in addition to the notorious pirate Monkey D. Luffy, who conquered the East Blue and is heading towards the Grand Line, he fought against the Navy hero in Logtown? The article inquired. The fight devastated the square, where Gold D. Roger was executed, turning it into a field of chaos, as another prominent figure joined the fray, the leader of the Revolutionary Army and the world's worst criminal. But what you didn't know was that these three members are related to each other and are closer than you can imagine, as their names are Monkey D. Luffy, Monkey D. Lucy, Monkey D. Dragon, and Monkey D. Garp. Yes, they are a family, in a place in the New World. Shanks, look at this. Luffy made another big noise, said a man with a cigar on an island in the New World. Luffy again. Well, that's big. Da ha 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 ha. The Yonkou had to admit. Ha ha ha. Luffy seems to be becoming famous even before entering the Grand Line. He even faced his grandfather. Not to mention he already got me into trouble. Shanks's humor was slightly ruined with these words. Ha ha ha. I still remember your face looking at that newspaper. Flashback. Hey Shanks, there's quite shocking news in this newspaper. What would it be? Shanks asked curiously. It's about your wife. She's in the newspaper. Wife? Do I have a wife? Shanks was confused. Look, Makino, I miss her. Did she become queen after Luffy killed that king? That's amazing. Look closely, it says she's your wife. The man exclaimed again. Wife. Queen Makino is not only the queen of Goa, but she is also the wife of Akagame no Shanks, the last Yonkou who settled in the New World. This? Shanks took a few seconds to process the information. Makino is my wife? He shouted. End of flashback. Luffy is causing more chaos in the world than I could imagine from that brat. I don't even want to imagine what his next news in the newspapers will be. Shanks had to murmur, as the fact that Makino seems to be his wife is causing him trouble. Not only with his crew now laughing and making jokes about him, and some old friends commenting on this fact, making more jokes or even congratulating him, with some asking if he plans to dominate the East Blue. Luffy put him in a position where he involuntarily has to protect the Goa Kingdom at this moment. I'm going to make Luffy pay for all of this. When I find him you'll see, brat. Shanks spoke with a somewhat irritated tone, still remembering how his life changed in the last few days. On the island of Bolo. This boy is Garp's grandson and Dragon's son? Yes, Mama. One of the Yonkou's commanders informed. Mama, interesting, send an invitation to him. I want him at the first tea party when he comes to the New World. Maybe a marriage with my daughters. His devil fruit seems powerful. He'll be a good subordinate, Big Mom said calmly, as she had already finished her meal. On an island in the country of Wano, this is a mythical beast? Kaido looked at the newspaper. He initially looked uninterested at the newspaper, but when he saw Monkey D. Luffy transformed in Logtown, his expression became genuinely interested. After all, for someone who wants to create the world's strongest beast crew, a newcomer with a fruit that no one knows is vital for him to have in his crew. It's a mythical Zoan, all indications point to that, said King. But he spoke seriously. But there's something even more shocking in these news. He showed a wanted poster with a woman. Yamato? That brat was with this group the whole time in the East Blue? Kaido even dropped his drink and looked shocked at his daughter on the wanted poster of that crew. Yes, it seems she was in the East Blue all this time, King commented. I'm going there. I'll get the brat and capture the user of the mythical Zoan. Kaido quickly stood up. Wait, Chief Kaido, this isn't safe. It will take a long time to get there. Not to mention you could be arrested by the Marines if you're seen alone. We can't risk it. King quickly spoke, trying to prevent his boss from doing something reckless again. He was lucky that Kaido wasn't drunk at this moment, making the strongest creature in the world look at him at this moment and listen to him reasonably. What do you expect me to do? My son and a potential recruit are in that place. I want to get them. Let's send Jack to the first half of the Grand Line. That won't attract as much attention. At least the Marines won't send their main forces to deal with Jack, King said cautiously. Kaido looked at him for a while before exhaling. Okay, send Jack to fetch the brats. There's a rookie with an ancient Zoan surfacing as well, isn't there? Kaido finally gave the order. Yes, his name is X Drake. I want you to fetch the brat as well. He's with page 1 in a part of the New World. I'll immediately send him to Paradise and ask Queen to return, as Miss Yamato is not in this sea. King spoke and went to the Denden Mushi to issue the orders. In the depths of the sea, the royal family received a new fax from the Whitebeard pirates after seeing the newspaper. Damn human, does he have the world's most wanted man as his father? Neptune said with a dark expression. He's dangerous, already killed a king and took a picture with my sister in his lap. That damn human, what does he think he's doing? Growled one of the king's sons and Shirahoshi's brother. Why does my little sister look so happy with that human? Still remembering the photo that came out in the newspaper with Shirahoshi and Luffy on the throne as if they were a couple. Don't worry, no matter if your grandfather is Garp and your father is Dragon, Jinbei will get him and bring our Shirahoshi with him. Another brother affirmed. Meanwhile, in the Goa Kingdom, look, if it isn't Luffy, seems like he had a fight with Garp. Foo. Makino laughed while sitting on the throne with a crown on her head. Damn brat. Dedan, dressed in a completely different way than when she was a bandit in the mountain, grumbled seeing Luffy's photo, but she couldn't help but be surprised by him fighting against that monster Garp. My queen, you can't find humor in looking at such shocking news. A minister tried to advise Makino. Now the world knows that Garp, Dragon and Luffy are relatives. I'm not too worried about the first two, but Luffy will certainly face more pressure at sea. Wolp spoke beside the throne, as he had become a minister to the queen against his will. Elsewhere in Paradise. Damn! Dragon appearing in the East Blue isn't enough. A Tenryubito was killed. Sengoku commented in front of the three admirals in a meeting. He was killed? How scary! Kizaru spoke with his usual expression. Should we take action? Kuzan commented, raising an eyebrow. Who are we going to kill for this affront? Akainu spoke ominously. We don't know yet how he died. He was at the entrance to the Grand Line. We don't know where he was killed. It could have been in any sea. Sengoku spoke. But we have a suspect, don't we? Kuzan spoke. Yes, everything indicates that it might have been Monkey D. Dragon. He is the prime suspect. Sengoku spoke seriously. These damn revolutionaries. So he's acting so openly against the world government? What are we going to do? He escaped Logetown, didn't he? Kizaru said, looking at the photo of Dragon on his desk. I'm sending a vice admiral to each sea to find out what happened to the Tenryubito, but we will take action. We may not know where Dragon is, but we can hunt his son. That's the order of the 5 elders. The fleet admiral spoke. Garp's grandson? That's a threat. Can I handle him? Akainu spoke. No, I'll send Kuzan. I need you and Kizaru here. There's a Whitebeard commander in this sea, and according to some reports, the strange activities of the beast pirates in the New World are returning to Paradise. It's possible that Jack is coming to this sea. A pirate worth $1 billion. How scary. Kizaru spoke. Well, anyway, when should I act? Kuzan spoke. Let's see what these forces want in the sea. Once things stabilize, you'll go after Dragon's son. And even Garp won't be able to act to help his grandson since it's a possible assassination of a world noble. Sengoku concluded. Chapter 103. All aboard, the next destination is the Grand Line. Third-person POV, at the edges of the East Blue. As Black Pearl continued its journey, cutting through the waters towards the Grand Line, the turmoil of the world showed no signs of abating. However, the spirits on board remained high after the recent conversation among the crew. Luffy, wearing the expression of a grinning rogue, held up the new wanted posters he had acquired on the Tenryubito's ship. He eagerly shared the discovery, displaying the papers to everyone on the crew as they followed their course. We didn't get the newspaper today, but look, our new wanted posters that Lamy found on the Tenryubito's ship, exclaimed Luffy, smiling like a ruffian as he showed the papers. The posters revealed the bounty values and featured striking images of each crew member. Monkey D. Luffy, 200 million berries, dead or alive. IMG, Luffy on the bow of the Black Pearl, torso bare to display tattoos, cloak billowing in the wind, one hand holding onto his hat on his head. Roronoa Zoro, 20 million berries, dead or alive. IMG, Zoro standing, 3 swords at his waist. In Logtown. Trafalgar D. Lamy, 50 million berries, dead or alive. IMG, Lamy in front of the marine base, Beppo by her side, a stack of captured pirates behind her. Yamato then 50,000 berries dead or alive. IMG, Yamato striking a Commodore with her weapon, sending him flying in Logtown. Nami. 50 million berries, dead or alive. IMG, she in front of a shop with her sister beside her, her hand glowing in a green hue, creating a hurricane to send Buggy's pirates flying into the sky. The impact of the bounties left the crew speechless. This, 200 million? That's unbelievable. This is so unexpected. Look at my bounty, 150 million, and I have my picture without a mask? Yamato spoke wide-eyed, realizing her father would now know where she is. Oh no, so many millions? This is dangerous, Shirahoshi said in fear. Sharky, 20 million really? This is an outrage. How does Luffy have 200 million? Zoro complained at this moment, having the lowest bounty in the group. 50 million, looks like I'm becoming famous. Lamy had a determined look. Look, I'm on the list too. 50 million. Beppo commented, raising his front paws. You're in the photo but the bounty is Lamy's. Usopp grumbled comically to the animated bear. Woof. Choo-Choo was barking cheerfully. But this is so sudden. Our group has 470 million on their heads already? Usopp shouted worriedly, still processing this amount. They took down some pirates with 20 million bounties, but now their captain was worth 10 times that. What? I have a wanted poster? This is terrible. 50 million. Nami was terrified too. They're underestimating my value. I don't even have a bounty. And she has her own. Reiju complained about being behind Lamy. Not bad for newcomers. Hugo commented. My little sister is worth 50 million. Who would have thought? Nojiko said a bit concerned. Hey. We'll be hunted by elites with this. Imagine our bounties if they find out the captain killed a Tenryubito. Hachi spoke in a corner. Zoro, looks like you have an advantage here. Kuina crossed her arms. And I need to update my bounty too. It seems they didn't recognize me with the new appearance, Alvida murmured, as she should at least have a 5 million photo along with the posters, considering she's now part of the Straw Hat Pirate crew. We have some hefty bounties but we need to live up to these values, and we're already known for our exploits. We're ahead of everyone else who started sailing at this time. Now, we need to strengthen ourselves, because our enemies are much more powerful than our current group, and soon we'll face some of them. We need to get stronger. Let's train. Luffy, with visible determination in his expression, delivered a speech that resonated among the crew members at this moment, after each had voiced their opinions. The group nodded with seriousness, understanding the importance of strengthening themselves for the challenges that lay ahead. The training was rigorous, but everyone embraced the idea of growing and becoming stronger to face the new waters. It was only the next day, in the middle of the morning, that the Black Pearl sighted the expected destination, the Reverse Mountain. The Reverse Mountain rose majestically before the Black Pearl, an imposing wall of steep and tall rocks in a reddish hue, as if defying the very heavens. Its grandeur instilled a sense of reverence, an unmistakable landmark in the vastness of the ocean. The Red Line, a notable feature crossing the base of the mountain, stood out like a unique scar on the world's fabric. It was as if a giant red hand had traced its path through the rock, leaving an indelible mark that cut through the countless layers of stone. The Black Pearl sailed towards the mountain, the murmurs of the crew expressing a mix of excitement and respect in the face of the majesty of Reverse Mountain and the red line adorning it. Look at that! Exclaimed Luffy, pointing to the imposing rock formation ahead. Is this the Reverse Mountain? It looks so big and strange, observed Usopp, marveling at the sight. It cuts through the entire world, separating all the seas. So giant, murmured Nami, examining the colossal dimensions of the mountain that cut through the oceans. Is it true that the new world is on the other side? Questioned Yamato, seeking more knowledge about the peculiar geography of the Grand Line. Yes, but we can't go to that side because there's no way to the other side, explained Lamy, adding information to the conversation. What a strange place, commented Hugo, absorbing the uniqueness of the landscape. Look, there's a part of the way going in the opposite direction. That's incredible, exclaimed Beppo. At the entrance of the mountain, There was a massive current split into two directions, one ascending the mountain, pulling seawater, and the other descending, colliding with the water and creating particular waterspouts. Luffy concluded at the moment, "Let's get ready, we're about to enter and climb the mountain." Anticipation and excitement filled the air as the crew prepared for the next phase of their journey. The Black Pearl advanced with determination, cutting through the turbulent waters surrounding the base of Reverse Mountain, with currents defying the laws of physics. The crew was on high alert as Nami shouted orders to handle the ship. As it was her job, the ship was at full speed towards the entrance of the current going up the location, while there was another current going down the mountain. As the ship approached the base, the currents intensified, making the entire crew feel the change in the ship struggling to move forward. White foam formed ephemeral patterns in the water at the meeting point of the two currents on the side where the current descended from the place, revealing the constant clash between the turbulent sea and the imposing Reverse Mountain. The ship quickly collided with the white foam, making its appearance like a blade triumphantly cutting its prey. The Black Pearl now advanced with the furious currents that scaled Reverse Mountain while gaining speed and ascending diagonally. The water, like enraged beasts, tried to pull the ship into its veracity towards the rocks, but Hachi, at the helm, guided with impressive skill. The deck was a symphony of frenetic activity as the crew strained to maneuver the ship with skill. "This is amazing." Luffy laughed on the bow of the ship, his cloak swaying above his head on Ifrit. "Be careful, Hachi, don't let the ship hit the rocks on the side. Hugo and Zoro, take care of the sail, the ship may lose direction if the wind is against us, stay alert." Nami shouted orders as Hugo and Zoro grabbed the sail to handle it against the wind, as the ship gained speed and altitude ascending the current. The crew members, soaked by the foam that surged against the ship, worked together to adjust the sails, turn the pulleys and maneuver the oars. The roar of the currents competed with Nami's precise commands, who with determined eyes, directed the Black Pearl through the chaotic waters. Yamato and Nami were also ready to use their powers if needed here. As the ship ascended, everyone handling the vessel worked and focused on their assigned tasks, while Nami gave quick and precise orders. "Look, is that a ship descending?" Usopp shouted from the top of the ship. In the distance, a pirate ship passed by the group, cutting through the other side of the current opposite to where the Black Pearl was. "It looks like pirates coming from some blue or the Grand Line to the east blue," Luffy commented, observing the unknown pirate flag from afar. The ship was much smaller than the Black Pearl as they passed by the pirates on the opposite side. After that, they ascended for a few more minutes at an accelerated speed, with the ship entering and passing through the mountain clouds. "Be careful, the view is obstructed," Nojiko said, a bit worried about the ship immersed in a pile of clouds. "Leave it to me, I can still sense with my haki if we're in danger." Yamato spoke. This continued until the ship stabilized back to horizontal again and slowed down, passing through the clouds in front of them, now slowing down in an area where all waters converged on top of the mountain. The place seemed like a large lake of at least 50 kilometers here, with 5 entrances on all sides, all colossal gates marked with a blue, and the largest entrance with the Grand Line sign in one corner. "Is this where all waters meet?" Quina asked curiously, looking at the enormous space with gates on each corner. "There are other ships here," Reiju commented, looking at some commercial ships at a distance entering and leaving the seas. "Well, it seems like this place is quite busy, much more than I had personally imagined," Luffy murmured on the bow, looking at the more vibrant world of One Piece than they initially thought. In the original work, Merry-Go only went up and down the mountain, but here it's different. First, there's this space where almost all the waters in the world come together with paths and day and night routes on all sides of the mountain, except for the New World. They were surrounded by clouds on all sides due to the high altitude, but they could have a clear view of the entire lake. This place was much livelier than Luffy had seen in the anime. There was constant marine activity here with pirate ships and commercial vessels coming in and out of the gates. It didn't take long to even see pirates raiding some ships here and there, and there were Navy ships fighting with pirates in this space too, as it was a monitored and strategic area. "I couldn't have thought it would be so straightforward, could I?" Luffy muttered internally and turned to his crew, most of them on the deck admiring the place, especially Shirahoshi and Yamato. "Navy ships approaching, looks like they want to board us," Hugo said, and Luffy saw 3 Navy boats approaching. "They're the Straw Hats, with the captain now worth 200 million, let's fight for justice." The captain of those ships shouted as they prepared to attack the Black Pearl with cannons. "Usopp and Shirahoshi, can you handle them?" Luffy instructed, and both went to the shooting cabins. Bang! Boom! Bang! Boom! Bang! Boom! Bang! Boom! It didn't take long to sink all the Navy ships. Many ships saw this and started to flee, as the Black Pearl was intimidating, and it didn't help that everyone saw their cannons destroying all the Navy ships in that area so quickly. Guys, we made it here, but our journey begins now. Hachi, turn the helm toward the biggest gate, we're entering the Grand Line from now on, Luffy announced with his usual smile. As the ship headed for the Grand Line gate, that gate was at least 100 meters tall, making even the enormous Black Pearl look small, as they passed through the opening in the reverse mountain, indicating the beginning of the descent. The Black Pearl quickly felt the change as it began to tilt downward and descend with increasing speed on that side of the water current. Haha, my stomach feels weird, Shirahoshi shouted with the adrenaline rush as if she were on a roller coaster. The main point of the reverse mountain was now behind them, and everyone felt the speed and clouds passing by the ship with the path that would lead them to the first half of the Grand Line. Hachi, lock the helm and come here. We're safe here, everyone, come to the deck. I want to talk to all of you. It's important, Luffy said, and asked everyone to let the ship follow alone as it descended, with Luffy reducing the ship's speed using the Moa Moa no Mi with the speed multiplied by 0. What are you planning, Luffy? Lami narrowed her eyes at her captain. We're heading for our new journey. I want to perform a ritual among all of us before that, Luffy said, taking a special sake barrel from the system. This sake cost 20 million, so we better enjoy it, Luffy announced. It was good money, but he didn't care given the situation. Grab a cup each, let's celebrate with a toast and announce our goals. Luffy wanted to do the same thing that happened in the anime, but in a slightly different way. Each member took a cup of sake, even Shirahoshi, who never drank, as it was a unique and special occasion. As the ship smoothly cut through the clouds in that attitude, descending the mountain, Luffy wanted a memorable moment. Let me start as the captain of this crew. I, Monkey D. Luffy, will be the man who becomes the emperor of all seas. I am willing to fight against the world for this and protect all of you, who are now my own people, my new family. Luffy raised his cup and smiled. Many looked at him with recognition and touched by his words. The next person to do this was Yamato as the vice captain. Haha. So, I'm next. I, Yamato, have as my goal to explore more of this world and free Wano from my old man Kaido, one of the Yonkus. I want to become strong to do this with my own hands. Yamato no longer needed to hide it. Her wanted poster was already in all regions of the world, and her father should be sending someone to look for her. Kaido. Usopp shouted, along with many who didn't know the real identity of the man Yamato constantly referred to as an old bastard. I guess it's me then. Shirahoshi held her sake, and Megalo by her side, as the next in line, spoke timidly but with a lot of excitement in her tone. This mermaid had started to change and mature, gaining a much braver personality than initially when Luffy summoned her on that beach in Shelltown. I, Shirahoshi, want to become strong and brave. I want to protect my island and bring my people to the surface, following my mother's dream. I want to have more adventures. With Luffy-sama, Yamata-sama, Zoro-sama, Lami-sama, Bippo-sama, Chuchu-sama, Usopp-sama, Nami-sama, Reiju-sama, Hugo-sama, Noyo-sama, Hachi-sama, Kuina-sama, and Alvida-sama. Shirahoshi had a confident and infectious tone in the end, with tears of happiness raising her cup. Ni. Princess. Ni. Hachi started crying with this too, while many had looks and smiles with these words. Sharky, 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 Sharky. Megalo seemed to give a speech with tears too, but Shirahoshi was the only one who understood his shark language. Megalo said he's very happy to meet everyone, and has never experienced so many things in the last month, Shirahoshi said, smiling while still having tears in her eyes. Zoro, you've already drunk the sake. Fill it again and make your speech, it's your turn. Usopp shouted with shark teeth to the green-haired swordsman. Ah, that's right. Let me fill it. The sake is really good, by the way, really worth the 20 million, Captain. Well, I'm going to become the greatest swordsman in the world, and I intend to defeat all my enemies and work hard for it. Zoro raised his cup as he poured more sake. Now it's me, my goal is not as simple or as honorable as the others. I'm seeking revenge, and intend to kill Don Quixote do Flamingo with my own hands and move on. But I'm happy to join this crew, and as a medic I intend not to let anyone die on this ship, no matter the danger. Lami spoke with determination. Some were surprised and scared by her first statement, but they were satisfied with the second part of her comment. It's me! Exclaimed the polar bear with enthusiasm. I want to become the strongest among my kind, the minks, and prove that even a bear can be a great warrior. Let's protect our friends and move forward together. Beppo raised his cup with determination. Shushu barked like an excited little dog. Woof, 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 woof. He jumped forward, showing his excitement in front of his sake on the floor. Shuchu wants lots of bones and adventures. Let's be the bravest crew on the seas. Luffy translated the dog's enthusiasm. Looks like it's me, shouted the sharpshooter with confidence, exposing a big smile. I, the great Usopp, will become the best sniper of the seas, a brave sea warrior surpassing even my father, and tell the most incredible stories about our journey. Get ready to be amazed by my exploits. Nami raised her cup. The navigator had a mix of surprise and concern. Oh, now I have a bounty and that's unexpected, 50 million. But, well, my goal remains the same. Let's draw the most complete map, and I want to explore the entire world and reach all the legendary islands. I will put my name in history as the greatest navigator who ever lived. Reiju positioned herself next to with a smile. I may not have a bounty that fully reflects what I am capable of, but my goal is clear. I want to feed this crew and ensure everyone reaches their destination with full stomachs. I will keep everyone healthy and well fed. Also, I want to find the famous All Blue of Legends and deal with my old family. Even Lami gave a look of recognition to Reiju, as both sought their own revenge. Hugo raised his cup. I, Hugo, want to become capable. I am not an honorable man and seek revenge for those who harmed me. This crew has already proven to me that it can stand against the greatest powers in the world. And I will get stronger to protect everyone here and fight against any threat that comes our way. Let's cross these seas together and reach our goals. Nami's older sister spoke affectionately. My sister is worth 50 million. Well, my goal is to support Nami on her journey. I want to see the world and how far we can reach. Well, I want to be with Luffy too. She said the last part, looking at the captain with a loving tone in her eyes. Hachi seemed excited. Despite joining the crew with a threat from Luffy, the fishman seemed to accept his fate and befriend these people and animals. I've always wanted to open a famous restaurant on the seas and provide happy moments for everyone with takoyaki, but I still want to see the world before that and intend to get strong now with my new friends. Many nodded in acknowledgement. The young swordswoman spoke with determination at this moment. I, Quina, want to become the most skilled swordswoman and prove that women can be as strong as men. Let's train together and reach the top of this world, and I intend to be better than Zoro. Zoro smiled at his friend, raising his cup. Luffy, wielding his cup, was surrounded by the others, who excitedly listened to every word attentively. Alvida, next to Luffy, laughed as she expressed her own goals. I will prove to the world that I am incredibly strong and beautiful at the same time, and, of course, remain by my husband's side to support him always. Her laughter echoed as she toasted with the group. Ha 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 ha. Now that everyone has announced their goals, let's head to the Grand Line. Get ready because we're going to shake the foundations of this world, like no other group that has ever appeared in history, be it Roger, Xebec, Kaido, Whitebeard, Shanks, Big Mom, the Marines, world government, even Joyboy and the great forces of the lost century. We'll surpass them all. We are the Straw Hat Pirate crew after all, Luffy exclaimed, taking the initiative to clink the extended cups of everyone. The sound echoed on the deck as each member followed, contagiously influenced by the captain's fervent words, and drank their sake to conclude the ritual. The world would tremble like never before with this pirate crew, various objectives converging, but one supporting the other within the Black Pearl. With the cups clinked in a harmonious celebration and the drinks going into their stomachs, the Straw Hat crew raised their eyes and beheld the magnificent spectacle unfolding before them. Play One Piece soundtrack to the Grand Line. Look, the clouds are clearing, we can see a part of the Grand Line from here. Luffy pointed forward. As the last sip of sake went down, the ethereal mist of euphoria lingering over the Black Pearl's deck began to dissipate, turning the moment into something truly magical. Ahead, the last clouds were dispersing like curtains, revealing the grandeur of the Grand Line. A breathtaking sight unfolded before them. The horizon was dominated by a vast and tumultuous ocean, its waters sparkling like precious jewels in the sunlight. Small dots, representing the islands, floated like mirages, each promising mysteries and unique challenges. The salty breeze danced across the deck, carrying with it the promise of new adventures in these waters. Ha, 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 ha. Luffy, with a broad smile and determination in his eyes, absorbed the grandeur of the sight before him. His crewmates, each with their unique aspirations, shared the same look of excitement and courage. It was a moment that transcended words, a silent communion of souls sailing into the unknown. The ship's mast cut through the horizon, pointing toward the vastness that awaited them. A sense of unity and purpose permeated the air as the Black Pearl boldly advanced toward the Grand Line. The crew, enveloped in the magic of the moment, knew that this journey marked the beginning of an epic saga, where their destinies would intertwine with the secrets and wonders of one of the world's most challenging seas. Chapter 104, Epilogue of the First Volume. Third-person POV. Epilogue of the First Volume. Grandpa, shouldn't we go after Luffy? Lucy asked on the deck of Garp's iconic ship, holding a stack of letters with Luffy's picture and a bounty of 200 million on his head. No, Lucy, we should head to the headquarters through the Calm Belt. It seems there are significant movements in the first half of the Grand Line. Garp spoke while munching on his biscuit. I see. Lucy lowered her head with a tinge of sadness. I know you wanted to spend time with your brother, but now he's a pirate, and you're a Marine. Besides, things are complicated with worrying news I received from Sengoku, and your father seems to be behind it. Unfortunately, it's going to affect Luffy. Garp spoke with a serious tone. I know. But I wanted to talk about some things we didn't discuss while we were together, Lucy said in the same tone, her usual cheerful expression now absent. Stop grumbling there, and let's go. We need to train. You don't want to fall behind your brother, do you? Garp looked at his granddaughter sternly. Yes, I'll surpass him. She cheered with newfound determination. And you too? Better be prepared. Garp turned his gaze to the two cadets beside him, one of them being Kobe and the other Helmeppo, who were intimidated by Garp's look alongside Lucy. I'll train you and make you great Marines. Boah, ha, ha ha ha, Garp laughed. Thus Vice Admiral Garp's boat set sail for the Grand Line through the Calm Belt, as his ship had the technology for it. As Garp left Logtown with his marine ship, another ship departed from the port. Captain Smoker. Should we really do this? Tashigi asked. Yes, let's go after the Straw Hat crew. I intend to stop them. Smoker growled. Despite consecutive humiliations, he still wanted to go after that pirates. He also received a book from Garp containing techniques of the 6 styles and Haki initiation, intending to study the techniques and not rely so much on his devil fruit powers, which proved useless after several defeats, 3 of them at the hands of the same woman, now called Yamato, with a bounty of 150 million. The higher-ups also asked me to find out how the techniques of the 6 styles fell into the hands of those pirates. Smoker spoke again in a serious tone. Sengoku was quite bothered by Luffy and the others using Soru, even accusing Garp initially of passing those techniques to his grandson. Still, it was denied by the Vice Admiral, and Sengoku trusted him, making him wonder where Luffy got them, as no base in East Blue, despite being raided by that pirate group, could have manuals of those techniques. Yes, if Captain Smoker has that determination, I also intend to do the same, Tashigi said, wanting to become equally stronger. She was questioned by the woman who looked like her twin, but she couldn't answer her questions since she was an orphan raised in Logtown. They had a fight, and despite being equal in the confrontation, Kuina defeated Tashigi. Even though Kuina was 11 years old, in the last month, she underwent intensive training with Luffy, learning 3 times faster despite not having the system bonus. As she didn't join the crew most of the time, she ended up learning Soru, giving her a significant advantage in the fight and securing a victory over Tashigi. But the Marine lieutenant wanted to surpass her supposed copy, and with a determined look, she left Logtown with Smoker to hunt down the pirates. I know. They came here and didn't even talk to us. Yeah, Ponta Blue Bise entire square, Dour Sesir Iaritzis. Ho ho ho. But I think we'll meet them again someday. I'm sure we can even help them. If my company is growing, I can make some commercial deals with the islands they've established a kingdom. Are Ao Sir sure Numasma Bona? Yes, I heard rumors of a large port being built in Kokoyashi, and the Goa Kingdom is starting to finance Syrup Village. You don't need to be a genius to figure out that Luffy is behind this. This is interesting. Hey Bartolomeo, why are you still crying over that newspaper? Didn't you see how he shouted that he would dominate the sea? And then fought against the Navy hero, who happens to be your grandfather. After that, he fought alongside your father, the world's greatest criminal. Then he flew so coolly. Don't you understand what that means? No, Bartolomeo, you're scaring me. It means I'm starting a fan club. Mr. Jack, are we really going to hunt some rookies with Miss Yamato? Yes, we're heading to paradise, and I plan to take the chief's daughter with that pirate who has a mythical devil fruit. Jack spoke on his ship. They began to approach the red line to submerge the ship into the water and emerge on the other side. They passed various hulls in the water, ships of the Navy that tried to stop their advance and were all destroyed. Now they were starting to enter the water because Kaido's orders were clear, and he would follow them, no matter what. 200 million? This kid is truly unique. I've never seen someone earn such a bounty even before entering the Grand Line. An old man calmly drank his bottle of alcohol. Fu. This Luffy boy has done so much in East Blue, even shouting that he would become the man who rules the seas before Roger's platform was destroyed. The woman at the bar laughed while reading the newspaper, since Luffy was very active there lately. How long do you think it'll take for him to get here? The old man spoke again. I don't know, it might take a while because I believe this pirate will stir up even more chaos in the Grand Line, she said sincerely. I see, the old man said, looking at the young man's photo, especially at the hat the newcomer was wearing. In a room, in an underground base. Crocodile, we have a mission for you. Are you sure you don't want reinforcements? No need, I can handle it, said the man with a cigar and a suit. In front of him was a poster of the Straw Hat pirate crew. It's up to you, anyway, a vice admiral is heading to your region. Call for help if needed, remember, there's a hockey user among them so be careful. Yes, goodbye. Catcha. He got up from the room and went to the door, opening it, and walked into a large hall with aquariums inhabited by crocodiles. Miss Allsunday, I want you to gather the agents to face a group in Whiskey Peak. There's a group that the world government wants me to hunt down, and you'll deal with them. Crocodile spoke, and the woman in front of him, dressed in cowboy clothes, nodded. I'll do that, Mr. Zero, she said, and began to move towards the door. Wait, Miss Allsunday. Crocodile wasn't finished. I want you to eliminate her too. I'm tired of her games. You must kill the princess, he said, handing a photo of a very beautiful girl with blue hair. Yes, she will be eliminated too, confirmed Nico Robin before leaving the room. We're heading to the beginning of the Grand Line, sir? Yes, we're hunting a small group led by a rookie but extremely powerful. They even fought against Garp and escaped. It's the Straw Hat, isn't it? Said a lieutenant. Yes. Our priority is to capture them. And we can't fail, spoke the highest-ranked man on the ship. Yes, Vice Admiral, Momonga? Pops, I'm near the entrance to the Grand Line. A large blue fishman spoke on a Denden Mushi on a small island in the middle of the sea. Be careful, Jimbei. These brats seem to be stubborn. Don't hesitate to call for help from Ace, he should be nearby since he plans to meet your brother too, spoke a calm but powerful voice on the other side of the Denden Mushi. Don't worry, I can handle a few rookies, but I'll let you know if anything pops. If I continue on this path, I can reach Alabasta in a little over a week, said a man in a shirt with an iconic tattoo on his back. I can't wait to see you, Luffy. You've changed a lot in the last few years. Ace spoke again with a smile on his face. System, money store, 6 billion, 33 million. Crew member number, 1 name, Monkey D. Luffy role Captain age, 17. Status, Vitality, Ses, Strength, B. A Defense, A plus Speed, C. B plus Spirit, B. A. Devil Fruit. Moa no Mi, D plus Icon no Mi, Model, Chaos Ifrit, D plus C, Weapon Mastery, Fencing, ED. Weapons in possession, none. Haki, Kenbunshoku Haki, locked, Busoshoku Haki, locked, Haoshoku Haki, locked, voice of all things, locked, Rokushiki, Geppu, locked, E plus Kami, locked, Rankyaku, locked, Shigen, locked, Soru, locked, Atekai, locked, Rokugan, locked. As a member of his crew, all his talents increase by 100%. Member number, 2 name, Yamato role, Vice Captain age 24. Status, Vitality, Ses S Strength, A plus Defense, Ses S Speed, B plus Spirit, A Devil Fruit. Inu no Mi, Model, Okuchi no Makami, B. Weapon Mastery. Fencing, B. Weapons in possession. Kanabo, B. Haki. Kenbunshoku Haki B Busoshoku Haki DD Haoshoku Haki CC, Rokushiki. Geppo, locked, Akami, locked Rankyaku, locked Shigan, locked Soru, locked Tekai, locked Rokugan, locked. As a member of his crew, all his talents increase by 100%. Member number, 3 name, Shira Hoshi role, no specific role age, 18. Status, Vitality, CS strength, EE plus defense, DD plus speed, ED spirit, SACE S, devil fruit, none, locked, weapon mastery, none. Trident Nejibana, locked, weapons in possession. Trident Nejibana, non-graded blades, none. Haki. Kenbun Shoku Haki, locked Busoshoku Haki, locked Haoshoku Haki, locked Poseidon, locked E. Rokushiki, Geppo, locked D Kami, locked Renkyaku, locked Shigan, locked Soru, locked Tekai, locked Rokugan, locked. As a member of her crew, all her talents increase by 100%. Member number, forename, megalo role, mascot age, status. Vitality, C plus strength, CC defense, DC, speed, D plus spirit, DD, devil fruit, none, locked, haki. Kenbunshoku haki, locked Busoshoku haki, locked, Rokushiki, Geppo, locked Kami, locked Renkyaku, locked Shigan, locked Isoru, locked Tekai, locked D Rokugan, locked. As a member of his crew, all his talents increase by 100%. Member number, 5 name, Zoro role, swordsman age, 19. Status. Vitality, DC plus strength, C plus B defense, DC speed, C plus B plus spirit, CB, devil fruit, none. Locked. Weapon mastery. Fencing, Santoryu, C+. Weapons in possession. Wado Ichimonji, high-grade blades, BB Benihime, non-graded blades. EE. Sandai Kitetsu blades of grade, Au Bashiri skillful grade blades, E Shusui high-grade blades, locked Enma high-grade blades, locked, haki. Kenbunshoku haki, locked Busoshoku haki, locked Haoshoku haki, locked, Rokushiki. Gepul, locked Ikami, locked Renkyaku, locked Shigen, locked Soru, locked Sitekai, locked Rokugan, locked. As a member of his crew, all his talents increase by 100%. Member number 6 name, Trafalgar D. Lamy role, medic age 19. Status. Vitality, C plus strength, C plus defense, CC speed, B plus spirit, CB, devil fruit. Open no Mi, C plus. Weapon mastery. Fencing Itoryu, C plus. Weapons in possession. Kikoku, non-graded blades, B. Haki. Kenbunshoku haki, locked Busoshoku haki, locked Haoshoku haki, locked. Rokushiki. Geppu, locked Ikami, locked Renkyaku, locked Shigan, locked Soru, locked Tekai, locked Rokugan, locked. As a member of his crew, all his talents increase by 100%. Member number, 7 name, Beppo role, assistant age 20. Status. Vitality. DD plus strength, ED defense, ED speed, ED spirit, CC plus, devil fruit, none. Haki. Kenbunshoku haki, locked Busoshoku haki, locked. Rokushiki. Geppo, locked Kami, locked Renkyaku, locked Ashigan, locked D Soru, locked Tekai, locked Rokugan, locked. As a member of his crew, all his talents increase by 100%. Member number 8 name, Chocho role, guard dog age. Status. Vitality, DT plus strength, E plus D plus defense, EE plus speed, EE plus spirit, ED, devil fruit. None. Haki. Kenbunshoku haki, locked Busoshoku haki, locked. Rokushiki. Geppu, locked Kami, locked Renkyaku, locked Shigan, locked B Saru, locked Tekai, locked E Rokugan, locked. As a member of his crew, all his talents increase by 100%. Member number 9 name, Usopp role, sniper age 17. Status. Vitality, ED strength, E plus D plus defense, E plus D, speed, D C plus spirit, EE, devil fruit. None. Weapon mastery. Firearms precision, DC plus. Weapons in possession. Pistols, CC rifle, CC bazooka. None machine gun, none. Haki. Kenbunshoku haki, locked Busoshoku haki, locked. Rokushiki. Geppu, locked Kami, locked Rankyaku, locked Shigon, locked Soru, locked Tekai, locked Rokugan, locked. As a member of his crew, all his talents increase by 100%. Member number, 10 name, Nami role, Navigator age, 19. Status, Vitality, BB strength, CC defense, CC speed, BB plus spirit, BB, Devil fruit, Icon no Mi, model, Garuda, DD plus, Weapon mastery, Fencing lance, EE plus, Weapons in possession common lance, ED, Haki, Kenbunshoku Haki, locked Busoshoku Haki, locked Rokushiki, Geppu, locked Kami, locked Rankyaku, locked Shigen, locked Soru, locked Tekai, locked Rakugan, locked. As a member of his crew, all his talents increase by 100%. Member number, 11 name, Reiju role, Cook age, 19. Status, Vitality, CC plus strength, CB defense, DC speed, CB plus spirit, DC, Devil fruit, none. Weapons in possession, Special Vismoker suit, locked, Haki, Kenbunshoku Haki, locked Busoshoku Haki, locked Rokushiki, Geppu, locked Akami, locked Rankyaku, locked Shigen, locked Soru, locked Itekai, locked Rokugan, locked. As a member of his crew, all his talents increase by 100%. Member number, 12 name, Hugo role, no specific role age, 31. Status, Vitality, DD plus strength, BB defense, CB speed, DD plus spirit, CC plus, Devil fruit, none. Haki, Kenbunshoku Haki, locked Busoshoku Haki, locked Rokushiki, Geppu, locked Kami, locked Rankyaku, locked Shigan, locked Isoru, locked Tekai, locked Rokugan, locked. As a member of his crew, all his talents increase by 100%. Member number 13 name, Nojiko role, no specific role age, 21. Status, Vitality, EE plus strength, EE plus defense, EE speed, EE plus spirit, ED, Devil fruit, none. Haki, Kenbunshoku Haki, locked Busoshoku Haki, locked Rokushiki, Geppu, locked Kami, locked C Rankyaku, locked Shigen, locked Soru, locked Tekai, locked Rokugan, locked. As a member of his crew, all his talents increase by 100%. Member number, 14 name, Hachi role, Marine support age. Status, Vitality, DD strength, DD plus defense, DD plus speed, CC spirit, DD plus, Devil fruit, none. Weapon mastery, Fencing, Rokutoryu, DD, possessed weapons, Common sword, DD 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 common sword, DD, Haki, Kenbunshoku Haki, locked Busoshoku Haki, locked Rokushiki, Geppu, locked Kami, locked Rankyaku, locked Shigan, locked Soru, locked Tekai, locked Rokugan, locked. As a member of his crew, all his talents increase by 100%. Member number, 15 name, Kuina role, Swordsman age, 11. Status, Vitality, EE plus strength, E plus D defense, E plus speed, DC spirit, E plus D, Devil fruit, none. Weapon mastery, Fencing, E Toryu, C plus. Weapons in possession, Tensa Zangetsu, Grand Grade blades, DD, Haki, Kenbunshoku Haki, locked Busoshoku Haki, locked Haoshoku Haki, locked Rokushiki, Geppu, locked Kami, locked Rankyaku, locked C Shigan, locked Soru, locked Tekai, locked Rokugan, locked. As a member of his crew, all his talents increase by 100%. Member number, 16 name, Alvita role, no specific role age, 22. Status, Vitality, DD strength, D plus defense, DD speed, DTLS spirit, DD, Devil fruit. Soapino Mi, DD, weapon mastery fencing, CC plus. Weapons in possession, Common Club, BB. Haki. Kenbunshoku Haki, locked, Busoshoku Haki, locked. Rokushiki, Geppu, locked, Kami, locked, Rankyaku, locked, Shigen, locked, Soru, locked, Tekai, locked, Rokugan, locked. As a member of his crew, all his talents increase by 100%. System rules. The system's classification level ranges from letter E to X, with X being the mortal limit, understood within this classification from lowest to highest as follows: E plus, D plus, C plus, B plus, A plus, SS plus, SSS plus, X. Scene, post-credits. The battle at Marineford had reached a boiling point, with the roars of cannons and the cries of combatants forming a symphony of chaos that echoed throughout the island. The landscape was tinged red by the fire and smoke rising from the wreckage, as pirates and marines engaged in a deadly dance of swords and powers. At the height of the turmoil, an extraordinary event broke the monotony of war. From a hidden location, a mysterious explosion unleashed a red energy, tearing through one of the massive tsunami walls that Whitebeard and Aokiji had erected. The impact, as unexpected as it was overwhelming, captured the attention of everyone on the battlefield. The red energy cut through the ice like a sharp blade, leaving behind a trail of destruction. The frozen tsunami, once seemingly impenetrable, unraveled as if made of crystal. However, the energy did not stop there. It continued its path, slicing through the side of Marineford's fortress and advancing towards the icy front, where the war still raged. What the hell is happening? Some shouted. Is this the Admiral's doing? I've never seen anything like it. One of the pirates raised their voice. Could it be a move by Whitebeard's pirates? A marine yelled, bewildered and alarmed. The explosion of red energy tore through the air with such intensity that it seemed to defy the very fabric of space. Barriers, ships, and anything in its path were shredded as if made of paper. The destruction was so overwhelming that the war itself seemed to freeze in awe. Now unimpeded, it continued to cut through the ice mercilessly, sweeping marines and Whitebeard's pirates out of its way. No one could resist. Everyone was thrown away, and the only option was to flee from the ensuing chaos. Then, suddenly, the energy stopped in the middle of the area where the war between the naval marines and Whitebeard's pirates was taking place, leaving everyone perplexed. The war, which had previously roared in a deafening tumult, plunged into a disconcerting silence. Everyone wondered what was happening at that moment, staring fixedly at the abrupt interruption created by the red cut. The impact of the energy created a colossal fissure, splitting the battlefield in half. Ice blocks above the tsunami began to collapse with the opening of that cut, raising a dense cloud of debris as they fell to the ground, obscuring the view. Above the smoke between the frozen tsunami where it had been cut, the sky on the other side became visible, prompting questions about who or what could achieve such a colossal cut in the ice. The trench that the red energy had created didn't stop there. Another rumble occurred, echoing with a sound of water coming from within it, filling it with smoke. A flood began to spread through the cut, as if the sea were reclaiming its territory in the war. The sound of water submerged the echoes of cannons and combat, enveloping the battlefield in a new kind of disturbing calm. Mihawk observed the scene with gleaming eyes, intrigued by who possessed the ability to generate such an impressive cut. Whitebeard narrowed his eyes, lost in thoughts about the identity behind this power. Sengoku, visibly disturbed, stared at the unknown that had emerged in the turmoil of war. While Ace remained chained on the execution platform, next to Garp, the admirals occupied the middle of the battlefield, flanked by vice admirals and all marine officers. The Shichibukai and Whitebeard's commanders, along with affiliated pirates, were no exception. All directed their gazes to the part of the war where the unexpected had occurred. From the shadows of the debris, a form began to emerge gradually, becoming increasingly visible. A ship? Someone exclaimed, when the silhouette of a vessel emerged from the smoke caused by the wreckage. Who could it be? Was the question hovering in the eyes of everyone present. Then, in a majestic fashion, the bow of the ship revealed itself, adorned with a horned monster with a fierce expression. However, what stunned everyone the most was the figure of the man. Standing on the creature's head, his cloak danced in the wind, the straw hat swayed on his head as he maintained a firm posture, observing the war with apparent interest. The characteristic smile and confident eyes of this man made everyone wonder if he was fully aware that he was invading a war with the greatest powers in the world. However, for some, this expression was not surprising, as they had already witnessed the havoc caused by Monkey D. Luffy and knew his personality. Luffy's ship continued to emerge from the glaciers, growing in visibility with each passing moment. It was an imposing vessel, larger even than a marine warship, and it emanated a terrifying aura. "You did a great job, Zoro," Luffy commented with satisfaction, admiring his swordsman's skillful cut. "Ah, that was easy, Captain," Zoro replied, sliding his sword back into its sheath with a casual gesture. "So, this is a war? So many people. I hope to have fun. Woof, woof." As the ship emerged from the smoke, the silhouettes of the people on board gradually became clearer. "They're the Straw Hats." "Them? A crew with over 25 members and over 1 billion in the group? I heard they even have 2 Logias among them." "Logias? The newspapers say they have at least 4 mythical beasts." "Hey, look, what's that on their mast? They're world nobles." "What?" When the flag became visible, it shocked everyone. 7 crucified and injured Tenryubito bodies were carved into the mast, causing disbelief among the onlookers and even the reporters watching the event's transmission. "How can this be possible?" was the question everyone asked, doubting their own eyes. The Black Pearl sailed into the field that until recently was chaos, filled with death and destruction, but everything stopped to observe this ship sailing calmly into the midst of the war. Everyone just watched as the ship passed by them, but no one could utter a comment or attack these new pirates because there was too much happening for them to process. How could a group of rookie pirates appear in this war, displaying world nobles as trophies on their mast? When it reached the end of the path opened by Zoro, Luffy took his first step and jumped to the front of the ship with 6 more members of his crew. Pirates and naval marines couldn't believe the audacity of this group, but what happened next shocked the entire world. While the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates looked at everyone in the war, and the battlefield now in silence, Luffy made his move. Luffy, with his comrades aligned, 3 on each side, unleashed a powerful aura. The Conqueror's haki began to expand in all directions, with each crew member contributing their own Conqueror's presence as they released it after their captain. These 7 pirates enveloped Marineford in the overwhelming pressure of multiple Conqueror's haki, with yellow lightning intensifying the spectacle that left everyone stunned. This was Luffy's first move in this war, a gesture that he would inscribe his name, as well as that of his crew, in history, and make the foundations of this world tremble. Chapter 105. Laboon. Third-person POV. Beginning of the Grand Line. As Black Pearl descended the current with fearless speed once again, the sensation of adrenaline took over the ship as if they were riding the very waves of the sea. The increasing speed made the wind whistle in the crew's ears, adding a touch of excitement to the air. Luffy, unable to resist the thrill, headed to the bow where the breathtaking spectacle unfolded before him. The captain, with his characteristic smile, enjoyed the view as the wind tousled his hair, and excitement reflected in his bright eyes. Caught up in the atmosphere, Usopp couldn't contain his enthusiasm, and joined the captain at the bow, letting out a "pooh-hoo" that got lost in the speed of the wind. Shirahoshi, still enchanted by the unique experience, also joined the celebration as the last clouds drifted away, revealing the wonders of the vast ocean before them. As the Black Pearl descended through the current with impressive speed, the sight of the first kilometers of the Grand Line became more restricted. The distant islands that once dotted the horizon began to disappear as the ship descended further. Emerging from the last clouds on the horizon, the crew caught a glimpse of the grandeur awaiting them in the first moments. However, the excitement was momentarily interrupted when the ship entered a vast area of turbulent waters. A kind of mist formed by water droplets lifted by the current enveloped the Black Pearl, obscuring the view and turning the experience into something like being under a waterfall as the ship continued its descent. The crew, now surrounded by the aquatic curtain, could barely see beyond the ship's outline. The sound of roaring waters filled the air, creating a vibrant and electrifying atmosphere. The feeling of being enveloped in the aquatic storm provided a unique thrill, as if they were sailing through the very essence of the ocean. Even with the temporarily obstructed vision, anticipation and excitement continued to grow among the crew. The steep descent created an even more thrilling and adrenaline-pumping sensation, as the scenery unfolded dynamically and unpredictably before them. However, the joy was soon interrupted by an imposing shadow rising in their path, partially blocking the entrance ahead. The water, stirred by the current, created a spectacular display, and the crew watched in surprise as the imposing presence revealed itself. "Hey, what is that?" exclaimed Beppo, capturing everyone's attention as the shadow grew before them. "What is that? It's enormous!" exclaimed Usopp, unknowingly observing the colossal shadow of Laboon ahead. "A mountain?" Why is it at the entrance? There was nothing like this in the manual Luffy gave me," questioned Nami, perplexed. While examining the gigantic cetacean, Hugo, with curious eyes, commented, "This is out of the ordinary. We didn't expect to find something like this here." Shirahoshi, still frightened, murmured, "That shadow is scary. What's happening?" Reiju, always curious, observed, "I've never seen anything like it. Is it an unknown sea monster?" "Calm down, that's a whale," Luffy said. "What? A whale so huge?" Nojiko spoke. "How do you know, Luffy?" Quina asked. Luffy didn't answer yet, still looking at the shadow behind the water curtain. "So, this is Laboon," Luffy murmured softly, recognizing the whale guarding the entrance to this remarkable place as in the original work. As the Black Pearl approached the imposing figure of Laboon, Luffy, realizing the significant presence of the whale, took command. "Guide the ship from here. I'll take care of that whale in front of us." He gave the order with the unwavering confidence of a captain who trusts his comrades. Using the power of his mythical Zoan, wings began to grow inside his jacket, extending outward like an emblem of his unique ability. With a quick and precise movement, Luffy took flight using the Soru technique, moving at a speed 40 times faster than normal. With the new extension of the Moa Moa no Mi, he became a flash, an instantaneous presence that surprised and fascinated everyone on board as Luffy entered through the water particles, leaving a cutting sound and a hole in them. He was so fast that the path was cleared by him, giving everyone a clear view of everything in front of them, including the whale in the middle of the way. Flying toward the majestic whale before them, Luffy looked like a legendary figure, leading his crew fearlessly. Luffy's eyes, full of determination, were fixed on the vastness of Laboon as his body carried a fiery aura, releasing the phase 2 of his Zoan, indicating the incredible strength that was about to be unleashed. The muscles in his arm contracted, demonstrating the concentration of power flowing through his body as he approached the enormous shadow. When he was just a few meters away from it, he changed his speed and unleashed his strength to 40 times more, raising his closed fist backward, ready to strike. Moa Moa no Mi strength, apply 40 times. "Get out of the way," Luffy spoke quietly as he made contact with the whale that kept its eyes on the sky. He punched it with a Soru impulse to gain even more speed, as speed can be equal to force in the laws of physics. The crew, watching from the deck, witnessed the scene with looks of astonishment. The quickness with which Luffy approached and prepared for the punch. Usopp, Nami, Hugo and the other crew members could hardly blink in the face of the captain's speed and audacity in punching that whale. "Hey, is Luffy planning to punch that thing?" Nami growled incredulously. "Luffy?" Reiju even let her cigarette fall from her hands. "What does the captain plan to do?" Beppo shouted. "This is madness." Usopp cried out. "He can't be serious, can he?" Lami said with unbelieving eyes. Hugo had a wry smile, looking intrigued by the situation but also somewhat disbelieving. Nojiko, with her hands over her mouth, her eyes reflecting surprise and concern, couldn't completely believe what she was seeing. B0000000000000000000000M. The thunder echoed through the skies, reverberating across the ocean as Luffy's powerful hand connected with Laboon's gigantic figure in the middle of its belly. The punch, devoid of flames to preserve the whale, generated a shockwave that spread through the water, shaking all nearby structures. The colossal creature, with 400 meters and its 2,800 tons of mass, was propelled out of the water in an impressive display of Luffy's punching strength. The water around the whale was thrown in all directions, creating a curtain of glistening droplets under the impact. Laboon, normally imposing and immobile, soared through the air like a rising column of water, suspending momentarily before beginning its descent back into the ocean. While the crew aboard the Black Pearl witnessed the spectacle, their expressions varied between surprise, bewilderment, and fascination. Everyone watching had wide-eyed stares, almost popping out of their skulls, as their mouths expanded in disbelief at this whale flying after receiving a punch. The power manifested by Luffy, capable of moving a 2,800-ton creature with a single punch, was a demonstration of the Straw Hat Crew's leader's magnitude. Bwar! The sound echoed across the seas like a deep lament, a mixture of surprise, pain, and resonance, conveying the intensity of Luffy's punch impact on the immense whale Laboon. The roar echoed like a symphony of emotions, resonating in the water and in the hearts of those who witnessed this dramatic encounter. Boom! The sound of water bursting with the impact of its body was deafening. As Laboon returned to the water, a wave came from its impact, But it didn't seem to bother the Black Pearl. Now closer to the entrance of the Grand Line, it sailed through the turbulent waters. Luffy's extraordinary feat marked the beginning of his journey in the Grand Line, leaving a lasting impression on the memories of everyone on board. "The captain is a monster!" Usopp shouted in despair. His wide-eyed eyes couldn't believe the display of power he had just witnessed. "Hey, is this the power of the group leader? Luffy-san is stronger than anything I've ever seen in my life." Hachi had wide eyes, his expression a mix of surprise and shock at Luffy's overwhelming blow. "Luffy-sama is so strong," Shirahoshi exclaimed, her eyes shining with admiration at the captain's show of strength. "You can't just say he's merely strong, he's a monster," Usopp repeated comically. "Damn, he's outdoing me." Yamato spoke, a hint of frustration mixed with respect in her voice. Even as the vice-captain, Luffy's strength impressed her. Hey, humans can do that, shouldn't it be possible?" Nojiko was surprised, her expression reflecting disbelief at Luffy's extraordinary ability. "How can Luffy be this strong?" Kuina also exclaimed incredulously, her eyes fixed on where laboons sank and on Luffy hovering over the water. "No wonder he's not afraid of anything, look at this power," Hugo commented, his voice reflecting a mix of shock and admiration at his captain's impressive feat. "He always surprises," Reiju murmured with an approving smile, her expression reflecting respect for Luffy's power. "I can't believe someone like him came from the East Blue. I was afraid of Arlong and claimed that fishmen were much more powerful than humans, but now I see how I was a frog at the bottom of a well," Nami said, her eyes fixed on Luffy's figure, as her captain was truly a monster. "Captain, you're the best," Beppo said excitedly. "Did you see that, Beppo? Luffy really has some weight to his arrogant words," Lami exclaimed, her eyes now shining with admiration as she watched Luffy. "Never seen anything like this," Zoro commented, scratching his head as he processed Luffy's display of power. "There's something special about Luffy for sure." Nojiko was amazed, her voice reflecting a touch of reverence. While other crew members had their own thoughts and reactions, Laboon surfaced in the water with a furious roar, the waves rising like a defiant roar to see who attacked him. The whale looked all around, searching for this aggressor. It was the same Laboon from the anime, with 400 meters and a head full of scars from colliding thousands of times with the rocks of the Grand Line over the last 50 years. "I'm here, Laboon. Come on, let's fight," Luffy said, with his animated and determined expression, waiting for the whale to retaliate. It didn't take long for Laboon, seeing Luffy and hearing his words, to have its eyes seem furious, going straight for Luffy at that moment. "Ha ha ha ha! All right, let's fight!" Luffy laughed, and advanced to meet the two parties. With his punch again increased 40 times, he collided with the head of the furious whale at that moment. The impact echoed like an underwater thunder, sending waves through the water and creating an intense reverberation that echoed in the hearts of those witnessing this unique scene. B:00:00:00:00:00:00:M. The thunder made them both step back. Despite Laboon having an advantage due to its weight being thousands of times greater than Luffy's, the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates did not retreat in this clash. Again! 0:00:00:00:00:00:00:00:00:00:00. Ha! Boom! Laboon, with its colossal head, furiously lunged towards Luffy. Its strike was like an unstoppable train, an immense force. Luffy, with a serious expression, awaited the imminent impact. At the last second, he delivered a powerful punch that met Laboon's head squarely. Boom! The impact caused waves to rise, creating a curtain of water around the two combatants. Laboon, despite its immense mass, recoiled slightly in the face of the force of Luffy's punch. The sound of the collision reverberated through the area, echoing like thunder in the Grand Line. Boom! In response, Laboon, not giving up, launched itself again at Luffy, its massive head aimed at the captain of the Straw Hats with renewed fury. Luffy, resilient, anticipated the attack and, at the crucial moment, responded with a precise headbutt, colliding with Laboon's immense forehead. Boom! The energy released by the fourth impact was palpable, creating an aquatic explosion that seemed to paint the scenery with suspended water droplets. The fight between Luffy and Laboon continued, each clash leaving its mark on the surface of the sea at the entrance of the Grand Line. B:00:00:00:00:00:M. B:00:00:00:00:00:00:M. B:00:00:00:00:00:00:M. B00000000M. At one point, Luffy seemed to be at a disadvantage, getting thrown back like a rocket, colliding against the red line, the mountain, which immediately created a significant impact with Luffy's body, even knocking down rocks 10 times larger than the Black Pearl. Hey, look at this. If that falls on our heads, we're dead. Usopp, Beppo, and Shirahoshi shouted in fear, seeing the enormous rocks falling from the Grand Line where Luffy exploded with his own body. Boom! The giant rocks fell next to the Black Pearl, while Nami used her wind to prevent the rocks from damaging the ship. Be careful! Nami growled to where Luffy had entered the mountain, and Laboon waited for his opponent to emerge. An explosion came from that place, and Luffy emerged from the wreckage with a smile on his face. Despite having a line of blood on his forehead, he seemed excited and flew again towards Laboon. Laboon also attacked him, but Luffy seemed to have the upper hand this time. While the rocks were still falling from the mountain near the Black Pearl, Laboon flew back again with a cry after losing an impact with Luffy. But the fight was far from over. Boom. B0000000000M 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 B0000000000M. After Black Pearl moved even farther away, Luffy continued to fight the whale for half an hour, making everyone just watch in fear of that battle. Whale and a winged human were colliding with each other during that time. Each punch was an explosion on the water's surface. Sometimes Luffy collided with the mountain, sometimes Laboon took a punch from Luffy and flew out of the water. The Black Pearl remained in a corner, trying to avoid the fight between Luffy and the whale, which seemed to be at a stalemate with neither side giving in. Hey, is Luffy still fighting that thing? He's even transformed, but he's matching its strength. And the giant whale without unleashing those flames of his. Incredible. Hey, we have to get out of here, the sea is all stirred up because of their fight. Tisk, you're right, this fight isn't for us. There's a lighthouse over there, head in that direction and wait for the captain to finish the fight since he probably doesn't want us to intervene. After half an hour of intense battle, someone finally won. Laboon was visibly battered, unable to withstand Luffy's successive attacks. The Grand Whale, whose resistance and power were admirable, finally succumbed to the Straw Hat Captain's unstoppable determination. The scene was one of victory for Luffy, with Laboon, now knocked out, peacefully floating in the water. Luffy's expression was triumphant, but also respectful of the incredible creature he had just fought. As he hovered over the whale, a mix of feelings could be seen on his face: joy for the victory, but also respect and gratitude for Laboon, and an interesting fight as he entered these waters. The crew members watched with admiration and relief as their captain not only faced but also overcame one of the remarkable creatures of the Grand Line. Luffy returned to the ship, which was now near the lighthouse. Haha. That was amazing, I loved that fight. Luffy laughed as he approached his ship. He was exhausted but excited, not in such a bad state as the others, so he could celebrate his epic battle. That was amazing, Luffy. I can't wait for us to train. Yamato spoke with a smile. Hey Luffy, there's a door opening on the side of the whale. Nojiko suddenly spoke with her finger in a direction where Laboon was still unconscious. A metal door was opening on its side, and a strange island that was actually a ship was coming out with an old man and 2 people tied to its feet. Chapter 106. Crocus San. Third person POV. Beginning of the Grand Line. The silence enveloped the scene, interrupted only by the gentle sway of the waves and the distant murmur of the wind. Laboon, knocked out, floated on the water's surface with an accent in his eyes. Suddenly, an unexpected sound pierced the tranquil atmosphere. The creaking of a door opening echoed like a dissonant note, capturing the attention of onlookers. Nojiko, the first to notice the disturbance, pointed towards the sound, his eyes focused on a peculiar opening on the side of the colossal whale. Hey Luffy, there's a door opening on the side of the whale. How is that possible? Exclaimed Nojiko, drawing the others' attention to the unusual scene. The crew's gaze turned in the indicated direction, revealing not just a door but a true surprise emerging from the depths of the whale, starting with a strange shadow taking on colors. A floating island, or rather, a peculiar ship, revealed itself, sliding out of his body as if emerging from a secret passage. The scene took on a surreal aura, linked to the presence of an elderly man aboard, and 2 human figures tied to the ship's feet observing the unfolding spectacle. The Black Pearl was near the lighthouse at this moment, after the battle between the pirate captain and the whale, while the island with the elders and the bound duo approached. Old Crocus, navigating his peculiar mobile island, slowly approached the crew. On the deck, all the Straw Hats observed with curiosity, pondering how someone could emerge from inside a whale, a clearly living being. As the mobile island approached, details became clearer. Crocus, the man with intense eyes and a face marked by traces of blood, stared at them firmly. The two figures tied to the ship's feet, one crowned and the other with blue hair, showed signs of injury as they lay unconscious. The distance between the vessels diminished, and Crocus stopped about 30 meters from the Straw Hats' ship, examining the entire crew, with his gaze particularly fixed on Luffy at this moment, displaying a look of surprise. Recognizing the Straw Hat he hadn't seen in a long time, his gaze conveyed a mix of recognition and confusion in understanding what was happening. A few moments earlier, Crocus was immersed in his peaceful activity of squid fishing inside him, in the scenario he had created to relax while caring for the whale. But his moment of relaxation was abruptly interrupted when he noticed the colossal whale being struck by a tremendous blow, causing him to shake. Although he could initially attribute the impact to Laboon's usual folly in insisting on hitting the red line, he knew this time was different. His cries of pain and surprise directly confirmed this intuition. "What's happening? Who's doing this?" Crocus shouted, but his only answer was the sounds and cries of anger and sorrow from Laboon. As chaos unfolded outside, Crocus could sense the intensity of a struggle with him. After all, he had been on the ship of the King of the Pirates. Even as a doctor, he could recognize a fierce battle merely by the sounds produced outside Laboon and his laments. He initially believed it could be those two fools who had been bothering him for weeks, but he also knew they didn't have the capability to cause what he was feeling. The continuous bursts and Laboon's agitation shook his small boat violently with each exchange of blows outside, causing him various injuries as he was tossed from side to side. In the midst of this chaos, those two fools he initially suspected appeared, falling from one of Laboon's entrances near his boat. They were visibly injured and pitiful, with their heads bleeding, as they fell unconscious when they finally appeared before the old doctor. "Laboon is unconscious?" He quickly stood up once things calmed down, a line of blood streaming down his forehead. The first thing he did was retrieve the fallen agents from the water to prevent them from drowning and tied them up. After opening the doors within Laboon, Crocus finally stepped out to see what was happening. He noticed the pirate ship with a Jolly Roger bearing a straw hat, one he recognized quite well. The last time he had heard news about its current owner, Monkey D. Luffy had killed a king in the East Blue. After checking on Laboon, he sighed in relief and began heading towards the ship. As Crocus continuously stared at the approaching ship, a palpable tension filled the air. Despite being an elderly gentleman, his figure exuded an intimidating aura, and all the Straw Hats began preparing for a possible confrontation, feeling the gaze of the old, injured man. The imminent fight loomed, revealing that, despite the doctor's calm appearance, he was someone who wouldn't hesitate to face challenges to protect Laboon. Then, the old man broke the silence for the first time, maintaining the same intensity in his gaze. "Who did this?" His voice resonated calmly yet threatening, traveling across the entire sea area. His eyes narrowed as they fixed on Luffy, intensifying his gaze on the individual in front of the crew, and he spoke again before anyone could respond. "Was it you? Did you do this to Laboon?" Cut to the next scene. 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 Scary. Shirahoshi, Beppo, Usopp and Megalo jumped at the exclamation of fear. Shuchu bared his teeth, while the rest of the crew prepared for a fight. Only Luffy remained calm, arms crossed. "Yes, it was me," Luffy replied after this strange scene change that the old man could create. Cut to the next scene. 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 "The whale is my friend. Do you want to fight me too? Someone might die." The old man replied with a somber tone but showed no fear. "And who would that be, old man?" Reiju appeared on the side and asked curiously with her cigarette, wanting to know why this old man seemed so confident in killing Luffy, after seeing his captain destroy a whale with just punches. Cut to the next scene. 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 "Sinai, of course. You? What was all this atmosphere then, old man?" Reiju roared incredulously at the unexpectedly bold answer from the old man. "Hey, calm down, let me try talking to him." Lami spoke, putting her hand on the cook's shoulder and went to the ship's edge. "Hey, old man, who are you?" Cut to the next scene. Cut to the next scene, 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 cut to the next scene. It's not polite to ask someone's name before introducing yourself first, the old man said. Oh, sorry. My name is Trafalgar D. I'm Crocus, 71 years old, Gemini sign, blood type AB. What do I do with this guy? Lami wanted to advance to hit that old man right now, trying to draw her sword with a comical face, while Reiju held her back. Hey, calm down, exclaimed Luffy, trying to bring some order to the situation. Now Luffy took his first steps to talk to the old man. Seeing this, the old man sighed and asked his question. May I know why you hit Laboon? Crocus asked, his voice calmer with an intrigued look without all that tension. So that's the whale's name, Nojiko commented. Luffy smiled at this. Because I planned to recruit him and wanted to see his strength, Luffy announced shamelessly, maintaining his characteristic smile. Did I hear that right? Luffy plans to recruit a 400-meter whale. Imagine how Black Pearl would look with him. What? A collective scream echoed from the ship, even the old man fell to the ground at that moment. Hey brat, you can't just say you're gonna recruit him, Crocus exclaimed, incredulous. Don't worry old man, I can handle him. I've got a plan, Luffy spoke confidently. I don't understand this madness, but it's better to wait for Laboon to wake up. After all, you just knocked him out. Crocus commented, still stunned by the situation, while all the crew exchanged perplexed and confused looks at their captain's revelation. The old man approached the side of the ship and went to the port, making sure to take the two captives with them, still unconscious. Black Pearl went along, and they ended up disembarking as well. Luffy joined the old man without further hostility. You've got quite a different group here. The old man looked at the members of this crew with intriguing eyes. I saw the mermaid in the newspaper, but a mink, a fishman among them, a woman with horns, and even a dog and a shark. What a peculiar group. Crocus grumbled internally. Mr. Crocus, my name is Monkey D. Luffy, and this is my crew. Luffy introduced himself. Oh ho ho, I already know you. You've been quite famous lately, even killed a king in the East Blue. He spoke calmly. True, but you're outdated staying inside this whale. I've got my face plastered in the newspapers again, but anyway, Luffy said, but quickly changed the subject, looking towards the whale. Tell me about the whale and tell me his story. Why does he have so many scars? Luffy asked calmly. He already knew the background story of that animal, but still asked. As a potential future crewmate, his nakamas should know too, and it's better if they hear it from someone else. The 16-member crew quickly had an attentive look at the old man. Everyone could see the whale with its injured forehead, leading to various questions to themselves. Crocus looked at Luffy and sighed deeply before starting, his eyes filled with old memories as he looked at the knocked-out whale in the sea. Over 50 years ago, a pirate group called the Rumbar Pirates appeared here. They brought with them a small whale named Laboon. 50 years? Quina frowned at that. Yes, 50 years. Crocus repeated, with a melancholic expression, looking at Laboon floating on the water's surface. Laboon. She has grown so much since those days. When the Rumbar Pirates left him here, she was just a little whale. A charming and playful baby. And now, look at him. He paused while still observing the colossal knocked-out whale. Laboon belongs to the sperm whale species, a unique race that inhabits the waters of the West Blue. Its most distinctive feature is the distinct shape of its head and the enormous fins that make it unmistakable. It is the largest whale species in the world. Crocus sighed, recalling the last 50 years. Since then, Laboon has been growing constantly. She has become a majestic giant, but his journey has not been easy. She has the habit of banging his head against the structure in front of us, intending to break through it. What? Why does the whale do that? Alvida asked, somewhat intrigued by this behavior. Laboon has had a broken heart for a long time, a pain that she carries and is marked in his scars, not just physical ones. The old man replied in a sad tone. Over 50 years ago, a pirate group crossed the reverse mountain with a small whale cub. Their goal was to venture into the world's most chaotic waters, but they realized they couldn't take Laboon with them, so they made a deal. They would leave Laboon at the lighthouse here until they returned, which should happen in 3 years. But they never came back, did they? Nami intervened, already anticipating the answer. Crocus nodded sadly. Exactly. We never saw that group again or heard of them. I tried to warn Laboon, but the whale was stubborn. Laboon still denied reality and wanted to wait for them. And for over 50 years. Laboon has been banging his head constantly on the red line, trying to break it, seeking to reach the new world on the other side, hoping to reunite with the Rumbar pirates, the lost friends. Is this serious? How hasn't she died doing this madness? You treat the whale, are you a doctor? Lami asked. Yes, I am a doctor, and I was also a pirate for some years. And about Laboon? Crocus's expression reflected compassion as he continued the narrative. The pain Laboon endures runs deeper than words can express, and the visible scars are just the tip of the iceberg. They bear witness to an endless wait, a desperate search for companions who will never return, and, now, here he is, fallen and lonely. It's ironic to note how for a long time I haven't seen him so serene, without shedding tears for the absence of his old comrades, while she remains unconscious after you hit him. Crocus shook his head sadly. It's painful to see him like this, incessantly seeking something that may never happen. And now, she's here, knocked out by your actions. I hope you have a good reason for this, Monkey D. Luffy. Because Laboon has suffered enough. The Straw Hat crew listened in silence, respecting Laboon's sad saga. Even the wind seemed to wither in the face of this heavy narrative. Yamato, with a serious look and a touch of empathy, added, Laboon, I understand the loneliness you've felt for so long. The story we've heard is truly sad. I imagine the pain you must have felt. Shirahoshi, with his shy and compassionate voice, murmured, To Laboon-sama, I'm so sorry you've gone through so much suffering. Bow-wa. She began to cry. Megalo, the shark, expressed his support with tears. Shaky Sharky. Beppo, the polar bear mink, with his affectionate and tearful manner, said, A Laboon story is moving, with tears in his eyes. That's a sad story, Laboon. I can imagine your pain. Usopp looked at Laboon with compassion as he shared the expression with Beppo. Woof. Choo-choo cried. This is really sad. Nami commented empathetically. Your story is heart-wrenching. Nojiko also couldn't help but speak. Some members of the Straw Hat crew expressed their empathy for the sad whale, while others remained calm and silent, understanding the whale's tragic journey. Luffy, who stayed silent throughout Crocus's narration, had a serious look. He said, We're recruiting him. We're going to help him achieve what he's been searching for so long. Many crew members looked at Luffy with a gleam in their eyes. Captain, well done. Thank you, Luffy-sama. Woof, woof. Luffy. Crocus looked at Luffy. His eyes showed some recognition. I don't believe this is possible because I've never been able to convince him to stop hitting the wall for decades. But deep down, I hope you succeed, young man. I hope you can give Laboon a reason beyond banging his head against the red line every day, since she will eventually die like this. Ha 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 ha. I have a plan, don't worry. We'll wait for him to wake up, and you'll be surprised. Luffy spoke with confidence. Speaking of waking up, these two captives have started to awaken, Luffy announced, now looking at the man and woman moving before opening their eyes. The two captives, previously inert, began to move slowly, as if emerging from a deep sleep. First, it was the man, whose eyes blinked open to reality. His initial expression was confusion, but quickly turned into a mix of surprise and caution as he realized the environment around him. Next, the woman, with blue hair tied behind her head, began to regain consciousness as well. Her eyelashes fluttered before opening her eyes, which seemed to contain a mixture of confusion and suspicion. Her gaze met Luffy's, who observed with curiosity and maintained a smile in the face of the newly awakened's reaction. Luffy looked closely at the woman with a small smile, as she was the woman who would be part of some of his plans to start his ascent in the Grand Line. Chapter 107, Hidden Princess. Third-person POV, beginning of the Grand Line. In the scorching lands of Alabasta, Nefertari Vivi grew up amidst the luxury of the royal palace. Despite a somewhat pampered life, her determination and curiosity were as fierce as the deserts surrounding her nation. She always enjoyed doing things on her own and taking initiative, passionately embracing Alabasta, delving into the traditions and vibrant culture of her people, even mingling with the people of Alabarna while escaping the castle. However, the veneer of her privileged life began to crack when Vivi, driven by a thirst for truth, uncovered the webs of corruption and dark plans threatening to erode the foundations of Alabasta. Her loyalty to her homeland turned into an inner fire, driving her to take action. Determined to take matters into her own hands, Vivi infiltrated Baroque Works, a secret organization orchestrating nefarious events behind the scenes. With skill and cunning, she navigated the dark corridors of the organization, disguising herself to blend in with the agents plotting against Alabasta. Throughout her undercover journey, Vivi began unraveling the hidden threads connecting Baroque Works' plans to the shadows threatening her country. Slowly, she realized that the true mastermind behind the organization was someone much more influential and dangerous than she could have imagined. Her goal now was to gather evidence against that man, hoping to act once her mission on the Grand Line border was successful. However, as she planned to kill the whale with her companion, something unexpected happened when the whale began shaking continuously, causing her to hit her head and lose consciousness. Now she was finally regaining consciousness. The crew already had their attention on these two. What's happening? Why is my head pounding so much? Muttered the crowned man, trying to orient himself in this new scenario. I only remember the world starting to shake, and me hitting my head on this metal wall, added the blue-haired woman, whose hands were still tied. Hello, you two. Seems like you've decided to wake up, huh? Crocus intervened, casting a keen look at the newly awakened. You, old man? You got us, the man exclaimed, expressing a mix of surprise and suspicion as he saw him tied up before shadows. Look at the whale, Mr. Nine, it's lying in the fallen water, observed the Princess of Alabasta, disguised as the woman known as Miss Wednesday. But we didn't shoot it. Who did? The man asked, confused. I am the cause of this. A new voice echoed, revealing for the first time the presence of several individuals around them to the bewildered woman. Both agents seemed stunned by the presence of Luffy and his other 15 members with Crocus by their side. Who are you? The man shouted, a bit scared of Luffy's expression. I am the captain of the Straw Hat crew, Monkey D. Luffy. And you, who are you? Lami asked, displaying her confident posture. The pirate worth 10 million? The woman spoke. The last time she saw this face, it was on the 10 million poster. She remembered him among many posters because she found the man very attractive, perhaps the most beautiful face she had ever seen, and as an 18-year-old girl, it was normal to be attracted to a handsome man. But seeing this 7-foot-tall man, she was even more stunned. Just travelers passing by. Hey, replied the nervous man, realizing he was at a disadvantage, and he found it uncomfortable how this pirate was looking at them. He couldn't reveal that he was a bounty hunter in front of a pirate crew, could he? All the pirates looked at them with narrowed eyes. Everyone realized that the man was lying, and they regarded the duo with disdain, having heard from Crocus about their attempt to kill Laboon many weeks ago. You wanted to harm the whale, didn't you? Nami questioned, arms crossed, clearly expressing her skepticism about the man's response. We just need to take food to our village. We're hungry, the woman explained, sounding a bit desperate. You have plenty of other options. This could be resolved with any sea monster. Hugo spoke, and many nodded, but Luffy didn't wait for the duo's response to this question. And where is this village? Luffy intervened suddenly, a malicious smile emerging on his lips. It's in Whiskey Peak. That's where we have to take the dead whale, the man replied, revealing the destination they claimed for Laboon. Interesting. I won't kill Laboon, but I plan to go there with it anyway. Seems like a good point for our first stop on the Grand Line, Luffy suggested, maintaining his smile. The man hesitated, clearly uncomfortable with Luffy's confident tone. This pirate certainly had some plans, and it made him uneasy. Don't worry, I'm not asking you to take me there. I've already decided we'll make this place our first stop. Luffy laughed, announcing his decision firmly. Hey Luffy, I think there's an organization there. Zoro intervened suddenly, recalling his time in the East Blue as a bounty hunter when he was approached by a certain organization. Don't worry Zoro, I know about Baroque Works, Luffy replied, remaining calm. What? You know? Both the man and the woman jumped in surprise at this revelation, showing a hint of fear. So, you know them? Crocus commented, demonstrating some knowledge of the situation as well. Who are they? Nojiko asked, curious, as well as the rest of the crew. It's an organization created by a Shichibukai named Crocodile. They're a team that hunts outlaws to gather money, Luffy explained, surprising everyone with his knowledge. A Shichibukai? Usopp exclaimed, clearly scared. Isn't that dangerous? Kuina asked, concerned about the implications. He's one of the weaker Shichibukai, Luffy said, and continued. It seems they disguise themselves as a lawful organization hunting pirates in these waters, but in reality, they're gathering money to overthrow Alabasta and follow Crocodile's plans, Luffy calmly commented, revealing a dark aspect of the situation. He saw no reason to hide obvious information from his crew. What? The blue-haired woman looked scared at Luffy, not believing that a 10 million bounty pirate would know about this. Does he want to be the king of Alabasta or something? This is a desert country, right? Nami asked curiously, ignoring the reaction of the bound woman. Well, Alabasta is a poor country, with an economy heavily dependent on climate and the trade of scarce natural resources, Beppo began, intervening with his explanation, now adjusting to the conversation's context. The main source of income probably comes from cultivating desert-resistant crops, such as special cacti and grains adapted to arid conditions. However, harvests can be unpredictable, especially considering the lack of water in the region. And it seems the country hasn't received rain for years, Beppo explained, trying to balance the academic tone with more accessible language. In addition, Alabasta may be involved in the trade of minerals or gems found in desert areas. This could provide some revenue, although the exploitation of these resources is usually challenging, he continued, expressing his view on the economy of the desert nation. However, political instability with the climate situation has a significant negative impact on the economy. Traders and investors may be hesitant, further harming the economic situation, and the population doesn't approve of the current king in general, Beppo concluded, hoping that the explanation was more suitable this time. A silence fell over the place, with everyone looking strangely at Beppo. Me? Sorry? Beppo became downcast in this atmosphere. Well, Luffy, anyway, what do you intend to do? Are you going to openly fight a Shichibukai? Reiju asked beside, ignoring Beppo. Of course I am. Why let a Shichibukai take a country that I can take for myself? So let's bring down a Shichibukai, Luffy replied with an excited smile. The impact of Luffy's words echoed among those present, each reacting uniquely to the audacity of the Straw Hat Captain, even though they should be used to it. Crocus, although initially surprised, managed to maintain a thoughtful and analytical expression, like someone carefully assessing the situation. The two prisoners, Mr. Nine and Miss Wednesday, exchanged nervous glances. The man with the crown showed a mix of concern and bewilderment, while the blue-haired woman, disguised as a simple agent, had her eyes widened by the declaration. Among the Straw Hats, a variety of expressions emerged. Some, with their skeptical nature, raised an eyebrow, assessing Luffy's audacity. Others maintained their calm posture, but their eyes indicated they were attentive to any developments. The more emotional ones, always prone to the dramatic, let out a wow of disbelief. Princess Vivi, disguised as one of the prisoners, remained silent, but her eyes conveyed a complex mix of emotions. There was surprise, a certain apprehension, but also a glint of fear. It was as if she were witnessing an unexpected twist, a chess move. It was no longer just one player wanting to take Alabasta, it was two. This was an even more terrible situation, even though she didn't believe this man could take the country and overthrow a powerful government-affiliated agent like Crocodile. Crocus, after a brief silence, broke the quietude with a deep sigh. Luffy, do you realize what you're facing, don't you? The Shichibukai are powerful figures, and provoking an organization like Baroque Works can have unimaginable consequences. Luffy, on the other hand, remained undisturbed, his excited smile not fading. Of course I know, Crocus-san, but I'm not afraid of that. I'm pretty confident about achieving this. Do you want to take Alabasta for yourself? You'll never achieve something like that, she exclaimed, making her shock at the pirate captain's proposal clear. The other members of the Straw Hats had their own comments among themselves about Luffy's typically bold nature. Why am I surprised by this? Someone grumbled, while others commented, that's typical of the captain. He's already taken practically 3 islands in the East Blue. Did you expect anything different in the Grand Line? Hey, he can't be serious, can he? Vivi, seeing the situation still relaxed with this group, muttered again. Luffy, however, laughed like a true outlaw in the face of everyone's reaction. Sure, I'm going to make Alabasta my own territory, isn't it amazing? Haha. You can't, protested the woman, resisting Luffy's proposal. Why do you say that? Luffy approached her, displaying a mischievous smile, as this woman was quite insistent on denying his plans against Alabasta. Vivi, now blushing and a bit disconcerted by Luffy's proximity, finally regained composure and said, "Oh, what, you can't fight against a Shichibukai," she asserted. Luffy, showing his typical disdain for conventions, replied with a simple and great argument. "Hugo, you can put them in the ship's prison. They have no more use here. Our conversation is over." "Yes, Captain," replied Hugo, quickly acting to take the 2 prisoners into the ship. "Please, let us go." "What are you doing?" "Wait, I want to say something important," both agents shouted in protest, But it was to no avail as they were being carried by Hugo, being pulled by their clothes. "You don't mind if I keep these two, do you?" Luffy asked Crocus. "No, take them, it's better," the old man replied. "Anyway, Laboon is waking up. I'm going to talk to the whale now." The sound of water stirring next to the whale in the distance indicated that Laboon was regaining consciousness. "I'll talk to him first, you guys wait here," Luffy announced and jumped into the air with the Geppo technique with agility. He headed directly for the whale before anyone could react. Jumping in the air, Luffy reached his destination 10 seconds later. He began circling the whale, and went close to one of its eyes on the left side. "Hello, Laboon." Luffy greeted the whale with a wide smile as he gracefully landed on him in front of his enormous eye. "Grr?" Laboon woke up, realizing the human he had recently faced, now landing again on his skin. "Do you remember me? Fought with you a little while ago, it was quite fun," Luffy continued, observing Laboon's curious reaction. "Grr. Hey, don't get mad, I won because I wanted to see your strength," Luffy explained, trying to appease the whale. "Grr? I'm thinking of recruiting you. How about joining me?" Luffy proposed, in his nonchalant style. "Grr. I know about your promise, but you lost to me in the fight. Now, you belong to me, and you'll have to defeat me to seek your freedom," Luffy declared with determination, unconcerned about how bluntly he approached the situation. "Grr." Laboon responded with a furious roar, making even Luffy jump again. "I can defeat you again if needed, but by the way, I know where one of your friends who made that promise more than 50 years ago is," Luffy communicated, floating above the still agitated whale, after seeing that this creature was furious. "Grr? Yes, I know where one of them is. If you come with me, I'll take you to him. How about it? Will you join me?" Luffy crossed his arms, challenging Laboon to consider the proposal. "Grr, grr. Aha. Of course you would accept. You want to break the Grand Line to find them. So it's fair that you accept my proposal so easily," Luffy laughed, displaying confidence in the face of the whale's imminent decision. "But Laboon, your size is way too big for my ship. You're 8 times larger than it." Luffy scratched his chin, thoughtful. "Grr. Oh, don't worry, I have the perfect solution for that." Luffy laughed and touched the whale. "Moa Moa no Mi, mass, apply 0.001 times. Get ready. You're about to shrink." Luffy spoke with a smile, before Laboon realized that he was rapidly decreasing in size. "Grr?" Everyone watched, stunned, as the 400-meter whale multiplied his mass by 0.001. Luffy didn't hesitate to use his devil fruit ability, turning 40,000 centimeters into 40 as he shrank rapidly. "Grr!" Laboon exclaimed, surprised to see himself so small in front of this human. "Ha ha ha. Now you look like Chaochu." Luffy laughed, holding the small whale in his arm. "Come with me, let's introduce you to the others. They'll be your family from now on." "How is this possible?" Crocus exclaimed, impressed to see Laboon so small as Luffy approached. "Did he accept Luffy? What did you say to him?" Some members asked curiously as they heard the whale's enraged cries while Luffy was there, followed by others showing surprise coming from Laboon. "Ha ha ha ha, that's a secret. Now, welcome Laboon, our new group mascot." Grr. The 40-centimeter whale being carried by Luffy expressed with his unique sound. "How cute, Laboon, Sama. Sharky. Grr. I see the shark and whale will get along well." Alvida commented. "You can't say a 400-meter whale is our mascot," Nami protested. "Laboon won't just stay in the sea. He'll come with us until we find a suitable place for him to live with us. At least this way, he won't keep hurting himself by banging his head on the wall, right, Mr. Crocus?" Luffy laughed. "Yes. I think you're right." Crocus spoke, serious. "Do you promise me you'll take care of Laboon?" "Yes, he's from my crew. I'll ensure his safety as I do with mine," Luffy affirmed, and Crocus accepted the decision. "And is this what you want, Laboon?" Crocus turned his gaze to the small whale. "Grr. Haha. We'll take care of you, Laboon. I also have my own doctor, right, Lami?" Luffy smiled. "Yes, I can take care of the whale," Lami spoke. With that, their first stop in the Grand Line concluded, and they prepared to sail to their next destination, Whiskey Peak. Chapter 108. Journey to the Whiskey Peak. Third-person POV. Somewhere on sea, Grand Line. So, the Black Pearl left behind the reverse mountain lighthouse, and plunged into the waters of the Grand Line for the first time. Crocus, Laboon's old friend and doctor, remained at the port, watching the ship drift away with an expression that blended melancholy and nostalgia. What an interesting group. It reminds me of the time when the captain and vice-captain first appeared at that lighthouse," Crocus murmured, his gaze fixed on the distant silhouette of the Black Pearl. The memories of his days with Roger and Laboon echoed in his thoughts as he witnessed a new group of adventurers heading into the unknown. "It seems I won't need to take care of Laboon anymore, now that he has a rather interesting doctor on board," Crocus commented to himself, smiling at the thought of the skilled woman with the Opopo no Mi, who was part of the crew that took away his old friend. The idea of Laboon having new friends and protectors warmed the old doctor's heart. "Anyway, I hope that hat fits the boy well. Maybe he really is the one you were waiting for, isn't he, Roger?" Crocus whispered, letting his memories intertwine with the sight of the straw hat swaying gently on the deck over the head of that boy. As the Black Pearl sailed away, Crocus lost himself for a moment in the stories of the past, in the promise of reunions, and in the destiny awaiting the new adventurers. Meanwhile, the Black Pearl navigated the tumultuous waters of the Grand Line for the first time. A day passed, and the crew was immersed in intensive training once again. "Come on, we're mastering the second technique. Soon we'll be ready to develop the third," exclaimed Luffy in the midst of aerial training with Zoro, both using the Geppo technique. Little Laboon, already bonding with the group, joined the training room as well. Besides having the ability to breathe oxygen, Luffy had a bubble machine for him to wear around his waist, similar to Megalo. This way, Laboon could communicate with his new shark friend and participate in the training. Luffy also instructed little Laboon to train. His head was already powerful due to years of hitting the rocks on the Red Line, so his training focused on Shigen to use his head, and Luffy would teach Tekai soon after. During a simulated battle, Luffy wielded a sword that Zoro had acquired in the Goa Kingdom. He now had all 3 original swords after obtaining 2 more in Logtown, but he had taken one earlier from the Goa Kingdom's vault. The Benihime, a beautiful sword that Luffy currently had in his hands, as the captain didn't have a weapon. Despite not having a specific grade, the blade was as powerful as high-grade swords. Luffy, with his keen insight, realized that in this vast world, some weapons were notable not just for their assigned grade, but for their unquestionable strength. The captain reflected on the renowned swords in the world, each with its own history and reputation. However, his knowledge was limited to the list he had discovered in his memories from the original work. Supreme grade blades and their owners: Yoru Dracul Mihawk, Ace, Goldie Roger, Murakumogiri, Whitebeard, Shodai Kitetsu, Unknown. Great grade blades and their owners: Enma, Zoro, Aim no Habakiri Kozuki Momonosuke, Shusui Zoro, Nidai Kitetsu Kozuki Sukiyaki, Wado Ichimonji Zoro. Exceptionally skilled blades and their owners: Yubashiri Zoro, Kashu, Tashigi, Yamaroshi Tashigi. Grade blades and their owners: Sundai Kitetsu Zoro, Shigur Tashigi. In the unclassified grade group, the weapons proved formidable as well. Notable examples included well-known weapons and their skilled users: unknown grade blades and their owners: Griffin, Shanks, Ryu, Shiryu, Warabide Sword, Basil Hawkins, Napoleon, Charlotte Linlin, Pretzel, Charlotte Cracker. Now there were 2 swords escaping Luffy's knowledge on the list: the Tensa Zangetsu, classified as a lost grade hundreds of years ago, which Luffy had gifted to Kuina, and the Benihime, acquired by Zoro. While training intensively on the Black Pearl, Luffy found himself in the midst of an agile aerial clash with Zoro, who wielded the 3 swords. Soru was used by both, providing an extremely fast and dynamic duel between the two. Each exchanged blow echoed in the air, demonstrating the intensity of the Straw Hat Crew's training. In that frenetic duel, the metallic sound resonated incessantly, like a symphony of blades dancing in the air. Determined to enhance his sword skills, Luffy vigorously attacked Zoro. Although he recognized that his fencing style was still far from Zoro's level, the agility and dexterity provided by the mythical Zoan and Moa Moa no Mi compensated for this disadvantage. Metallic sound. Zoro delivered a precise horizontal strike, targeting Luffy's head, but the captain, with an agile and controlled movement, spun the sword to block the attack. Metallic sound. Luffy seized the opening left by Zoro and advanced with a swift motion, aiming to hit the swordsman's right side. Zoro, in turn, spun at the last moment, narrowly avoiding the strike. Metallic sound. In response to Luffy's attack, Zoro executed a series of fluid movements, using all 3 swords to create a defensive barrier. Luffy, in turn, used his Geppo to leap into the air, avoiding the sharp cuts. Metallic sound. Now in the air, Luffy descended in a fast and accurate motion, seeking to hit Zoro's right shoulder. The swordsman skillfully wielded one of his swords to block the blow, but Luffy's force made him retreat a few steps. Metallic sound. The fight reached a frenzied pace, with both pirates exchanging blows at high speed. Zoro, demonstrating his unparalleled skill, unleashed a series of consecutive attacks, while Luffy responded with bold and unpredictable movements. Metallic sound. In a moment of perfect synchrony, Luffy and Zoro clashed their swords with force, creating a luminous spark in the air. The momentary clash revealed the intensity of the battle, where both pirates sought to surpass their own limits. Metallic sound. The fight continued, each metallic sound echoing with the desire to become even stronger. The training field was filled with determination and energy, reflecting the commitment between the two to constant improvement. Even with gravity increased 20-fold, the swift movements and steel flashes cutting through the air were like flashes in the midst of that controlled chaos. While absorbing each of Zoro's movements, Luffy focused on perfecting his own sword technique. Each strike was a lesson, each defense an opportunity for learning. The unique characteristics of his mythical Zoan allowed Luffy to maintain a rapid pace in battle, surprising Zoro with his animal-like dexterity. The intense fight unfolded like a spectacle of skill and determination, with both pirates seeking to surpass their limits. The training field was full of energy, a chaotic scene witnessing not just the evolution of the two but of the others as well. The training room was in constant frenzy, with each member of the Straw Hat crew dedicated to overcoming their own limits. Lamy and Quina shared quick and precise strikes, honing their close combat skills. Usopp in the air perfected his aim and agility with firearms, leaping and shooting at targets from the room's machines. Yamato, in a corner, concentrated intensely, seeking to improve their haki, while Reiju and Nami engaged in intense Soru and Geppo training. The room resonated with the sound of blows, shots, and agile movements. Other crew members focused on specific techniques, like Shirahoshi attempting to execute Soru with Geppo, or techniques like Shigen and Tekai being explored by the remaining members, pushing the limits of their abilities. The place was a true training ground, where each Straw Hat strived to evolve and adapt to the challenges of the Grand Line. Feeling that it was time to conclude the training, Luffy intervened, announcing a break. Everyone stopped, catching their breath, while the captain emphasized the importance of being prepared for the unpredictable weather adversities of the Grand Line at this moment. Great, that's it for today. Let's stop here. We need some time to adapt to the strange weather of the Grand Line. The weather here is very unstable, and we might run into some problems. It's good to have a bit of energy for that, declared Luffy, and everyone nodded, recognizing the wisdom in his words. Nami in particular agreed, aware of the climatic challenges awaiting the crew. Luffy's prognosis about the climatic instability of the Grand Line proved true. Throughout the day, the atmosphere underwent extreme changes, starting with a sunny sky that quickly turned into stormy weather. Snow began to fall, followed by lightning and heavy rain. Moments later the sun reappeared, only to be succeeded by another storm an hour later. The sequence of weather changes left the crew exhausted, forcing them to constantly adjust the ship's course to avoid unwanted deviations. In the navigation room, Nami closely monitored all eternal poses fixed on the board on a map of the first half of the Grand Line. However, she faced additional challenges, dealing with a second eternal pose, specific to Whiskey Peak. The treacherous waters of this region tested her navigation skills, and she had to adapt quickly to keep the ship on course, avoiding frequent detours. Meanwhile, 3 days had passed, and the group continued their rigorous training aboard the Black Pearl. They developed another technique of the 6 styles, further enhancing their skills repertoire. The group focused on Geppo and Soru began to incorporate attack and defense techniques, exploring new combat possibilities. Alvida, still learning Geppo, extended her knowledge in this area, while the rest of the group dedicated themselves to mobility techniques, refining their abilities to face the challenges that this sea held for them. Luffy observed the 2 Billion manual with curious eyes as he mentally reviewed his crew's progress. Sitting in a corner of the room, immersed in his thoughts, he reflected on how the training in the East Blue had accelerated everyone's adaptation to the techniques described there. The crew members were exceptionally well in assimilating the newly acquired skills and perfecting them. I think everyone is getting the hang of these techniques faster than I expected, Luffy muttered to himself, a satisfied expression on his face. The initial training proved to be a solid foundation, and he could feel the growing confidence in each of them. However, his thoughts turned to future challenges. Training with Haki is approaching. Even though Crocodile and Enel don't worry me much, Aokiji and Teach, these guys are a different problem with other logias. Each Teach especially may seem underestimated, but I must not ignore his strength. He's an unknown, and we can't afford to underestimate our future opponents. Luffy closed the manual and turned his attention to the woman in front of him. Finally, you put down that book. Alvida was kneeling in front of him, performing oral sex. He was studying when he entered his cabin. And the bold woman began to take off his pants, teasing him in the last 2 minutes. Well, there's a woman wanting my attention right now. It's time to treat her as she deserves, Luffy said, grabbing Alvida and throwing her on the table before undressing her. 2 hours later, Luffy was again out of his cabin with the call of his crew. We're finally approaching Whiskey Peak, Luffy, Yamato announced, approaching the captain with evident enthusiasm in her eyes. Great. Bring the prisoners out, Luffy ordered, addressing Zoro and Usopp, who promptly headed to the inner part of the ship in search of the 2 captives, whose chains echoed with each step. As the Black Pearl approached the island, Luffy joined the crew on the deck, watching Whiskey Peak emerge on the horizon. The island stood out with its peculiarity, divided by the sea as if cut like a thin river, while giant cacti adorned its landscape in all regions of the island. What are we going to do here, Luffy? Alvida came to his side, asking her curious question, as Luffy had not answered why he came here among all possible places. He had all the eternal pose now. Ha ha ha. Soon, you'll know. Luffy had a mischievous and mysterious smile, well aware of the turbulence he could cause in this place. Chapter 109. Whiskey Peak 01. Third-person POV. Whiskey Peak. First half of Grand Line. As the Black Pearl approached Whiskey Peak, the crew observed the island unfolding before their eyes. The arid landscape, with giant cacti punctuating the scenery, gave way to a more detailed view as the ship advanced through the maritime river, cutting the island in half. While the vessel approached the port in the middle of the island's town, some local observers had already noticed the presence of the Straw Hat Pirates atop strategic locations. News of the arrival of such notorious pirates had already spread through the small community via Den Den Mushis. As the Black Pearl sailed through the river ahead, a curtain of mist appeared in its path. Hey, there's fog ahead, Nami. Are we safe? It's all right, this is a characteristic of the island, Nami replied. Clear it from our path, Nami, Nojiko said. Yes. Nami extended her hands, and with a green glow, the wind began to push the fog away from the Black Pearl. As the mist cleared, a town revealed itself in front of the crew, a town divided between the 2 sides of the sea-made river. However, something else caught the crew's attention. The thunderous noise of the residents welcoming them. The news of the pirates' arrival spread like wildfire on this island, and the first seeds of a festive commotion began to sprout among the local inhabitants. Soon, the atmosphere changed from cautious observation to effusive celebration. Improvised musicians began playing cheerful melodies, and local dancers, dressed in colorful attire, initiated a lively dance. As the Black Pearl cut through the sea between the 2 sides of the town in the middle of the island, the party intensified, and the people of Whiskey Peak endeavored to welcome the pirates with contagious joy. Around the Black Pearl, Luffy remained on the deck with his peculiar smile, indicating that he wasn't surprised by such a reaction to his crew's arrival. Although his expression seemed distant, almost uninterested amid the celebration. Why is everyone throwing a party for us? Yamato exclaimed, stunned by Luffy's disconnection from the festive spirit. Expressing her perplexity, some other crew members also began to share feelings of distrust with this peculiar reception. The intense joy of the residents of Whiskey Peak seemed out of place for a newly arrived group of pirates. This is weird. Very suspicious. While other members seemed quite happy with it, appearing oblivious to the forced atmosphere. What's wrong? Yes, they are happy with our arrival. Pirates are the heroes of the people, that's why the captain wanted to come to this island. Ha 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 ha. Let's celebrate. Amid the comments and expressions of naive celebration from his crew, Luffy abruptly interrupted the animation with a single phrase, "Don't get too excited." Silence fell over the deck as he spoke with his serious tone, and everyone awaited the captain's words to understand what was happening. Don't let these welcomes cloud your caution. They're setting us up, Luffy continued, cutting short anyone who had gotten excited on the Black Pearl. Let's head to the port and disembark, but we're not exactly here to enjoy with these people. Get the prisoners and bring them to the deck, Luffy said, making it clear that the visit to Whiskey Peak had a more serious purpose. The crew nodded, understanding that something was about to happen, and the true reason for their arrival was not to participate in the local celebration. Lamy and Reiju went to get Vivi and her partner from their cells inside the ship. In the past few days, Vivi had tried to talk to Luffy, but with little success with some members of this group who came to bring comedy to her. She was surprised when these two women appeared amidst all the noise outside the ship and carried them out, and she realized they had arrived in Whiskey Peak. She could feel relieved, but this pirate group left her with a frightening feeling. They didn't seem as simple as the last time she saw Luffy with a 10 million bounty killing a Navy commander in the East Blue. "We're in Whiskey Peak," Mr. 9 commented. "Hey, what do you guys plan to do?" she inquired, with a dark premonition as Luffy seemed so serious on the deck while watching people celebrate. "I think something bad is going to happen," her companion commented, tied up beside her. "Darn it, these pirates, who are they?" The woman bit her lip, feeling the tension in the air. As the Black Pearl approached the main port, a crowd welcomed them with joyful smiles. "Welcome," greeted a man with iconic white and curly hair, who appeared in front of the ship to receive them, while the gangway extended mechanically from the Black Pearl. Luffy was the first to disembark, confidently advancing to the location. There was still a crowd of people on both sides of the island, cheering enthusiastically for the pirate group appearing. "Welcome, ma," exclaimed the man in a peculiar manner. "Are you the mayor of this place? What is all this?" Luffy asked, displaying a calm smile on his face. The man, in turn, had bright eyes at that moment, excited about the pirates' arrival, seemingly falling into his trap. However, those who knew Luffy knew that their captain was plotting something grand as well. "Yes, my name is Igaram, and I am the mayor of Whiskey Peak. Ma, we are here to celebrate your arrival, honorable pirate group. This city is famous for its wine appreciation and music," replied the man with the same cheerful tone. "That's good, we'll stay here tonight. Bring our prisoners, they will celebrate with us too," Luffy announced loudly, and Hugo promptly grabbed the man and woman by their clothes to take them off the ship. With that, Luffy noticed the expression of the self-proclaimed mayor change as he saw the woman being carried and tied up, as it was evident that she was important to him since he is her disguised royal guard. "Princess Vivi." The man muttered, but his eyes almost bulged a second later when he noticed Luffy pointing a gun at him at that moment without him realizing it. The gun's barrel aimed at his forehead just inches away. The mayor's demeanor, which previously exhibited confidence and joy, quickly transformed into a mixture of shock and apprehension. His widened eyes now revealed a belated understanding of the true nature of the Straw Hat Pirates. As everyone saw this, the celebration was replaced by an awkward silence that settled in. The crowd that had previously applauded enthusiastically stood still, watching attentively the unfolding scene before them. The festive air that had vibrated with music and dance now seemed to freeze in this part of the island, turning into palpable tension. The sharp click of the gun being cocked cut through the murmur, echoing as a subtle warning to everyone on that dock. Luffy, with his unmistakable smile, kept the gun aimed at the mayor. His expression, however, did not betray an imminent threat, but rather a challenging confidence. The captain of the Straw Hat Pirates was aware of the impact his action would have on the atmosphere, but he didn't seem to care. Instead, he relished every moment of suspense. "Igaram." Vivi, seeing this scene, shouted, alarmed and afraid of her friend being killed there. "What does this mean?" Igaram commented with a somber face. "See, I'm in a good mood with these welcomes, but you forgot that we are pirates, not heroes of the people. So, let's do what we do best, plunder the island." Luffy grinned devilishly and continued. "In other words, I'm robbing the place, of course," Luffy responded, his voice maintaining a deceptive calm while a shrewd smile adorned his lips. His expression contradictory, between challenge and amusement. "Tell me, didn't you think the pirate you're trying to deceive might blow your head off the next moment?" Luffy concluded, maintaining the same expression. The unfolding scene did not go unnoticed by the attendees. After these words, quickly, a chain reaction spread among the locals who, moments ago, seemed to be enjoying the party. In a disorderly frenzy, a crowd of people drew weapons, ranging from gleaming swords to threatening bazookas, revealing the island's true face and its constant readiness to face the pirate group. "What? Was it a trap? Everyone is armed? We're surrounded. Sharky, there's a child among them." Nojiko pointed at Mr. Beans. "There's a nun with a bazooka," Usopp shouted to Miss Catherine. "Haha. It's a beautiful trap, Baroque works." Luffy laughed, indifferent to their show of power. The expression of surprise appeared once again as Vivi bit her lip, concerned about these pirates. "Do you know who we are? Still, thinking of openly facing us, pirate?" The man spoke with a darker tone, his words carrying a mix of challenge and suspicion. "Of course, we're the notorious Straw Hat Pirates after all. But I'm surprised that you want to capture us. I thought a group with a bounty of 470 million on their heads should cause some fear," Luffy said. 470 million? Vivi and her partners had their eyes bulging out of their faces, since they were on a pirate ship with such a staggering bounty, especially Vivi, who thought Luffy had only a 10 million bounty on his head. She didn't even know that his bounty was currently 200 million. Luffy had asked curiously, and his voice expressed a hint of doubt that contrasted with his usual confident tone. It was evident that the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates was considering the paradox of his situation. He, with a bounty of 200 million, was now also the biological son of the world's top criminal. It would be expected that the combination of these factors would generate even greater fear among his adversaries, but it seems that this branch of Baroque works still tried to set them up. However, the expression of the man in front of him, Igaram, showed that, despite Luffy's surprise, the decision to capture them was not shaken at all. Whether due to confidence in his own abilities or fervent belief in his higher-ups' orders, the idea of facing the Straw Hat Pirates was accepted with determination. "You may be a pirate captain with 200 million on your head, but you're just one man. Our boss gave specific orders to capture you," said Mr. 8 with a firmness that indicated his determination to follow the received orders. "So it's a shame you'll never be able to do that," replied Luffy, his eyes shining with confidence. A thin aura began to emanate from his body, spreading throughout the crowd on this side of the island. The immediate reaction of those present was surprise at this unexpected development. "This?" they exclaimed, surprised at Luffy's sudden manifestation of power. A gentle breeze caressed their faces, and almost instantly, their knees began to weaken. A feeling of weakness spread through the crowd, which, despite trying to resist, found itself forced to drop their weapons and kneel before the manifestation of the Straw Hat Captain's haki. Unlike the pirates, who could withstand the impact of their own display of power, the surrounding inhabitants began to succumb to the influence of the haki, forcing them into a submissive posture. The atmosphere that was once charged with the tension of an armed confrontation, now transformed into a scenario of collective surrender, reflecting the conquering and still uncontrolled ability of the pirate captain. "Hey! What is this?" the two tied-up agents exclaimed quickly as they felt themselves submitting to Luffy and saw everyone else doing the same with horror. "Is this the same power as Yamato?" Zoro was surprised. "It seems he's improving, but still, it's uncontrolled," Yamato commented, analyzing Luffy's king's aura. Usopp, Nojiko, Megalo, Chuchu felt almost bowing to Luffy's subtle aura. "Well, it's cool to do this, but I still have a lot to learn. I just made them kneel, even though they are ordinary people," Luffy murmured to himself in his mind while observing the crowd's reaction to his haki. The gleam in his eyes revealed a mix of satisfaction and self-awareness of the path he still had to traverse in mastering this ability. Since leaving Goa and the awakening of Conqueror's haki, Luffy had been tirelessly dedicating himself to training, receiving crucial guidance from Yamato on this haki. The turning point occurred during the speech of the late King Starry when, for the first time, Luffy managed to unleash his haki. This significant moment served as a catalyst for him to delve even deeper into his training. Now, with over 2 weeks of practice in the time he could manage, the results were starting to manifest. Luffy could release the aura of his haki, a clear sign of progress in his journey of enhancement. However, he still acknowledged that his strength was weak, and complete control of this ability was currently beyond his reach. "Nami, Reiju, and Zoro, can you handle everyone on the other side of the island? We'll tie up all the inhabitants here, and I intend to steal all the gold in this town," announced Luffy. The trio flew using Geppo to the other side, while Luffy increased his speed by 40 times, starting to tie up all the individuals on the island, and those who remained fought against the trio without being able to resist their forces on the other side of the river. With the 300 bounty hunters now properly tied up, Luffy observed the result of his successful strategy with a satisfied smile on his face. "Ready, ha ha ha," laughed Luffy, expressing his satisfaction with the effectiveness of his actions. The atmosphere around was palpable, loaded with the tension of the unexpected turn of events as everyone looked at the pirates bewildered and frightened. "What do you plan to do with us?" Vivi shouted, still tied up, but Luffy ignored her. "You'll never escape from here, pirates. Baroque Works is much more dangerous than you think," protested one of the captives, although his words sounded more like a powerless cry in the face of the Straw Hat's firmness. "Blah blah blah. Let's ignore your lamentations and finally have that feast," announced Luffy, reaffirming his decision to move forward with his plans, regardless of resistance attempts. As the group prepared to celebrate, Nami, maintaining her characteristic shrewdness, questioned the choice to stay on the island with the captives. "Hey, are we going to stay on this island with these tied-up people?" Nami inquired, expressing her doubt about Luffy's decision. "Of course, I'm sure interesting things will happen during this night," Luffy laughed, anticipating what awaited the group. His focused gaze indicated that for him, the events on the island were far from over. Meanwhile, the captives, tied up and powerless, looked on with growing indignation as they witnessed the pirates beginning to plunder and loot the city that, until recently, was vibrant with an apparently innocent celebration. The contrast between the initial joy and the invasion of the Straw Hat Pirates left all the inhabitants, now captives, in a state of shock and disbelief at the audacity of the pirates who now dominated the scene. Chapter 110. Whiskey Peak, 02. Third-person POV. Whiskey Peak, first half of Grand Line. During the first few hours, grabbing anything of value they could find in the houses, Luffy managed to accumulate a considerable fortune, no less than 150 million berries. The news of the successful plunder echoed through the city center with the rest of the inhabitants still tied up, and the captain, with his characteristic smile, didn't miss the opportunity to taunt. "Hey Mayor, you guys aren't rich at all, what a disappointment." Luffy jeered in front of the crowd, his voice dripping with sarcasm as he assessed the meager treasures of the city. The mayor, despite being tied up and powerless, responded with restrained resentment. Ma. Shut up, pirate. Our gold goes elsewhere. This is just an outpost for the organization." He tried to downplay the imminent defeat. Vivi watched, feeling imposing. She had been doing her spy work lately, but in just a few days this pirate arrived, took her as a prisoner, and was now holding the entire island hostage with them tied up. All her work in the last year was being destroyed by that damn beautiful smile. She wanted to cry, as the things happening here would have severe consequences with Crocodile. "I understand. Anyway, you guys stay there quietly and behave, because my crew and I are going to party," Luffy laughed and announced to his crew, ignoring the mayor's attempts to mock him. The Straw Hat group began to take over the island's supplies, and bottles of drinks were opened, with a large stock of food being brought to the site, all in front of the captives, worsening the situation even more. "Damn pirates, how can they do this? We're here tied up and they're drinking our booze. Even Miss Monday was easily defeated. They're too strong. Darn it. We just have to wait for some reinforcements. I hope they come soon. I don't want to be tied up while they're drinking in front of us. These pirates have no heart. And look, they're celebrating as if it were a great conquest. Miss never lost a fight before. This is humiliating. We should have asked the Marines for help, don't you think? We don't stand a chance against them. And to think we thought we'd be heroes. My mother always said not to mess with pirates. Do you think anyone out there knows what's happening? I said this island was cursed. Do you think they'll let us live after this? I hope an admiral from the Marines comes soon and puts these pirates in their place." The tied-up crowd continued to wilt amid the pirate celebration, expressing their concerns and frustrations with murmurs and sighs. The contrast between the effervescent joy of the Straw Hats and the hopelessness of the captives increased with each echoing laugh and each toast that reverberated across the island. While Luffy and the others celebrated, Reiju, with her usual grace, prepared delicious food for the group. The irony of the situation was intensified by the 300-meter distance that separated the pirate party from the tied-up crowd. The scowling looks of those bound in ropes followed each laugh, each toast, as the party continued from late afternoon into the night. The rumbling stomachs of the hungry captives echoed through the island, who could only look at those heartless people. The Straw Hat crew continued through the city square, diving into the festive atmosphere at peak whisk. A large bonfire burned in the center, illuminating the area and providing warmth for the night, while drinks were scattered all around. "You won't believe what happened to me and the king of the pirates on a remote island. We fought against a colossal sea monster, with dragon heads and..." Usopp was telling an exciting story. "Ah, cut it out, Usopp. Giant sea monsters with dragon heads? You're exaggerating again?" Zoro interrupted, banging his sake barrel on the marksman. "Exaggerating nothing, it was real. And I, with my cunning, managed," Usopp shouted. "Cunning? You don't even know the meaning of the word. But, since you're talking challenges, how about a competition of who can drink more? I guarantee no one here can beat me. Zoro, you're already drunk before the competition even starts. Better sit down and rest a bit." Lami spoke. "Drunk? Me? That's impossible." Zoro was laughing. "Luffy, my dear, come here. I have something important to tell you." "What is it, Alvida?" "You know, Luffy, I think it's the perfect moment for..." Alvida tried to surprise Luffy with a kiss. "Alvida, Are you drunk too? So what? That doesn't mean I don't know what I want. Come here, my love. Luffy-sama. Shirahoshi was horrified to see Luffy being kissed. Let's see who can drink more than Zoro. Luffy escaped from Alvida after a few kisses and went to Zoro. This is a fair competition. Get ready to lose badly. The lively party in the city square came to life with laughter among the group. However, in a more secluded corner, an intense rivalry was about to unfold between two notable women of the crew, Reiju and Lami. Both were known for their competitive personalities, and wouldn't let the opportunity to stand out pass. Lami, it looks like we finally have a chance to prove who's the best. What do you think about a combat challenge? Reiju smiled confidently. Ah, Reiju, are you serious? Let's do it then. But let it be something more interesting than a simple fight. Lami crossed her arms, challenging. Agreed. How about a physical endurance challenge? Whoever can last the longest without getting tired wins, Reiju suggested. Perfect. Let's show everyone who the real strong woman is here. Lami nodded. Let's add this, Reiju said, picking up some weights that Luffy had increased in weight tens of times. The rivalry between the two women unfolded as the crew members gathered around to watch the competition. Reiju and Lami locked eyes with determined looks, each determined to win the challenge. Ready, Lami? Always. Let the challenge begin. The two started with physical exercises, from push-ups to intense sprints across the square. With each movement, they showed determination and strength, with the crowd watching in fascination. The competition went on for a good while, and both women seemed unwilling to give in. You're resilient, Lami, but I won't give up. Reiju was exhausted. Neither will I, Reiju. Let's show what we're capable of. Lami smiled. The friendly rivalry continued, with the two women competing drunkenly in a series of challenges, from weightlifting to an improvised obstacle course. The crowd watched with enthusiasm, torn between cheering for Reiju or Lami. In the end, after a series of exhausting challenges, the two women found themselves exhausted but satisfied for having shown their strength and endurance. You're a formidable opponent, Lami. You too, Reiju. It was a good competition. Why do they always seem to get along when they're drunk? Luffy murmured. The party continued with laughter, Usopp's exaggerated stories, drinking competitions, the crew's interactions, including the fights between Lami and Reiju, and Alvida's funny attempts to express her feelings, all while celebrating amid the lively atmosphere of the city square. This is a pirate with a bounty of 200 million, someone in the crowd whispered, expressing a mix of disbelief and despair in the face of the reality of being subjugated by a group now enjoying the fruits of their plunder. They're so strong. We didn't even stand a chance. And to think we underestimated them. Look how they drink and have fun at our expense. They're monsters. Look how relaxed they are, while we're stuck here. I don't know how we're going to face the others after this. I'm so angry I can hardly move. The night unfolded as Luffy had a private moment with one of his women after laughing and drinking, leading them away from the main group to explore the city in a more private moment. Stepping away from the festive group, Luffy guided Nami away from the hustle and bustle. They found a secluded spot, away from curious eyes and the crowd of tied-up inhabitants. The moon gently illuminated the surroundings, creating a tranquil and romantic atmosphere. As they walked together, Nami looked at Luffy with curiosity, trying to decipher what he had in mind. Luffy, in turn, sported a mischievous smile, indicating that he already had plans for his cat thief. As they distanced themselves, the murmurs of the party and the lamentations of the captives became just a distant hum. Luffy found a comfortable spot under the shade of a leafy tree. There, away from prying eyes, they could enjoy a moment of tranquility. The scene was filled with a soft and romantic atmosphere, created by the gentle moonlight and the distant sounds of the pirate party. With a gentle gesture, Luffy pulled Nami into a house. Luffy, with his characteristic smile, looked into Nami's eyes, conveying a message that surpassed words. To Luffy's surprise, it was Nami who attacked him ferociously this time, connecting their lips as she ran her hands over her captain's body until she reached his pants. Lemon scene happened. I'm so tired. That was extreme. It's hard to find time for us like this, so reserved. Then I loved this moment. Nami spoke with difficulty, while her face was drenched in sweat. Most nights at the Black Pearl, Luffy slept with all the women at the same time. Although Luffy didn't leave any of them unsatisfied, a private moment with each one was quite enjoyable as well. Well, if you want, we can do this again, Luffy said, as the woman had her head on his chest. I would love to, but I think we should go back. They must be waiting for us. Boom! Nami couldn't finish her sentence because an explosion was heard on one side of the city. What was that? Nami said with some surprise as she lifted her naked torso. It looks like they've arrived, Luffy thought. Let's get dressed, looks like we have some guests. Luffy spoke and left that house with Nami. Chapter 111, Whiskey Peak 03 Third-Person POV. Whiskey Peak, first half of Grand Line. Luffy and Nami returned to the square where their crew was still trapped in the crowd, which was now agitated, discussing what could have caused the explosion. Curiosity spread among the onlookers, and some ventured guesses about the origin of the blast. It must have been some kind of fireworks or something, Usopp said, offering his own hypothesis to the group. I have no idea, but it seems serious. Let's take a look, Zoro commented, displaying his usual serious expression. As Luffy and Nami arrived, Luffy, now cleaned up next to Nami, suggested, "Wait here. If someone caused this, I'll let them come to us. After all, we have something they want. Bring that woman with blue hair over here." The woman? Nami looked suspiciously at Luffy. Yes, she's more important than you think, Luffy asserted, and Nami promptly brought her with them. Wait, what's happening? Miss Wednesday exclaimed, surprised by the sudden action. One moment she was stuck in the crowd, and the next, she was among the pirates. Don't be so startled. After all, some assassins are here to kill you, princess, Luffy said, smiling, provoking surprised looks not only from the woman but from everyone around who heard it. Princess? Nami asked suspiciously. Huh? You know who I am? Vivi shouted, stunned. Of course, I do. Luffy approached and untied Vivi's bound hair, exposing her true identity, Nefertari Vivi. Princess of Alabasta, Luffy said, maintaining an intriguing smile. The revelation caused a mix of shock and bewilderment among the onlookers, who didn't expect to find such a distinguished figure among the hostages of a bounty hunter group. Is she really a princess? Seriously, she looked more like a bandit. She tried to kill Laboon before. To me, she's not even human. Hey Luffy, do you always attract this kind of troublesome royalty? Princess, huh? She seemed more like a wanted fugitive than nobility. She doesn't behave like one. I think Shirahoshi is much ahead of her. Luffy, you couldn't have chosen a more refined princess? I already don't like her. Do you know that I'm hearing all of this? Vivi's furious voice echoed through the square, disliking all those pirate comments as she glared at Luffy with narrowed eyes. You're not very beloved by my crew, Princess Vivi, or by your organization, Luffy commented with a malicious smile, further provoking her irritation. What do you mean? Vivi asked, her expression indicating a mix of confusion and suspicion. Kia ha ha ha. Before Luffy could answer, a loud laughter broke the air from one of the square entrances. All the Straw Hats, the princess and the captives turned their heads in the direction of the sound, seeking the origin of the disturbance. A group of 7 figures stood out at the entrance, 4 men and 3 women, each carrying an aura of danger and mystery. It looks like they sent almost all the agents. But still, it's not enough, Luffy pondered, closely observing the group. The main agents, Mr. 1 and his partner, were noticeably absent. Mr. 2, Mr. 3, Mr. 4, Mr. 5 and their partners, Miss Golden Week, Miss Merry Christmas and Miss Valentine, Vivi exclaimed, her tone filled with surprise and concern, recognizing the notorious Baroque Works internal agents here. Each of these agents possesses unique abilities and is known for their effectiveness in Baroque Works missions. Those are the main agents of Baroque Works. Awesome, they're going to take on the bad pirates. Finish them off, agents. Ha ha ha. The pirates don't stand a chance. What do we have here? A pirate group with total bounties of 470 million? They're so numerous. Mr. 4 commented, ironically. We should just capture them or eliminate them, and then we'll kill Princess Vivi, said Mr. 5, not hesitating to express his lethal intent. I still think it's wrong to kill a member of our group. Mr. 2 whined, expressing his disagreement with the plan to eliminate Miss Wednesday. Let's just get this over with quickly. I want to get back to Alabasta, Mr. 3 said, demonstrating impatience. Kill me? Vivi was frightened by this. Her shocked expression was evident after hearing this conversation. Kill the princess? Mr. 8 shouted while tied up, horrified by the revelation as well. Yes, the boss is displeased with you seeking his secrets, so the order is to eliminate you. Kia ha ha ha! Makita had her iconic laugh about it, increasing tension in the square. The Straw Hats watched the Baroque Works agents with disdain, and each member of the group didn't miss the chance to mock their enemies. Luffy, with his confident smile, taunted, Hey, it looks like the clowns have arrived. Are they going to put on a show for us? Are these the famous Baroque Works agents? I thought they would be more intimidating. Yamato, observing the opponents, commented with disdain. Shirahoshi, with her timid voice but ridiculing tone, said, "Cho, look, they brought a fashion parade to the island." She pointed at Mr. 2. Megalo the shark let out a mocking growl as if laughing at the situation. Zoro, with his sarcastic tone, provoked, "Did they come to capture us? It looks like they can barely stand on their feet." Lami, with her sharp tongue, mocked, "Son, I don't know why they're so serious. They look like a group of kids trying to play bounty hunters." "They are funny," Beppo said, belittling the strength of the opponents. Choo Choo, the dog, barked disdainfully, as if laughing at the agent's incompetence. Usopp, with his exaggerated manner, exclaimed, "Look at them. They're so weak we don't even need to worry." Nami, with her usual sarcasm, said, "These are the villains. I think they picked the wrong group to face." Reiju, with her elegance, mocked, "How cute, they think they can take us on? They should go back to school or something." Hugo shook his head disapprovingly, as if surprised by the weakness of the opponents. Nojiko, with her calm expression, commented, "Looks like they brought reinforcements. But they don't seem like much." Quina, with her coldness, also taunted, "You're so pathetic, all this to look like such a weak group." Alvida, with her confidence, scoffed, "Ensha, I think we got the wrong crowd. Who invited these weaklings?" Grrr. Even Laboon didn't find the group of strangers very strong. The atmosphere was tense, but the Straw Hats mocked with confidence, belittling the Baroque Works agents before the confrontation even began. The Baroque Works agents were visibly furious at the mocking comments from the Straw Hats. Each of them reacted differently, but they all shared the same irritation. Mr. Tu Bon Kure, with his theatrical personality, was visibly offended. "How dare you underestimate the greatness of Baroque Works? We are a group far superior to you, you bad pirates." Mr. 3 growled in response, "Insolent pirates, you will regret underestimating the greatness of Baroque Works agents." Mr. 4 simply shook his head disapprovingly. Miss Golden Week, the artist, looked indignantly at the rival group. "You have no respect for art. We will paint this place with the colors of your defeat." Miss Merry Christmas, the older woman of the group, was clearly irritated. "You insolent brats. You will learn to respect your elders." Mr. 5, with his brutish attitude, growled, "Think you're funny? I'll make sure to show you how Baroque Works deals with pirates like you. I'll blow you up." Miss Valentine, with her umbrella, commented disdainfully, "Looks like you have a lot of mouth to talk. Maybe I'll bury you before we even start." The tension in the air intensified as the exchanged words between the Straw Hats and the Baroque Works agents fueled a fervent rivalry. Determined to prove their strength and silence the pirates, the agents prepared for the imminent confrontation. "Who and how many will fight?" Someone from the crew inquired. "I don't know, whoever wants to fight. I'm going to eat some more of the leftover food, I'm hungry. You guys can decide who will do this." Luffy, in his usual carefree manner, seemed not to care much about the situation, shrugged, and headed towards the center of the square. Nami followed him, also uninterested in the agents, and joined her captain. Initially, Luffy thought Crocodile might personally appear due to his bounty and notorious presence on the island. However, he was disappointed to see the group assigned to confront them. "How dare he treat us like this?" Mr. 2 shouted angrily, indignant at Luffy's attitude. "Let's just kill all his crew members. It seems a pirate with a 200 million bounty is nothing but a coward." Mr. 5 expressed his disdain, openly challenging Luffy's reputation. "You dare call my husband a coward? I'll fight." Alvida stepped forward, still a bit drunk, ready to defend Luffy's honor. "Wait. I want to fight too." Beppo spoke up, eager for the challenge. "Me too. He seems like a challenge if it's one against all. I want to test my skills." Zoro also declared, demonstrating his thirst for challenge. "Let's settle this among ourselves then," Alvida proposed, preparing for the impending battle. The atmosphere grew increasingly charged as choices were about to be made, determining the course of the confrontation in the city square. The still-bound crowd on the side watched everything with tension and silence. A moment later, "Yan Ken Pon. Rock 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 and Jan Ken Pon. Rock 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 and Jan Ken Pon. Paper 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 and Jan Ken Pon. Scissors scissors scissors. Tan Jan Ken Pon. Paper 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 to Jan Ken Pon. Scissors scissors. Scissors to Jan Ken Pon. Scissors 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 scissors. And Jan Ken Pon. Rock 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 and Jan Ken Pon. paper 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 to John Ken Pon, rock 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 and John Ken Pon, scissors 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 scissors. The island fell silent, as Luffy enjoyed food with Nami by his side. The only sound on the island at this moment was that of a bear, a woman, and a man playing a hand game while shouting and tying. People, whether still chained inhabitants, pirate crew members, or even the enemies themselves, were completely stunned by the absurd scene unfolding before them. Eyes were wide, mouths open in disbelief, and even the most serious and frightened couldn't help but release some nervous laughs. It was as if the absurdity of the situation had momentarily broken the tension hanging in the air. How can they be so calm? Vivi was stunned. The strange sounds of a John Ken Pon, followed by dramatic rock, paper and scissor gestures, seemed more surreal with each round. Beppo, Alvida and Zoro were so immersed in the game that they seemed to have completely forgotten the tense environment around them, while the only outcome for them was a tie with seconds and minutes passing. It was after 10 minutes that a winner finally emerged. "I won! Hee hee!" Beppo celebrated, jumping with joy. "Damn," Alvida muttered. "Congratulations Beppo, you'll fight. Represent the group." Lami cheered for her friend. However, among the Baroque Works agents, the reactions were less festive and more frustrated. "We're going to fight a bear after waiting so long? I'll just crush him. I intend to explode him. Since you want to fight him, finish it quickly. We have an entire crew to defeat, Mr. 3 said. Nami, observing the scene, expressed her concern about Beppo being chosen as the representative for the battle. "It looks like Beppo is going to fight alone. Is he going to be okay?" she asked, while Luffy and a Yamato, who also appeared by his side a moment before and started buying food with Luffy quietly. The captain didn't seem to worry about the imminent fight. "Beppo can handle them, they're pretty weak," Luffy murmured, confident in his bear companion's ability to deal with the presenting adversaries. Luffy momentarily diverted his gaze from the scene where the fight would unfold, directing his attention to one of the buildings on the other side of the island. A figure stood out on top, observing the battle from a safe distance. "How long are you going to stay hidden, Nico Robin?" Luffy muttered, more to himself than anyone else. "Luffy, did you say something?" Nami asked, diverting her gaze from the bustling confusion to her captain. "Never mind that, Yamato, pass me the meat next to you," Luffy replied, returning his attention to the present moment. "All right, here you go," Yamato said, handing the meat to Luffy. "Thanks, this is delicious," Luffy exclaimed, savoring the piece of meat with a pleased expression as the commotion of the fight continued in the background. Chapter 112. Whiskey Peak 04. Third-person POV. Whiskey Peak, first half of Grand Line. The darkness enveloped the island at this moment, and only the starlight and the dim illumination from the square outlined the contours of the buildings. Beppo, the furry bear of the crew, was in a corner of the area, focused on warming up for the upcoming confrontation with so many enemies. The moon hung in the sky, casting a faint light over the scene. Agile movements and low growls echoed as Beppo performed a series of stretches and spins, warming up his muscles for the imminent challenge. Usopp and Lami watched with interest, seeing the bear prepare with determination. In the shadows, the crowd of captives and island residents watched, their expressions illuminated by curiosity. "Do you think Beppo is ready to face these two, Usopp?" Nojiko asked, her curious eyes watching the furry bear prepare. "Don't underestimate Beppo, Nojiko. He's already very strong. Besides, I have a few tricks up my sleeve," Usopp replied with a confident smile, carefully observing each move of his friend as if he were a coach. "Let's go, Beppo. It's time to get you ready for the fight with the secret weapon." Tension filled the air as an animated voice echoed in Beppo's direction. It was Usopp, calling the bear into a house, while everyone waited, promising to reveal a secret weapon. Beppo's enthusiasm was evident, and he followed Usopp to the prepared location. Meanwhile, in the midst of the crowd, Miss Valentine expressed her discontent with the situation. Annoyed with all the waiting and nonsense, she was inclined to just kill the bear and be done with it, expressing her opinion impatiently. "Hey, why are we doing this? Shouldn't we just eliminate them? This is ridiculous," complained Miss Valentine, while Mr. 2 showed slight nervousness at the mention of the secret weapon. "I have a bad feeling about this, friends." Mr. 2 was clearly nervous. As soon as these words were spoken, a thud from the opening door was heard, and Usopp appeared with a confident smile on his face. He took out a snail with a speaker and connected it to an object with a wire in Usopp's hand. The long-nosed man spoke. Let me introduce my fighter, my spectators, announced Usopp, coming out of the house dressed in a suit and sunglasses, with a cigar and a snail that amplified his voice like a microphone, causing surprise in the audience. Curiosity and uncertainty hung in the air, and even Luffy, savoring his meat from a distance, watched with interest the unfolding of this unusual strategy. What's this, Luffy? Yamato asked with curious eyes, observing the captain's sudden attention. Usopp begged me to buy some things at the store a few days ago. I just didn't expect him to use them so quickly. Now look at this, it's going to be a good show, Luffy commented attentively, his eyes focused on Beppo's exit from the house, determined not to miss any details of the event. Look, my fighter, the invincible Mr. B. The invincible Mr. Usopp shouted with enthusiasm, causing the door behind him to open amid a cloud of smoke and lights. A mysterious shadow appeared, and all the observers were left open-mouthed in surprise. Beppo emerged from the smoke, wearing MMA shorts with boxing gloves and a mantle, but the standout was the black power displayed on his head. The audience fell silent for a moment, processing Beppo's impressive transformation. Even Luffy, who had seen this in the original anime and now happening differently, couldn't help but express his surprise. "This is going to be epic," exclaimed Luffy, his eyes shining with anticipation, as the crowd began to react with a mixture of laughter, applause, and murmurs of approval. Beppo's transformation caused a cacophony of reactions in the crowd, which had been stunned until a moment ago, now turning into an astonished atmosphere. Among the voices, expressions of amazement, disbelief, and excitement intertwined in a symphony of varied comments. "What am I seeing? Is this real?" exclaimed a local resident, rubbing his eyes as if doubting his own vision. "Is this your pirate's secret weapon? What a joke, a bear with boxing gloves?" Mr. Five commented with disdain, while Miss Valentine murmured, "This is strange." "So cool, this is the most amazing thing I've ever seen," exclaimed an excited spectator, appreciating the originality of Beppo's transformation. "Incredible. Now how can he possibly lose the fight like this?" questioned another, marveling at the eccentricity of the situation. "This guy has such a powerful secret weapon. Wow, how did he come up with that?" commented one of the local residents, visibly impressed. "Incredible, go Mr. Bear," shouted a child, excited by the unexpected turn of events. The voices in the crowd reflected a variety of emotions, from bewilderment to admiration, creating a unique and expectant atmosphere as Beppo prepared for his unusual battle. Animated and cheering voices rose in the square, even though everyone was hungry and bound. "Go Mr. Bear, show them what you've got," shouted one of the bound individuals, waving a handkerchief in the air. "This will be the craziest fight I will see. Go invincible Mr. Bear," exclaimed another, applauding with excitement. "Bear, you're our hero, give it your best," cheered another, trying to jump with excitement, even while being immobilized. "Don't underestimate the power of the bear, I bet my coins on him," someone shouted, laughing while following the situation. "You forgot we were robbed by the pirates?" another responded. "Who cares about that now? Look at Mr. Invincible Bear, so amazing." "So cool," exclaimed an enthusiastic voice next to Luffy, amazed at the sight of his companion. "Yamato, are your eyes shining?" Nami was surprised to notice the fascination in Yamato's eyes at Beppo's unusual appearance. "Incredible," shouted another, impressed with the bear's agility in the enemy's attire. "You can't find the enemy amazing, Mr. 2. Mr. 3 was stunned to see the gleam in Mr. 2 Feet's eyes, who was visibly intrigued by the situation. How can there be such a big change in atmosphere just because he put on boxing gloves and a wig? Vivi shouted with shark-like teeth, not understanding how this fight turned into a spectacle while she was tied up in the midst of it. Beppo continued his warm-up, punching the air with determination. His unique appearance and confident expression were starting to win over even those who initially doubted the effectiveness of the strategy. The crowd remained enchanted, some still surprised, and others already becoming true fans of Invincible Mr. Bear. Determined, after warming up enough, Beppo took a deep breath and headed to the designated battle site. His ruffled fur reflected the faint light, and his eyes gleamed with the courage of someone ready for the fight. The audience awaited eagerly, and even the agents of Baroque work seemed intrigued by what was about to happen. Meanwhile, Luffy, Nami, and Yamato were further away, enjoying food and watching the spectacle under the starry sky. Luffy, with a piece of meat in hand, looked at the improvised arena near the square and muttered to himself, "Let's see what Beppo can do against these guys, even if they all team up against him." Meanwhile, the people who were going to fight had creases on their foreheads. We waited all this time, just for this? Miss Valentine growled, expressing her impatience and frustration. Let's kill him. Mr. 5 spoke, preparing for the confrontation. However, Beppo continued his warm-up in front of everyone. The bear was already in the designated location for the fight, displaying his confidence even in the attire considered ridiculous by the agents of Baroque works. The two opponents, uncomfortable with the situation, advanced toward the bear, ready for the imminent confrontation. Beppo, despite his strength comparable to the opponents, had a significant advantage in speed and range techniques. With abilities like Rankyaku, Shigan, and Soru, he possessed a versatile arsenal that included long-range attacks, while Miss Valentine and Mr. 5, for the most part, relied on short-range attacks. The scene vibrated with the energy of the battle, and Usopp, excited, ran and climbed a house like a stage with his improvised microphone. He knew that his words could further intensify the moment. Attention everyone, we are about to witness one of the most incredible fights in this arc's history. The fearless Beppo, the polar bear with a spectacular new look and black power, is facing the formidable Baroque works agents, Miss Valentina and Mr. 5. Usopp was an enthusiastic wrestling commentator at that moment. The already excited crowd became even more engaged with Usopp's improvised narration. The sharpshooter was determined to turn that fight into a true saga. Usopp, take this. Luffy appeared next to Usopp and handed a paper to the sniper with information about the agents and their powers for him to narrate in detail. Oh? This is amazing, thank you Luffy. Despite Usopp's doubt about how Luffy had this information after reading the paper, he still expressed his gratitude and turned his attention back to the arena while Luffy returned to eating. Let the fight begin, Usopp shouted, and the opponents made their first moves. The fight began with Beppo showcasing his agility. Surprisingly, he was one of the most talented crew members in learning the 6 styles, and had already mastered and perfected 3 of them. It was no surprise to see him dodging the direct attacks of his opponents and counterattacking with precise Shigan strikes and cutting Rankyaku attacks. His fast movement, powered by Soru, left Miss Valentina and Mr. 5 struggling to keep up. As the crowd watched the battle, many were astonished by Beppo's skills, especially those who initially underestimated the bear. Cheers for Beppo echoed in the square, contrasting with the expressions of surprise and indignation from the Baroque works agents. The clash between the bear and the organization's agents became increasingly intense and unpredictable. Go Mr. Invincible Bear. Get them. Hey, the bear is our enemy, we can't root for him, who cares? Go Mr. Invincible Bear. Beppo, with his agility enhanced by Soru, disappears and reappears like a shadow, confusing our opponents. He's like the wind, fast and ruthless. The audience vibrated with every word from Usopp, who didn't miss any details of the fight. Meanwhile, Beppo continued his dance of agile movements, surprising everyone with his dexterity. The fight continued with Beppo using his speed enhanced by Soru to dodge Miss Valentina's direct attacks, whose fists, charged with increased weight by the Kilo Kilo no Mi, sought to hit the bear. However, Beppo responded with agile moves, sliding to the side and countering with a quick Shigan, hitting the agent's flank. Mr. 5, known for his explosive ability, tried to advance, but Beppo was equally agile. The polar bear used his Rankyaku technique to create sharp air blades, keeping Mr. 5 at a distance. The crowd watched with admiration Beppo's skill, who was starting to gain the sympathy of many. Frustrated by not being able to hit Beppo with her direct attacks, Miss Valentina decided to drastically increase her weight, becoming slower but enhancing her resistance. She hoped to withstand the bear's attacks and surprise him with her strengthened power. However, anticipating the opponent's strategy, Beppo used his agility to avoid the slower attacks. He jumped high and, with an incredible display of strength, delivered a powerful downward kick, hitting Miss Valentina to the ground. The agent felt the impact, her back colliding with the square's ground. Miss Valentina tried to use her Kilo Kilo no Mi to increase her weight, but Beppo, the master of Rokushiki, elegantly dodged it. He's like a true martial artist, defying the laws of physics. Meanwhile, Mr. 5 tried to exploit the opening, approaching with explosives loaded in his fists. However, Beppo, quick as lightning, skillfully dodged the explosive attacks, remaining unscathed. And now, Mr. 5 prepares his final attack, covering his fists with explosives. But Beppo, the invincible Mr. Bear, gracefully and precisely dodges. He is a true master of martial arts. The crowd was in ecstasy, applauding and cheering for the polar bear in a frenzy. Go Mr. Bear. He's so strong. I'm gonna win the bet. Miss Valentina, still on the ground after the powerful kick, and Mr. 5, frustrated for not hitting his explosives, began to realize that facing the bear wouldn't be as simple as they imagined. Maintaining his confident stance, Beppo swiftly advanced against the agents. Using his Soru technique, he disappeared and reappeared at different points in the square, confusing Miss Valentina and Mr. 5. With a combination of Rankyaku, Shigun, and agile movements, the polar bear struck the agents, avoiding their desperate attacks. Some spectators, initially skeptical about Beppo's new look, were now completely engrossed in the fight. With every precise move from the bear, applause and cheers echoed in the square. Feeling the weight of imminent defeat, Miss Valentina tried once again to use her Kilo no Mi to increase her weight. However, anticipating the strategy, Beppo managed to dodge the slower attacks. He leaped high and, with an impressive movement, delivered a powerful Shigun to the agent's chest, sending her flying. Meanwhile, Mr. 5 attempted one last charge, covering his fists with explosives for a final attack. Beppo, with his speed enhanced by Soru, skillfully dodged the explosives, surprising everyone in the square. In an agile move, he disarmed Mr. 5, and brought him down with a precise blow. With the two agents defeated, Beppo stood triumphantly before the crowd. Spectators erupted in applause and celebratory cheers. Beppo proved that his strength wasn't limited to the funny appearance. He was a formidable opponent. Ladies and gentlemen, we have the winner. Beppo the polar bear has shown that strength and technique can overcome any challenge. The victory goes to Mr. Invicto Bear. Ha 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 ha. That was fun. Yamano applauded. It was indeed a good opening show. Luffy had to admit. Beppo-sama is amazing. Shirahoshi clapped. Sharky. Woof. Grr. The group's animals seemed just as excited about it. While the Straw Hat crew celebrated Beppo's victory, a new threat approached. Mr. 2, Mr. 3, Mr. 4, and their partners Miss Golden Week and Miss Merry Christmas, entered the square, determined to avenge their defeated comrades. The next confrontation promised to be even more intense, and the square was about to witness another thrilling chapter in the battle between the Straw Hats and the Baroque Works. Chapter 113. Whiskey Peak 05 Third-Person POV. Whiskey Peak, first half of Grand Line. The Baroque Works agents, angered by the defeat of their comrades, immediately advanced to the center of the battlefield. It seems we have to face this powerful opponent, Chan. Get ready, my friends, let's show them what we're capable of with the power of friendship. Mr. 2 presented himself while spinning. Don't underestimate Baroque Works. Let's finish off this bear. Miss Merry Christmas spoke. You have no idea who you're dealing with. Prepare for defeat. Mr. 3 adjusted his glasses. The crowd watched eagerly, anticipating the unfolding of another intense battle. Ladies and gentlemen, here we are about to witness another thrilling battle. Beppo, the undefeated polar bear, now faces not one but three formidable Baroque Works agents. They are furious and determined to avenge their colleagues. Beppo, displaying some signs of fatigue, was ready for another challenge. Mr. 2, Mr. 3 and their partners advanced, surrounding the bear with their unique abilities. Let's go, friends. Let's show them the true strength of Baroque Works. Prepare to face the colors of despair. Oh my dear Bear-chan, get ready for a real show. Dance with me. Witness the power of this Okama. Mr. 2 was the first to act. Beppo, agile and alert, tried to anticipate the moves of the skillful dancer. Mr. 2's kicks came from unexpected angles, creating a frenetic dance on the battlefield. However, the bear managed to dodge with a combination of agile movements and his natural resilience. Beppo is facing a storm of artistic kicks. The gracefulness of Mr. 2 makes his attacks unpredictable, but our polar bear is holding firm. Meanwhile, Mr. 3 seized the opportunity to use his wax fruit powers. He created solid wax objects to attack Beppo and further complicate the situation. See how I turn your own strength against you, bear. The wax will be your prison. Beppo, now facing not only Mr. 2's kicks, but also Mr. 3's wax-formed objects, was under considerable pressure. He used his agility to avoid the molded wax objects, or even the ground where Mr. 3 tried to trap him, but the combination of attacks made the fight more challenging with each passing moment. These two agents are showing incredible coordination. Graceful kicks from Mr. 2 and wax objects from Mr. 3 create a complex challenge for Beppo. However, confident in his abilities, Beppo began to anticipate the patterns of the opponent's movements. With precise and swift movements, he managed to temporarily disarm Mr. 3, leaving him vulnerable. Ah! Year. Beppo shouted in an incomprehensible kung fu sound at this moment. With a powerful strike, Beppo knocked down Mr. 3, interrupting the combination of attacks. The polar bear now focused all his attention on Mr. 2. However, his moment of advantage was short-lived, as Mr. 3 recovered while Mr. 2 skillfully dodged Beppo's slashing kicks. Despite his skills, Beppo began to suffer blows from multiple opponents. The agility of Mr. 2, the deceptive tricks of Mr. 3, and the surprise attacks from the partners made the fight even more challenging. Beppo is facing intense pressure. These Baroque Works agents are relentless, using coordinated tactics to dominate the battlefield. While Beppo was pressed, his determination remained unshaken. Despite visible damage, he found an opening and, with a quick and precise blow, managed to knock out Mr. 2. The crowd, despite the tension, erupted in applause. "Shan!" This was Mr. 2's last cry as he fell to the side. Incredible! Beppo managed to take down Mr. 2. The fight is far from over and our favorite polar bear is showing his resilience. However, the challenge was not yet over. Beppo, with a determined expression, turned to face Mr. 3, Mr. 4, and their remaining partners. The battlefield was filled with expectations as the fight continued at full steam. "Very good. Ah ha 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 ha. Very good." Luffy drank and laughed at the fight from a distance. Beppo is crushing it. These Baroque Works agents have no idea what they've gotten into. It looks like the polar bear is just warming up. I bet these Mr. 3's partners are no match for him. Zoro, confident, commented with a smirk. And here we are, with Beppo facing two powerful opponents. Will he be able to overcome this new phase of the fight? Usopp shouted into the microphone. He's already so tired. I hope he can handle these remaining opponents. Meanwhile, Nojiko, worried, murmured to herself. This is quite a show. Hugo laughed. Hey. So exciting, go Beppo. Hachi commented beside, cheering for Beppo. Without wasting time, Beppo advanced toward Mr. 3 and his partners. Miss Golden Week and Miss Merry Christmas, aware of the polar bear's strength, maintained their defensive postures as they prepared for the next clash. Let's finish him, Mr. 3. We can't allow them to ruin our plans. Mr. 4 entered the fight, displaying his iconic bat with the number 4 engraved on it. The fight continued, and Beppo, even after knocking out Mr. 2, faced even more formidable opponents, Mr. 3, Mr. 4, and their partners, Miss Golden Week and finally, Miss Merry Christmas, who had now transformed into a kind of mole and was digging into the ground. The polar bear, visibly exhausted, maintained his firm posture, facing his opponents with a determination to win this fight. Ladies and gentlemen, Beppo is not here to play. He has already taken down one Baroque Works agent in this new clash and now faces 4 other challengers. Will he be able to overcome this adversity? You will now witness true art. Get ready to be covered in the colors of despair, Miss Golden Week said, drawing with her brush. While Miss Golden Week began using her artistic abilities to create distractions, Mr. 3 seized the opportunity to create copies of himself, multiplying the challenges for Beppo while trying to confuse the bear. This is getting increasingly complicated for Beppo. He is facing not only physical attacks but also illusory tricks from Mr. 3 and his partner. Will he be able to overcome this combination? Despite the challenges, Beppo showed incredible agility and strategic ability. He avoided Mr. 3's illusory attacks and responded with powerful blows, focusing on neutralizing each opponent one by one. Mr. 4 tried to hit him with his bat. Despite being slow, it was strong and could pose a problem for the bear. Miss Merry Christmas was digging into the ground, trying to catch the bear off guard. Come on, Mr. 4. We need to finish off this annoying bear once and for all. I'm aware, Mr. 3. Get ready for my final attack. Tension reached its peak when Mr. 3, with a determined expression, launched a surprise attack toward Beppo. However, the bear once again used his abilities to narrowly dodge the blow that Mr. 3 attempted to trap him with his wax. Incredible. Beppo narrowly escaped from Mr. 3's decisive attack. He's demonstrating amazing dexterity. With a quick counterattack, Beppo advanced and disarmed Miss Golden Week, who was painting, knocking her down with a precise blow. Mr. 4, surprised by the turn of events, hesitated for a moment, providing the opportunity Beppo needed. With an agile movement, he used a slashing kick at point-blank range and sent him flying. Beppo did it. He defeated Mr. 4 and Miss Golden Week. The polar bear showed his incredible strength and adaptability again. Usopp shouted on stage with the microphone, full of enthusiasm. Mr. 3 began to get worried. Seeing this, he realized that the situation was not looking good, and he was just fighting against a bear. Meanwhile, seeing Beppo standing there a bit tired, Miss Merry Christmas tried to advance through the ground and attack him from below. Beppo felt the ground moving, and launched a Shigen at the ground when he saw the strange movement near him, not hesitating to counterattack. Miss Merry Christmas was also defeated. Curse! Take this, you darn bear! Mr. 3 appeared and attacked Beppo using his wax. Beppo was alarmed to be caught by this wax. Now you can't move, Mr. 3 triumphantly said. However, could this wax restrain the strength of Beppo with government techniques? Beppo managed to crack and break the wax, but before Mr. 3 could react, he used his agility and made a quick leap backward, avoiding a precise blow from the bear. The battle continued with Beppo showing his dexterity, evading the attacks of the wax while trying to find an opening to counterattack. Mr. 3 in turn was getting frustrated, realizing that facing a polar bear was not an easy task. Beppo, seizing a moment of distraction from Mr. 3, made a quick leap toward the enemy and unleashed a series of rapid blows, leaving the Baroque Works agent stunned. The polar bear finished the sequence with a powerful blow, sending Mr. 3 to the ground, defeated. Usopp, still with the microphone, announced, "Sand Beppo does it again. The polar bear has shown that he is more than capable of facing these Baroque Works agents alone." The crowd, watching in astonishment, erupted in applause at Beppo's victory. The bear, despite evident fatigue, surprised everyone with his incredible skill in the fight. The island was engulfed in a sea of applause, cheers and frenzy as everyone witnessed the thrilling conclusion of the Mr. Invicto Bear Per fight. The chained inhabitants, the straw hats, and even some Baroque Works agents who were watching all surrendered to the enthusiasm of Beppo's victory. "Beppo, you're amazing. You defeated them all," Luffy commented, smiling. "That fight was thrilling. You really showed what you're capable of, Beppo," Yamato shouted. "That was so brave, Beppo-sama. I'm so happy for you." Shirahoshi celebrated. "Sharky, Sharky." Megalo laughed. "You surprised everyone, Bear. That was worthy." Zoro smiled. "Wow, Beppo, you're awesome. This victory is all yours." Lami. "Woof, woof," Choo-Choo barked. And the crowd goes wild. "Beppo, you made history here. I was worried, but he handled it very well, Beppo." "Congratulations." Nami. "Wow, I didn't know a polar bear could be so skillful." "Impressive." Reiju. "That fight was spectacular, Beppo. You're a true champion." Hugo. "Congratulations, Beppo. You fought with courage and determination." Nojiko. "Hey. Man, you're amazing. I'm proud to fight alongside someone so strong." Hachi cried. "Beppo, that was incredible. You're a true warrior." Kuina commented. "I think we underestimated the power of this bear. Congratulations, Beppo." Grrr. Mini Laboon emitted his own sounds. "I'm sorry," Beppo shouted, still panting with all that attention. The island continued to celebrate, commemorating Beppo's victory. The polar bear, surrounded by companions and admirers, felt fulfilled with the unexpected triumph. A soft voice resonated through the area. At the top of one of the buildings, amidst all the cheering, a woman observed the fight from a distance. Initially, she had considered intervening to help. Her orders were clear: observe the fight from afar and intervene if necessary. However, seeing an unknown member, who didn't even have a wanted poster, easily dealing with all the agents, left her stunned. The woman realized she needed to leave the island immediately in the face of this unequal confrontation. She understood that facing this group would be an impractical task. Internally, she lamented how Crocodile believed he could easily deal with a crew valued at almost 500 million. Now, that idea seemed more like a suicidal delusion. She needed to escape. Luffy shifted his attention from Beppo and his companions, noticing the woman starting to move away from the top of a building. "You plan to leave so easily?" Luffy commented with a smile, his tone filled with confidence and curiosity. "Luffy?" Nami asked beside, observing her captain's strange behavior. "I'm going to deal with a stalker." Luffy spoke and used Soru to move quickly toward Nico Robin. Chapter 114. Whiskey Peak 06 Third-Person POV. Whiskey Peak, first half of Grand Line. The woman realized she needed to leave the island immediately in the face of this unequal confrontation. She understood that facing this group would be an impractical task. Internally, she lamented how Crocodile believed he could easily deal with a gang valued at nearly 500 million. Now this idea seemed more like a suicidal delusion. She needed to escape. Luffy diverted his attention from Beppo and his companions, noticing the woman starting to move away from the top of a building. Planning to leave so easily? Luffy commented with a smile, his tone filled with confidence and curiosity. Luffy? Nami asked beside him, observing her captain's strange behavior. I'm dealing with a stalker, Luffy said, and used Soru to move quickly toward Nico Robin. Nami also followed him, curious to know whom her captain was talking about. What's this? Robin was surprised as Luffy approached and went on alert, using her devil fruit powers while crossing her arms quickly. What do we have here? Luffy said, opening a smile, making Robin cautious. Nami appeared next to Luffy, looking at Robin suspiciously. Did you notice me already? Robin spoke cautiously. Of course I noticed even before that, some eyes were watching me and my girl all the time. I didn't pierce your eyes just because I saw you were a woman, but let me ask you. Do you take pleasure in watching others in their intimate moments? What? She was spying on us. I'll kill her, Nami shouted angrily, ready to attack the woman. It's not like that. Robin was taken aback by the loss of composure and had to blush at this moment, something unusual for a character like her. But this accusation was too much for the woman to admit. She did watch Luffy and Nami having sex, but would she admit it? You probably wanted me to be tired before asking the agents to attack our group. Well, that's understandable, but my 2 hours of fun didn't make me any weaker, if that's what you wanted. Anyway, I saw your eyes quite satisfied while you couldn't stop looking the whole time we were having sex. Luffy smiled shamelessly at these words. It's not like that, Robin still tried to deny. Well, anyway, Luffy disappeared before Robin could react, and he handcuffed a sea stone shackle to her wrist. Now you're my prisoner, Luffy commented with a mischievous smile on his face near a frightened Nico Robin. He had to act abruptly because as soon as he did, wind spread across the area, and giant claws formed in the air ready to crush Robin. Luffy knew that if he didn't act first, Nami would kill her. Luffy, I'm going to kill this woman, Nami growled, and Robin was even more terrified. Calm down, Nami, she's our prisoner, Luffy warned firmly. He didn't want to hurt Robin. Tisk, Nami growled but cancelled her powers to the relief of a frightened Nico Robin, seeing that the other woman really could have killed her. See, you angered my navigator a lot, don't do that again. Luffy smiled at Robin with his hand on the shackle on her wrist. Robin stayed silent but was incredibly scared by all of this, trying to stay calm despite her eyes wavering in front of this man. Now let's go back, we need to organize our things before leaving the island, Luffy said, and threw a scared Robin over his shoulder, jumping towards the group with Nami still dissatisfied accompanying him. Thus, Luffy appeared again to his group, who were still celebrating with Robin by his side, and a Nami next to Luffy, who still wanted to kill the captive. Luffy? Who is this? Yamato asked, looking at the woman imprisoned next to Luffy. Someone important, but I'll deal with her later. Now, restrain all the agents with Seastone. Be careful with Mr. 2. He can transform into anyone who can touch his face. Make sure he's contained before taking him to the ship's prison, Luffy commented. Also, release the islanders. They must be hungry, Luffy added. But what if they attack us? Quina asked. Look at them. No Mr. Invincible Bear fan will attack us. Luffy looked at the crowd that was looking at Beppo with stars in their eyes, while still celebrating his victory over the agents. So the citizens were untied, with them untying their other companions. But they weren't angry with the pirates. Now they were celebrating and laughing while preparing food and drinks for everyone as if nothing had happened. Beppo was embarrassed with the population looking at him with stars in their eyes and great admiration while trying to talk to him. Incredible! Give me an autograph, Mr. Invincible Bear. This phrase was used thousands of times already. Captain, all the agents that Beppo fought are in prison except for one that Lamy is checking, Hugo commented. That's good. Now let's deal with the Princess of Alabasta, Luffy commented, walking up to Vivi, who was still tied up with her royal guard Igaram by her side. They were the only ones still restrained at Luffy's request, as the islanders were now his allies, though they paid little attention, captivated by their new idol. So, Princess Vivi, what should I do with you? You even have assassins after you, Luffy remarked with a smile. What do you plan, you pirate? The former Mr. 8, Igaram, growled. Nothing much I want. Luffy was interrupted by movement in the dark sky. There were still 2 Baroque works agents flying above the island. A vulture and some kind of hamster that Luffy couldn't quite recall or was too far to identify. It seems there are a few leftovers, Usopp doesn't have his rifle, so I'll handle them myself." Seeing Usopp still dressed in his wrestling presenter outfit and without long-range weapons other than his pistol, Luffy decided to take action. Pointing his palm towards the sky, a purple flame grew and concentrated rapidly, grabbing everyone's attention due to its sudden brightness. Bang! Moa Moa no Mi, speed apply 40 times! The flame exploded like a cannon, causing even Vivi to try to cover her ears, unsuccessfully due to her tied hands. The flame burst from his hand and flew so fast that no one could react. In an instant, it exploded. And in the next, in a matter of milliseconds, there was an explosion in the sky, killing the vulture and its partner instantly. Boom! The flash and sound of the explosion would put even Mr. Five to shame. What? Vivi and Igaram were shocked and disturbed by this. I just got rid of some pests. Luffy shrugged, unconcerned with the frightened faces of those two. Man, this explosion is good. But I want to see how powerful it can be at my full strength. Luffy mumbled mentally, wanting to understand the maximum capabilities of his destructive power since he hadn't had time to test it yet. You're truly a monster, Vivi admitted for the first time, seeing Luffy's capabilities and unique powers. I wouldn't say that just from this attack. Luffy crossed his arms. What do you plan? Are you really going to take down Crocodile? She could no longer deny that this pirate and his group could take down the Shichibukai. After what she saw tonight, they had several monsters among them, far beyond anything she had ever seen. Even Miss All Sunday turned into a prisoner of the group from one moment to the next. I plan to do that since I arrived in this sea. Luffy spoke calmly. And what do you plan for Alabasta? Do you want to take the country for yourself? Vivi growled, leaving even Igaram stunned because he still didn't know Luffy's plans. What? Does this pirate plan to take Alabasta too? The man shouted in alarm. I want to make it my territory, unlike Crocodile, who wants to kill the king and become the new monarch. I just want my flag planted in the country. Of course, that will give me a say in the important decisions of the country, and I intend to take some tribute, isn't that fair? Luffy smiled. Then help our country, and it will become your territory, Vivi said, biting her lips. Princess, that's not possible. What this pirate suggests goes against the world government. Crocodile is an agent of the world government, Igaram. And look at what's happening because of that, Vivi argued. I'm going to do it anyway, but why would I do it just because you're asking? Luffy found it funny that the princess was asking for something he already planned. Because I'm the princess of the country? She said cautiously. That's not a reason for me to help you. As I said, I'll do it anyway. If you want me to help Alabasta and your family, I want something else then, Luffy said with a serious tone. What do you want? Alabasta is not a very rich country. She said. Simple, what I want. Luffy approached her, surprising her. You. This left everyone stunned, but the women in his group looked at Luffy like hawks at that moment. Darn womanizer, Luffy, baka. The harem is growing. My husband has no limits. Luffy, Sama. The captain strikes again. This guy seems to have no limit. Yes. Did you see how he looked at that Nico Robin? Yes. You can bet she'll be sharing the captain's bed soon. All the women commented, some with sarcastic voices, others dissatisfied, and some as if Luffy's attitude was normal. What are you saying? The princess is not a prostitute. Igaram quickly growled. This is my price, but I want her on my crew, not in my bed, only if she wants to, then I'll make her my woman. Luffy smiled at a blushing Vivi. What are you saying? She said with a red face. Well, that's my price, join my crew, and I'll save and benefit Alabasta like never in the last centuries. Luffy made his offer. I accept, she said even with a red tone on her face. Princess, you can't do this. Her guard protested. It doesn't matter, if it means saving my people, my father and my country, I'll join the crew, but it doesn't mean I'll sleep with you, she said firmly, despite still being quite flushed. That's good, welcome to the group. Luffy smiled. He needed a few members without devil fruits to place some he saw in the store, and Vivi was a good candidate. System crew. Vivi joined as a member of your crew. Luffy untied her with her guard after that. Princess, I hope you're doing the right thing. Igaram was still disturbed. I've already said, if it means saving my country I'll go with them then, she said firmly. Igaram, don't get too comfortable, I have a job for you too. I want you to stay here and organize this place. Now Whiskey Peak is my territory too, and I want to turn this place into a major producer of alcoholic beverages. Luffy spoke, leaving the royal guard even more stunned. How can you do that? These people belong to Baroque works. Igaram spoke. Look at them, they're all Beppo fans now. While Igaram and Vivi watched perplexed the rapid transformation of the crowd into fervent Beppo fans, more creative products emerged as a result of the unusual episode. In addition to t-shirts, coasters and rice cakes, the Beppo fever inspired a series of memorable items. Epic Beppo t-shirts. The t-shirts were true works of art, depicting Beppo in action, defeating Mr. 2 with his invincible expression. Some shirts also featured inspiring phrases like, "Typo, the invincible," reinforcing the bear's heroic image. The exceptional quality of the material ensured comfort for admirers who wore them with pride. Beppo flags unfurled throughout the island, vibrant flags, displaying Beppo's victorious image, waved in every corner of the island. Some of them showed Beppo in various poses, symbolizing different moments of his journey. The phenomenon transformed the local landscape, adding a festive and colorful touch to every street and square. Limited edition t-shirts autographed by Usopp. As part of the Beppo fever, Usopp decided to contribute by autographing a limited edition of t-shirts. These unique pieces became collector's items, attracting fans of both Usopp and Beppo. Custom cheer flags. Some creative fans crafted custom cheer flags, displaying encouraging messages for Beppo. These flags became a striking presence at sports events and local festivals, further promoting the fervent spirit of the community. Beppo plush keychains. Small plush bears with Beppo's adorable image, each dressed in a miniature version of the triumphant battle t-shirt against Mr. 2. These keychains quickly became collector's accessories among the island enthusiasts. Beppo Invincible. Caps and hats. Stylish hats and caps featuring Beppo's image, many of them with the embroidered inscription Typo and Beppo Invincible. They became an instant fashion trend, adorning the heads of many island inhabitants. Beppo mugs. Custom mugs with Beppo's image and various feats, from the battle against Mr. 2 to relaxed moments. Collectors appreciated these unique pieces that told the story of the little bear. Cook with Beppo recipe books, a compilation of recipes inspired by Beppo's food preferences, featuring exotic dishes and simple homemade recipes. Culinary enthusiasts couldn't resist this thematic book. Collectible Beppo trading cards, a set of collectible cards with exclusive images of Beppo in various poses and situations. Fans traded and collected these cards, becoming a craze among the young. The imagination of the island inhabitants flourished, and Beppo's popularity provided a unique opportunity for the creation of an incredible variety of products, further fueling the fever for the invincible bear. Luffy's impact now extended not only to the skies but also to local commerce and culture. How is this possible? How can they create so many things in so little time? Igaram and Vivi looked at the bizarre landscape, their expressions stunned as they incredulously shouted. In the midst of the chaos, a group of inhabitants passed by wearing Beppo hats, laughing and exchanging collectible cards. Haha. Look, Whiskey Peak belongs to the Straw Hat Pirates right now. Luffy smiled satisfied, enjoying the chaos he had inadvertently unleashed. And what do you plan for this place? Igaram asked in defeat, realizing he couldn't do anything to contain the wave of enthusiasm for Beppo. Luffy, always relaxed, replied, "When great that you asked. Here are papers I had prepared in advance." Suddenly he enlarged papers that were magically stored in his pockets. They were meticulous plans he had been writing throughout his journey to the island. What? Let's see. What? You already planned all of this? Igaram shouted, surprised and stunned, as Luffy spread the documents on a nearby table. They were detailed plans for the village's restructuring, new exclusive alcoholic beverages, trade agreements with East Blue countries, and even suggestions for new Beppo-themed festivals. What? I'm the man who will dominate the seas. I need to plan my territories, Luffy said with a mischievous smile, leaving both Igaram and Vivi stunned by the unexpected revelation of his long-term vision for Whiskey Peak. Vivi, while flipping through some of the documents, sighed in surprise. Luffy, you really thought of everything, even these strange alcoholic drinks? Of course. I said I would dominate the seas, and throwing epic parties is part of that, replied Luffy, causing Igaram, Vivi, and even some onlookers to fall to the ground with this man. With that, we're done here, Vivi. Get ready to set sail with us. We'll stay a bit longer before leaving the island in the early morning. Luffy walked a bit before Hugo appeared with an animal in his hands. Hey, Captain. I found a duck, look. Let's eat it. Hugo appeared carrying a huge duck. Its feathers were slightly ruffled, and its eyes blinked nervously. Look, it seems pretty tasty. Ask Reiju to cook it. Luffy smiled, knowing whose duck it was. Caw! The duck emitted a trembling sound. Its little eyes blinked rapidly as it tried to understand the situation, its wings trembling with fear. Wait, TS is Karoo, my partner, don't kill him. Vivi quickly panicked, her eyes widened as she ran towards the duck. Karoo had been hiding with all the confusion happening on the island. When he finally went after his owner, Vivi, Hugo found him and quickly picked him up with gentle hands. However, the duck remained tense, emitting scared taxada sounds in response to the bewildering situation. Haha. Alright, I let go. Vivi, you can bring him along too. Luffy spoke, laughing, his smile showing understanding. Hugo released the duck, which immediately ran into Vivi's arms, seeking comfort. Vivi affectionately stroked his feathers to calm him, while the crew laughed at the unusual situation. Poor Karoo, now safe and comforted, looked around with curious eyes and a hint of suspicion. Luffy, there was a casualty. Lamy just confirmed it. Zoro appeared and delivered unexpected news to Luffy. Mr. 5? That's unexpected, but, okay. Mr. 5 was dead after Beppo's attack. Well, that's good anyway. I want his devil fruit, but I didn't want to kill an unarmed guy like him after the fight. Especially someone who never harmed me. Luffy commented, he literally took the attempt of attack from this group as a joke. He didn't put Mr. 5 on the same level as Starry, or that Tenryubito with various titles. Anyway. 750 million? Fine. Luffy opened the store and immediately bought the fruit. Nojiko. With the fruit in his hands shaped like a bomb, Luffy caught the attention of a crewmate. Luffy? The short-haired girl with blue hair was surprised to see Luffy showing the strange fruit her way. This is the bomb fruit from the late Mr. 5, now it's yours. I'm sure you'll become extremely powerful with it. Luffy said, and Nojiko took it, still stunned. Can I become stronger? Nojiko murmured. She knew she was one of the weakest in the group, despite learning some techniques from the 6 styles. With the group, her strength was still far behind. I'll eat this if I can help Luffy and my sister in the best way, she said, biting and spitting out the fruit at that moment. That's good, we'll train your abilities as we progress on our journey. Luffy nodded, pleased with her newly acquired power. Now listen everyone, let's continue the party, Luffy announced, and everyone celebrated this time with the island people, who were no longer enemies at this moment. Chapter 115. Whiskey Peak 07 Third-Person POV. Whiskey Peak, first half of Grand Line. Hours passed again, with Luffy fervently celebrating with his group and Beppo's fans, the latter still being more reserved in handling all that attention. Another feast. Why am I not surprised? Lamy commented, arms crossed. Come on Lamy, don't be like that, let's celebrate. Luffy appeared next to her, grabbing her by the waist with a mischievous smile on his face. Get your hands off me you damn womanizer. Lamy growled at Luffy but he paid no attention and held onto her even tighter. In a corner, Vivi was with her partner Karoo, observing the scenes unfolding before her. She packed her bags, ready to leave with her new pirate group, and was waiting for the group to finish the party before departing. Did we make the right decision? Karoo? She said softly, looking at the strange group in front of her. Karoo, the duck grumbled. Are you Vivi-sama? A timid voice called her. Vivi looked surprised at the approaching mermaid in the air, with a strange technique, gracefully jumping. It was the first time she had seen a mermaid since joining the group, and this one was even more beautiful than she imagined. Yes, you're the mermaid of the group, aren't you? Vivi tried to be friendly, knowing they would be partners from now on. Yes. And is it true that you're a princess? Because I am too, the mermaid said excitedly, as it was the first time she had met another princess. The exchange between them was full of curiosity, and a new friendship began to form amid the pirate celebration. You're a princess too? How did you end up here? Vivi was stunned by this. Luffy-sama summoned me in the East Blue, but I can't explain how. I'm from the Fishman Island, quite far from here. I heard that Alabasta is a country with a lot of sand. I'm looking forward to seeing this new kind of place. I've never seen a desert in my life. Shirahoshi was excited as she spoke. Indeed, Alabasta has its own beauty despite being a desert country. I love my country, and how about the Fishman Island? They say it's very beautiful there. Vivi was also curious about the underwater kingdom. Yes, in the Fishman Island there is. While the princesses bonded, Karoo was left aside. Karoo, the duck, lamented this, as he had nothing to add to the conversation. Woof! Sharky! Grrrr! Karoo was surprised as other animals called to him while approaching. He found himself conversing with a dog, a shark, and a miniature whale. Thus, they started chatting in their own animal language. At the same time Vivi and Karoo were bonding with their new group, Luffy and the others continued to drink, celebrate, and play their games. After a while Luffy slipped away with Yamato to a remote corner of the island, beginning a private adventure that involved that beautiful woman. This lasted for hours, and it was dawn when the festivities finally stopped. Now, they were ready to leave the island with the crowd crying and bidding farewell as if they were true legendary heroes, especially with Beppo's performance tonight, gaining even more admirers during the second feast. The scene was magical, with lights flickering, fireworks starting to burst like echoes of the island's thanks resonating through the night air. Their journey was about to continue, but Whiskey Peak would always remember the visit of the Straw Hat Pirates, and now this island belonged to Luffy as well. A strategic point in this part of the sea that he would use very well for his plans. Just as they arrived, surprisingly, all the inhabitants were celebrating and bidding farewell, creating an atmosphere as festive as the one that initially welcomed them. It was as if the contagious energy of their arrival persisted, but with the surprising twist of intentions, as these inhabitants had initially wanted to capture them upon their arrival. That was funny. The first stop in the Grand Line was quite surprising and fun, commented Luffy, observing the excitement around him. Yes, let's move on to our next stop. Nami, set the eternal log for Little Garden, said Luffy, indicating the next adventure in his daring mind. Nami promptly went to her cabin, grabbing an eternal log for her wrist, and another to hand to the helmsman Hachi to navigate the ship. The night sky was sprinkled with twinkling stars, complementing the colorful scene of the party on the island. The farewell music still echoed in the distance, accompanying the last moments of the Straw Hat Pirates in Whiskey Peak. The crowd continued to wave flags and applaud, expressing gratitude for a visit that turned the ordinary into the extraordinary. As the Black Pearl sailed away, the lights of the island gradually dimmed, but the vision of the animation persisted in the crew's memory. The night in the Grand Line was just beginning, and the Straw Hat Pirates were heading for new adventures. I'm so sleepy. Me too. I'm going to my cabin already. I drank so much that I'll sleep on the deck tonight. You always do that, Zoro. Karoo! Woof woof. Sharky? Grr. Does anyone understand what the hell these animals are talking about so seriously? Who knows? No one can speak all these languages. Shirahoshi understands Megalo and Laboon, Luffy and Yamato understand Chochu, but no one understands the princess's duck. Karoo! Karoo became depressed at this moment. Don't cry, Karoo. Hey, what's that? Did you guys hear that too? Sounds like cannons? Bang, bang, bang. As the Black Pearl sailed through the sea, explosions echoed near the ship, raising columns of water in its wake. Hey Luffy, there's a small fleet of ships ahead of us, Usopp shouted from the mast, drawing everyone's attention. Luffy, following Usopp's pointed finger, spotted 20 ships waiting for them outside the island, all displaying the Baroque Works Organization's flag. They sent so many ships too? Vivi was frightened, observing the imminent threat. Well, leave it to me. I want to deal with them. Luffy spoke, moving decisively toward the bow of the ship. Let me show you the true power of an explosion. This is a good opportunity to see the extent of my current power using just a single hand shot. Luffy spoke calmly, and a tense silence enveloped the crew, watching what their captain planned. Even those who were sleepy became attentive at this moment to see what Luffy intended. What does he plan to do? Vivi seemed uneasy with the uncertainty of the moment. Watch, Luffy said, raising his hands as a flame began to illuminate the area around him, much more intense than the last. Once Luffy felt he had accumulated enough energy, he released it towards the center of the enemy ships. Earlier he created an explosion in the middle of one of those ships to eliminate Baroque Works agents. This time, however, he planned something much more destructive. Moa Moa no Mi, mass, apply 40 times. Bam! Like the explosion of a shot, the space in front of Luffy exploded, and the flame flew forward, tearing through the air and making the sea below the flame react to it. This sight left the entire crew stunned, while the Baroque Works ships noticed the sound and that light coming their way without being able to react. As it approached the middle of the small fleet, Luffy's attack had the shape of a bullet. The light flickered like a lamp, disappearing and reappearing, showcasing concentrated power like a true spectacle. Think of the mini Bijuu-dama that Naruto created with 4 tails in the fight against Orochimaru. But what came after shocked them even more. When the flame hit the center ship and expanded from that point, all the ships were instantly disintegrated under an intense light that blinded all spectators, and the victims didn't even realize they died there. This was even more terrifying for observers kilometers away, as they saw the flash emerge in front of them, illuminating the entire region as if it were day. Even the skies didn't escape it, causing all the stars to momentarily disappear in the intensity of the explosion. The power of Luffy's flame with the enlargement of Moa Moa no Mi had just showcased a spectacle of destruction that would leave a mark in the memory of everyone present for the rest of their lives. Meanwhile, in a distant place, aboard the imposing Navy ship, lanterns swayed gently to the rhythm of the ocean's movement. The silence of the night was broken only by the murmurs of the sailors on duty at that moment. How boring. I'm so sleepy I can't wait to finish my shift and go to the cabin soon. Yes. But Captain Smoker asked us to stand guard, to report any pirate activity at sea, especially because of the straw hats. Captain Smoker is determined to capture them, even though the captain has suffered several defeats at the hands of that group. What do you expect? They're a crew worth almost 500 million. I heard headquarters is sending a vice admiral to hunt them down too. But Garp is a vice admiral. And he failed. You're thinking wrong. Garp is Monkey D. Luffy's grandfather. Some say the Navy hero. Let him escape. I see. So they're not such a terrible group. The sailor was convinced of this, but something happened at that moment. The tranquil maritime scene was abruptly interrupted by an unexpected flash on the horizon. An explosion of intense and fleeting light, like a nighttime lightning bolt, stole the attention of everyone still awake. The shadows cast by the ship's sails danced frantically, while the few sailors, initially stunned by the surprise, directed perplexed looks toward the luminous phenomenon. What is this? A light? Isn't it the sun? Of course not, idiot. It's the middle of the night. Call Captain Smoker, we must report this to him immediately. The sailor spoke as the light disappeared, and the night returned to its normality. The expressions of perplexity and surprise remained on the faces of those sailors. Elsewhere, what is this light in the middle of the night? A giant man looked at the suddenly illuminated horizon. It doesn't matter. I'm going back to sleep because I have a fight against Bragi tomorrow. The giant spoke, ignoring the disappearing light, and going back to sleep. While some could see the strange glow in the sky, in the location where the explosion happened, it was much more than a light show. B:00:00:00:00:00:00:00:00:00:00:00:00:00:00:00:00:0 B V 0 0 0 0 0 Yeah, B0 is an enjoyable manner. The explosion was so colossal that it grew to the size of half of Whiskey Peak Island, visible kilometers away. However, the magnitude and distance of the event did not prevent the explosion from affecting everyone. Soon, all the foundations of the island trembled, and a forceful shockwave knocked everything in its path through the sea. At that moment, Luffy increased the weight of the ship by 40 times so it wouldn't go flying as well. Even so, the ship felt the impact, and almost everyone went to the ground at that moment. The sea area was consumed in intense heat, launching steam throughout the region, and the Black Pearl didn't escape being enveloped by the explosion of water in a gaseous state. What ice this? Luffy ice a monster who can destroy the whole island. How did the captain have so much power all along? I want to leave. Luffy, you went overboard. Karoo, Sanai want to leave too. Karoo. Wolf? Grr. Haha, I guess I did go overboard. I didn't even know it could get so big. Luffy was a bit embarrassed while the ship was inside the curtain of vapor created by the attack, realizing how exaggerated the explosion was. He could have disintegrated half of Whiskey Peak and burned the other 30%. If that attack happened on the island in one of the corners, with only 20% of the island remaining intact, maybe destroying the entire island if he managed to hit the center. The air was filled with the smell of smoke and the persistent sound of some debris settling. The crew, still a bit stunned by the magnitude of Luffy's power, contemplated what had just happened. The spectacle of destruction was a vivid reminder that, even amidst fun and festivities, the Straw Hat Pirates were a force to be taken seriously in the Grand Line. Chapter 116. Nico Robin. 01. Third person POV. Somewhere C. First half of Grand Line. Nico Robin, a figure of real importance as the main member of Baroque Works, found herself secluded in a cell on the Straw Hat Pirates ship. Her story was permeated by traumas and challenges. It wasn't the first time she had been thrown into a cell, but this time, she truly faced danger with such a powerful group. This brought back memories of her helplessness from a long time ago. As a child from Ohara, Robin was the sole survivor of a devastating attack that wiped out her native island and everyone living there. Even before that, her childhood was not easy. Her mother left her early in pursuit of her dreams, forcing her to live with abusive uncles. It wasn't easy dealing with the island's children, who didn't like her. They hated her, actually, calling her a monster and aberration, especially due to the Akuma no Mi powers she acquired at a young age. However, not everything was bad there. She found a place on the island that she loved. Ohara was known as the cradle of knowledge, where scholars and archaeologists sought to unravel the world's secrets. Despite being just a child surrounded by adults, 8-year-old Robin found solace in studies and the pursuit of knowledge. Robin made many friendships there, despite being only a child among adults. At the age of 8, she developed the ability to read poneglyphs, ancient inscriptions of great importance to the world, even though it was forbidden for her. She studied, thinking that her mother would be with her if she knew how to read the forbidden language. However, tragedy struck Ohara when the world government learned about the poneglyphs and forbidden studies on the island. Robin saw her mother for the first time on that day, but it was also the most terrible day of her life. The devastating attack that followed was ruthless. Marine ships surrounded Ohara in an extreme measure called Buster Call, involving the complete destruction of an island. The flames and destruction swept through Ohara, erasing not only accumulated knowledge, but also the lives of everyone living there. Robin, at the tender age of 8, witnessed her native island consumed by flames and its population decimated. She witnessed the destruction of everything she loved, losing the few ties she still had. Miraculously, she managed to escape the chaos, hiding amidst the destruction, evading the vigilant eyes of the Marines. With the help of a vice admiral at the time, Kuzan, who spared her life as a favor to a friend, she sailed alone in a small boat, leaving the ruins of Ohara behind and heading into the unknown. Her ability to read poneglyphs, once seen as a gift to reunite with her mother, became a curse. The world government labeled her as a dangerous threat, a demon child that needed to be eliminated. Thus began Robin's life of constant escape, always in the crosshairs of the world government, perpetually hiding her unique ability and her identity. After the tragedy in Ohara, Nico Robin embarked on a solitary and relentless journey in search of poneglyphs, ancient inscriptions holding crucial secrets about the world. Her dream was to unravel the hidden mysteries in these stones, revealing the truth behind the world's history and understanding the significance of the events that shaped her life. However, achieving this dream became a dangerous mission. Robin had to constantly flee to escape imminent capture. The mark on her head pursued her like a shadow, and the pursuit of poneglyphs often placed her in risky situations. Robin couldn't trust anyone, as the world viewed her as a threat. Even those who promised help often betrayed her, revealing themselves as agents of the world government or individuals interested only in rewards. Solitude became her constant companion, and distrust shaped her relationships. Despite the challenges, Robin never gave up on her dream. She faced dangers, crossed unknown seas. However, she never found what she was looking for, merely keeping in mind that she should survive and pursue her dream, even without any clues for many years. After years of constant escape, Robin found herself tied to Baroque Works, a criminal organization that pursued its own dark interests. Under the alias Miss All Sunday, she operated as a high-ranking agent of the organization, keeping her true identity a secret. However, even while working for Baroque Works, the reasons behind her actions were complex and often veiled. There, she found the chance to stay safe behind a shichibukai and encounter a poneglyph for the first time. The arrival of the Straw Hat Pirates marked a turning point in her life. She had never felt so powerless. She knew she could never deal with these pirates, and it terrified her in her cell. She feared the unknown and what might happen to her confined with this group. She even began to believe that Crocodile couldn't handle this group and rescue her. Immersed in thoughts and regrets, she heard the door open. The cells held all the key agents of Baroque Works. Some were depressed, others complained, and they devised plans to escape from these pirates. But Robin knew it was futile, especially after yesterday's explosion. While they were imprisoned, seeing the ship sailing again after the explosion, there was a flash through the windows and an explosion that woke and scared everyone. They wondered what was happening. The explosion was more powerful than anything Robin had ever seen, and she knew these pirates were behind this power, since the ship sailed easily without problems through the sea. Now with the door open, everyone in their cells saw Monkey D. Luffy, the pirate over 2 meters tall, with a bounty of 200 million on his head, and the head behind this group. Luffy walked calmly down the corridor between the cells. "Monkey-chan, can you give me one of those rice cakes from this morning? They were so delicious." Mr. Tu said with enthusiasm. Even as a prisoner, he had an open personality. "Sure, you're Bon Clay, right?" Luffy commented with a friendly smile. He liked this character. They were just on opposite sides here, but that would change soon, and he would treat him well. "Yes, thank you, Monkey-chan," the man spoke joyfully. "You shouldn't be so happy, we're prisoners here," Miss Valentina muttered, with a sea-stone shackle on her arm. What do you plan to do with us, pirate?" Mr. 3 asked with his thin voice. The other agents stayed quiet, only Miss Goldenweek was crying. "I'll deal with you once we're out of Alabasta, don't worry. I have another priority now," Luffy said, as he stopped in front of a cautious Robin cell. Silence took over the two as Luffy looked into her blue eyes for the next 30 seconds without wavering. "Hello, Robin." Luffy broke the silence and greeted her while observing her through the cell bars. "Hello, Monkey D. Luffy," Robin replied in a neutral tone, maintaining her calm exterior. Luffy directed his gaze to Robin's blue eyes and let out a sigh. "It's a shame we started as enemies," Luffy commented, expressing a slight regret. "We are enemies," Robin responded coldly, reinforcing the barrier between them. "But we don't have to be," Luffy countered calmly, as if offering an alternative. "Why wouldn't we be? I'm in my own organization, and my boss wants you captured or dead. Even though he made a big mistake here underestimating your strength," Robin retorted, pointing to the situation that surrounded her. "Maybe I can make you join me and leave Baroque Works," Luffy suggested, maintaining hope in his gaze. "I doubt there's anything that would make me abandon years in Baroque Works." "Have you considered how I might betray you later?" Robin said rationally, challenging the offer. Luffy looked at her seriously, as if considering every word. "I understand that it's hard to trust, especially considering your past. But I don't want betrayal, Robin, and I believe you won't do that. I want a partnership, where we can pursue our goals together. I know it might seem impossible now, but maybe we can find a way," Luffy responded, seeking understanding. Robin kept her gaze firm, evaluating Luffy's words. "You say you want a partnership, but are you aware of what Baroque Works will do if they find out I'm considering this?" Robin questioned, testing the limits of his offer. Luffy smiled, not as an easy response, but as an expression of confidence. Luffy stared at Robin through the cell bars, and a sigh escaped his lips. "I'm aware. But do you think I won't take down Crocodile? If you want to embark on this, I'll be by your side." His gaze conveyed a firm confidence, while a slight smile appeared on his lips, indicating determination. Robin remained silent for a moment, her blue eyes immersed in reflection. The wordplay between them outlined a possible change, but the path ahead remained uncertain. A wrinkle of concern appeared on her forehead, revealing her internal turmoil. Seeing hesitation in Robin's eyes, Luffy sighed and continued. "You're right in your points. I have my reasons, and I may not believe in you now, but I believe in your dream." A warm smile formed on his face, seeking to convey genuine trust and support. "What do you mean by that?" This surprised Robin, who narrowed her eyes the next moment, trying to decipher the intentions behind Luffy's words. An expression of incredulity mixed with curiosity drew on her face. Luffy then pulled out a paper from nowhere and began reading in front of Robin. "O'Hara Report, 1502, all traces of the island were eliminated, except for one child, an 8-year-old girl who managed to escape without anyone knowing how." "Stop," Robin interrupted, her voice laden with emotion. Her eyes shimmered with anguish, and her hands gripped the bars tightly as soon as she heard those words. "The girl possesses forbidden knowledge." Luffy continued speaking without caring about how the woman in front of him looked disturbed. "Stop," Robin requested again, a mix of sadness and despair reflected in her gaze. The people in the other cells remained silent, stunned by the direction of this conversation with Mr. Zero's partner. "She can read poneglyphs, a potential threat to the world and the world government." "Stop!" Robin shouted with tears in her eyes, a mixture of pain and suffering stamped on her face. Luffy looked at her at that moment and remained silent, his eyes showing compassion in the face of Robin's suffering. Robin seemed sad, her eyes reflecting the melancholy that she rarely allowed to be glimpsed, remembering past traumas. "Robin," Luffy spoke again, his voice softening. "Aren't you tired of running? Of hiding, Robin?" His words were loaded with genuine concern, and his gaze sought to connect with the archaeologist's tormented soul. "Come with me. I can prove that you can pursue your dreams, even if the whole world wants otherwise." Luffy uttered these words, surprisingly opening the cell and facing the still huddled woman. Robin, in tears, looked at him cautiously, trying to decipher the intentions behind those words and actions. Her blue eyes were mixed with suspicion and longing as she sought to understand more about this man presenting himself as a promise of change. "I know it's difficult, but I ask you to trust me, Nico Robin. I don't want harm for you, I want to help you because I know you better than you think." Luffy smiled warmly, his words a sincere invitation. Robin remained silent for a moment, but the expression on her face indicated that something was beginning to transform within her. It was when Luffy, with a sudden seriousness, took something out of his pocket. "I have something I want to show you, something that can change everything about your knowledge of the world and your goals." He held a folded piece of paper and handed it to her. Robin's eyes narrowed as she examined the paper taken from the captain's hands. Curiosity overcame suspicion for a moment, and she accepted it cautiously. When she opened it, her eyes were shocked. There were a few sentences in the ancient language that Luffy took from the poneglyphs on the paper. She quickly looked at Luffy as if he were crazy, her eyes still teary. "Let's get out of here, there's still something to show you. You won't be satisfied with just a few sentences, right?" said Luffy, smiling at Robin, who looked at him with wide eyes. "You can't be serious, are you?" she stammered, wondering what Luffy might be implying with that. "Come with me, you won't regret it." Luffy spoke with palpable determination, approaching the woman and carefully removing her handcuffs. The metallic sound echoed, symbolizing imminent liberation. She watched, still incredulous, as the man walked away, slowly processing the surprising turn of events in her situation. Amidst the confusion, Robin took her first hesitant steps, following Luffy as if in a trance. "Bwah! Momonkey-chancy so cool, Mr. Two cried at that moment, his emotions on the surface after witnessing the entire scene inside his cell. "Indeed, Mr. 3 muttered, trying to hold back tears betraying the emotion in his eyes. As they walked away from the prison area, Robin was immersed in her own tumultuous thoughts. Her eyes were fixed on the man ahead, and she experienced a range of conflicting feelings: doubt, suspicion, relief, and surprisingly, an incipient willingness to trust Luffy's words. Navigating the internal corridors of the Black Pearl, Luffy commented as they advanced toward a reinforced room, "Oh Robin, we're getting there." Absorbing the magnitude of the moment, Robin remained silent beside him. As they continued, they entered an even deeper part of the ship, finally reaching the vault. The door of the Black Pearl's vault, sturdy and imposing, creaked open, revealing its reinforced interior. As the door shifted completely, a special room unfolded before the eyes of Robin and Luffy. It was a protected and secure environment, designed to store treasures of inestimable value. The walls were adorned with exotic ornaments, rich in detail, bringing an aura of opulence to the place. Piles of gold gleamed in the dim light, reflecting the beams of light escaping from the small cracks in the massive door. Shadows danced among the mounds of coins and gems, creating a spectacle of colors and shines. In the center of the room, a special box housed an Akuma no Mi, like a unique and valuable treasure. Its presence was notable, and the box was adorned with ancient symbols, evoking a sense of mystery. Around it, small beams of light shone, highlighting its importance in the room. However, what surprised Robin the most were the two carefully positioned poneglyphs. Their intricate outlines told forgotten stories, and their mysterious inscriptions captured Robin's attention, adding an additional dimension of importance to the place. "To this!" Trembling, Robin's words came out shaky. These two poneglyphs had been there since Luffy decided to bring them, and place them there after the events in Kokoyashi. Is this real? Barely able to believe it, Robin was finally in front of what she had always sought. "This is the proof I want you to see. Join me," said Luffy, his expression reflecting the gravity of the decision Robin was about to make. Chapter 117. Nico Robin 02. Third-person POV. Somewhere C. First half of Grand Line. Robin didn't respond to Luffy, she continued walking towards the stones as if her legs had gained a life of their own, ignoring all the jewels and gold in the place, and walked up to the indestructible stones. As Robin's eyes traced the intricate contours of the poneglyphs, A torrent of thoughts tumultuated her mind. Each inscription was like a link to her past, a direct connection to the lost era of Ohara. The words engraved on these stone blocks were a silent testimony to the forbidden knowledge she had always sought to preserve. The atmosphere in the vault room became dense, charged with the historical significance these poneglyphs carried. For Robin, it was more than a mere encounter with ancient artifacts, it was a meeting with the very essence of her existence, with her passion for history, and her struggle to unveil forbidden secrets, and all the price she had to pay with no results until this day. As she observed the meticulously carved symbols, silent tears streamed down her eyes. These tears were not of sadness, but of a complex mix of emotions. It was the joy of finally finding what she had to sacrifice and lose in her life to be here, the death of her mother and Professor Clover, the sorrow for the destruction of Ohara, and the constant threat looming over her for being the last survivor of the island for almost 2 decades. While she remained immersed in contemplation before the poneglyphs, a torrent of emotions swept through Robin's heart. Luffy's words echoed in her mind like a hopeful melody, "Join me," and a growing warmth settled within her. Her gaze, initially fixed on the ancient inscriptions, shifted to the pirate who remained at some distance. Luffy maintained a small smile, radiant with genuine happiness for Robin. The girl, whose life was marked by tragedies and loneliness, finally found a ray of light. She was a character in the story he cherished the most, and Luffy was determined to help her achieve her dream. In an impulse of emotion, Robin attacked. Her eyes met Luffy's, and she surprised him with a hug. Her arms enveloped the pirate, and she pressed her head against his bare chest. Tears of gratitude flowed freely as she murmured sincere words. "Thank you," she shouted tearfully, letting the emotions overflow. "Thank you," she murmured again, still wrapped in the hug, with tears of joy streaming. "Thank you." Robin's expression conveyed not only gratitude, but also a mix of relief and hope. In that embrace, a special bond formed between them, marking the beginning of a shared journey in search of the secrets buried in the poneglyphs and perhaps the blossoming of deeper feelings amid the twists of fate. Luffy put his hand on her waist and moved her back a bit, fixing his eyes on hers with penetrating seriousness. "I'm not lying when I say I want you with me, Robin. I'll help you achieve your dream because I like you and also need you. After all, my journey is intertwined with the lost century." Luffy smiled as he observed the woman from top to bottom, his words echoing with extraordinary weight. Robin finally realized the unsettling closeness with that man and stepped back a bit, her face turning a shade of red as she realized the unintentional boldness. "Sorry for that," she murmured, embarrassed. "Ha ha ha. It's okay. I have nothing to complain about it," Luffy said, maintaining his smile, but his eyes remained serious with the matter being discussed here. "What did you mean by your journey being intertwined with the lost century?" She quickly changed the subject to a point that caught her attention. Luffy, keeping his serious expression, shared a secret with Nico Robin. "Let me tell you a secret, Nico Robin. Most of the poneglyphs we find across the seas describe ancient weapons, apologies and some other information. But, if you want to know about the lost century, the story is stored on the last island, Raftel." His words reverberated, emphasizing the importance and seriousness of this knowledge. "That?" A shock ran through Nico Robin, her expression revealing a mix of surprise and fascination. "This means that," she mumbled, barely able to articulate her words. "Yes, Goldie Roger learned the story with a part of his crew," asserted Luffy, his conviction transparent in his words. "Are you really telling the truth? How do you know all of this? Who are you?" Robin couldn't understand this man, his intentions, and how he could possess so much vital information she had never heard of. He even claimed that poneglyphs outside Raftel do not describe the lost century, leading Robin to question if Monkey D. Luffy could also read them. "If you think I can read them, you're mistaken." Luffy cut off that thought immediately. "As for how I know these things, it's a secret I'll take to the grave. Not even my wives and children will know. I'd like us to keep this conversation between us two." Luffy spoke, asking for silence and trust from Robin. He would never reveal about his past life to anyone in this world, trusting that Robin would limit herself to suspicion, and he trusted that she wouldn't share this conversation with anyone. "As for who I am, isn't it obvious? I'm Monkey D. Luffy, and I intend to be the Emperor of the Seas, and I need an archaeologist like you with me, Robin. I don't care if I'm hunted by the government or if you consider yourself a curse. Let me tell you a secret. Before coming to the Grand Line, I killed a celestial dragon, and everyone on this ship knows it. If you want proof that I won't betray you by turning you over to the government, then trust my words. If I have to burn the world just to protect you, I will." Luffy spoke with conviction. Luffy's words shocked Robin on a level she only remembered happening at the time of Ohara's destruction. The revelation unfolded before her, plunging her into a reality that defied her expectations. Robin's expression was a mix of shock, disbelief and curiosity in the face of the captain of the Straw Hat's bold words. "You really killed a celestial dragon?" she exclaimed, covering her mouth with her hand. "Yes, he wanted to take my mermaid, something I'll never accept." Luffy spoke with a serious tone. "And want another proof that I want to trust you? You know this same mermaid? She's one of the ancient weapons, called Poseidon." Luffy wasn't afraid to say something like that to Robin. She would find out easily in the future, and he would prove that he trusts this woman. Robin couldn't be more surprised. Of course she knew very well about the ancient weapons, as Crocodile was after one of them. "She's an ancient weapon? How is that possible?" Robin exclaimed, with a tone louder than she could control. For Robin, Luffy's words echoed in the recesses of the vault room, and the revelation about Poseidon engulfed Nico Robin in a whirlwind of perplexity. Her eyes, now widened in surprise and disbelief, sought Luffy's for some additional explanation. The weight of the information he shared seemed overwhelming, challenging all of Robin's understanding of the world. "It's hard to believe, I know. But you'll have to figure that out on our journey. Crocodile's plans are doomed to fail, as Pluton is in Wano. Actually, the weapon is the country itself from what I know." Luffy spoke, and a flash of memory reminded him a bit about the existence of Pluton. If his suspicions were correct, Pluton would be located at the bottom of Wano. Robin was beyond shock now. Her internal thoughts became a chaos of inquiries as she tried to assimilate what she had just heard. Who is this man, and how does he have information that would shock the world? The question pounded in her mind, even though Luffy had already answered. The reality of these revelations was so overwhelming that Robin felt on the brink of the abyss of the unknown. Robin stared at Luffy with an unparalleled intensity. Her hands trembled before the disclosures of this man who possessed information capable of redefining her entire perspective on the world. Luffy's desire to reach Raftel sparked in Robin a flame of hope that had been dormant until then. For the first time in her life, she looked at a man with the light of expectation in her blue eyes. Raftel, the island she had longed for so much, the place where her dream could come true. Those words resonated in Robin's mind, evoking memories of her troubled past. The image of the giant Saul, the friend who embraced her in childhood, emerged in her memory. Saul would look at young Robin affectionately, his enormous hands resting gently on her fragile shoulders. His eyes, filled with wisdom and compassion, would meet hers with a comforting gleam. "Little Robin," Saul would begin with a deep and reassuring voice, "the sea is vast, and life is a journey full of challenges and discoveries. One day you will find companions who care deeply for you, people who will share your dreams and help light up the darkest paths. Darashishishishishi." He would smile, revealing a warm expression, as if he saw a promising future for the girl. "Believe me, even in the most intense storms, there is always a rainbow waiting to color the horizon. And when that day comes, embrace these companions with an open heart, for they will be invaluable treasures on your journey." With these words, Saul would express his belief that Robin's destiny was intertwined with extraordinary events, and that she would find not only allies but true friends who would be a light in her life, making her journey through the sea richer and more meaningful. Robin felt the magnitude of her decision echoing in that moment. Joining Luffy was not just a choice of loyalty, it was the promise of a future where she could continue her quest for poneglyphs and unravel the mysteries that these inscriptions hid. Knowing what the government so feared, she saw in Luffy someone who truly understood the value of her goals and was willing to support her on her journey. Despite the uncertainties surrounding this new path, Robin understood that sometimes it was necessary to take risks to achieve the true freedom she had always longed for. With determination, she decided to trust the hope that was budding, taking the next step toward an uncertain destiny, but now accompanied by true allies who shared her eagerness to uncover the world's secrets. "I will join you, Monkey D. Luffy." She finally spoke with tears and a small smile. As she uttered these words, Robin felt a mix of emotions intertwining in her chest. The decision to join Luffy was not just a logical choice, but something deeper was happening within her. As she looked at the captain of the Straw Hats, she realized that, beyond gratitude for the opportunity to fulfill her dream, there was a strange feeling beginning to blossom. She tried to rationalize, delving into the deep waters of her own psyche to understand what it meant. He was a remarkable man, undoubtedly. His unwavering determination, his ability to inspire, and above all, His genuine understanding of the value of each crew member's dreams were characteristics that could not be ignored. Robin was not accustomed to trusting or depending on anyone. But there, in that moment, something began to change. Perhaps it was the way Luffy looked at her, as if he saw beyond the scars of the past, or perhaps it was the promise of a true camaraderie that she had never experienced before. System crew, Nico Robin has joined as a member of your crew. Ha ha ha, that's great. Welcome to the group, Robin. Luffy smiled at the message and was happy to have someone like Robin, even before reaching Alabasta. Chapter 118. Nico Robin 031. Third-person POV. Somewhere C. First half of Grand Line. Now let's read these stones. I've always had doubts about them. I need you to give me a translation of them, commented Luffy, and Robin nodded after stepping away from him, despite feeling some conflicting emotions. Robin approached the first stone, her eyes tracing the intricate lines that told the story of the Akuma no Mi hidden since the lost century Cerberus. Each character seemed to pulsate with the mythical essence of the triple-headed beast, and her delicate hands traced the inscriptions as if unraveling the secrets of nature itself. As Robin read the stone, her gaze shifted from the stone to the adjacent Akuma no Mi. So there's a poneglyph that speaks only of the fruit? Luffy thought, observing Robin's behavior. While reading about the powers of the heads, Robin's expression remained undisturbed, but her eyes reflected intense curiosity. The mystery surrounding the fruit seemed to deepen as she continued reading. Her gaze traveled over the words, while her mind speculated on the full extent of the powers of this Akuma no Mi. Fire, lightning, ice. Elements that transcend the normal capabilities of a devil fruit. What creature is this that embodies these divine gifts? Robin found herself captivated by the duality between the known and the unknown, as the legend of this creature unfolded before her. An aura of mystery hung over the description, leaving Robin with a sense of fascination and restlessness. Upon completing the reading of the first stone, Robin turned to Luffy, her blue eyes retaining the depth of reflection. Luffy, this one about the devil fruit, there seems to have been a reserve weapon for a war in the lost century as reinforcement, so it was hidden to be used if they needed reinforcements, but they never had the opportunity. Robin spoke, intrigued by this information. Do you want to know more about this poneglyph first, or wait for me to read the second one? Robin turned her gaze back to Luffy behind her. Read the second one, Luffy requested, and Robin promptly obeyed. As she began deciphering the inscriptions, a look of doubt settled in her eyes, signaling the presence of unknown information. This one is difficult to understand because it has unknown information for me, Robin murmured, expressing her perplexity at the text. Can you write exactly what is written there? Luffy asked, taking paper and pen from his pocket, enlarging their size. Robin nodded and took the necessary items before starting to transcribe the ancient words. Let me see. Luffy began reading in the common language. This is an inscription with the name Ryuo, the term given to haki in Wano. Luffy became increasingly shocked by the content of the text. This is not just a technique, it's a new horizon of Conqueror's haki. A lost technique from the lost century. This is on a level beyond the knowledge of the world's major forces as far as I know. The shock reflected in his expression, realizing the magnitude of what he had just discovered. Although Luffy had not yet fully mastered Conqueror's haki, he recognized that this went far beyond his current understanding of the original work. Is it that surprising? Robin questioned beside Luffy. Yes, if I'm right, this represents a technique that elevates the mastery of Conqueror's haki to a new level. It's too alarming. Luffy remained stunned, absorbing the gravity of that discovery. He never imagined that a modest cave in the East Blue would hold such impactful secrets. What happened there when we found the gold still remains a mystery. But certainly the techniques in the fruit are from the lost century. This is good, very good. I may not have value for this information and about what happened, maybe I can train my voice over all things. Abilities, these poneglyphs can tell me what happened in the cave. Luffy briefly pondered the mysteries surrounding the encounter with the gold, recognizing the preciousness of the techniques and the fruit linked to the lost century. Feeling that these discoveries had a profound significance, he considered the possibility of enhancing his ability to hear all things, to unravel the hidden secrets in the poneglyphs. With a glimpse of excitement, he decided to reserve that perspective for the future. I'll keep that stored for the future. Now, can you tell me about the Akuma no Mi? Luffy directed his attention to the mysterious fruit. Yes, it's a mythical beast called Cerberus, a mystical entity with 3 heads, each possessing an elemental domain: fire, lightning, and ice. a triple force echoing through the ages. Every aspect of this being is a manifestation of power, a fusion of myth and reality. Robin continued sharing intriguing information about this Akuma no Mi with Luffy. So, Cerberus. A name resonating with triple elemental powers, Luffy murmured, assimilating the information about the Akuma no Mi. His eyes didn't express the same amazement as before, but rather intense curiosity. Fire, lightning and ice, huh? That's amazing. A fruit that incorporates elements in 3 different forms. Does that mean whoever eats it would have control over all these powers at the same time? Robin nodded, observing the fascination in Luffy's eyes. Exactly, it seems to be an extraordinary fruit. The person possessing Cerberus's powers would have at their disposal a diversified range of abilities, each associated with a different head. Luffy scratched his head, thoughtful. Imagine using fire, lightning and ice all at once. It would be incredible in a fight. This fruit seems to have enormous potential. Yes, the potential is vast, but it also brings challenges. Balancing and mastering 3 distinct types of powers is not an easy task, even for people with exceptional abilities. Robin added a note of caution to Luffy's excitement. Luffy, with his characteristic smile, didn't seem concerned about the complications. Well, I have the ideal candidate for that, and he's not a person. Luffy approached and took the fruit, deciding that he would have the opportunity to eat it and gain its powers. Let's introduce you to the others. You're my companion number 19. I'm glad you're with us. Luffy's smile lit up the environment as he exited the vault, casually closing it. Robin, in turn, merely nodded, maintaining her characteristic composure. Although not easily shaken, the presence of Luffy and the unique aura of his crew were unmatched, creating a slight buzz of nervousness in her mind. Following Luffy towards the deck, Robin silently contemplated the peculiar composition of the crew. Each member was unique, with extraordinary abilities and personalities. The idea of being the 19th member of this exceptionally talented team evoked a sense of responsibility and, at the same time, an opportunity for growth. As they reached the deck, Luffy was met with the lively scene of his crew, engaged in various activities. Each member was immersed in their own world, enjoying leisure time in various ways. Robin observed attentively, noting the diversity of things this crew was doing at the moment. Many beach chairs were extended while some sunbathed, enjoying refreshing drinks. The sniper was in the shade, cleaning his weapons. A man and a woman were training with wooden swords and weights. Some were looking at the horizon at the ship's edge, while others rested on the mast. A fishman was cheerfully frying some snacks. Animals ran around playing with each other. A dog, a shark, a whale, and a duck. Robin couldn't help but express surprise at this strange group. Luffy raised his hand, drawing the attention of his lively crew enjoying their time on the Black Pearl's deck. With a radiant smile, he began the introductions. Guys, I have an amazing person to introduce to you today. This is Nico Robin, the newest member of the Straw Hat Pirates and our companion from today onward. What? Vivi was the first to react, with surprise and a hint of anger mixing in her words. Nami, on the other hand, still carried perceptible resentments. Her eyes reflected a mixture of distrust and anger, as Robin had spied on Luffy and her the night before. This woman, she began to say, but was interrupted by Luffy's firm voice. She's our companion from now on. I trust her, and I want you all to do the same. I won't tolerate anyone hurting her, no matter your disagreements with her. Unlike previous situations when Luffy recruited Nami and the crew acted with suspicion, things were different now. Luffy was serious, conveying a determination he hadn't shown in the same way in the past. He made it clear that Nico Robin was someone he wanted in his group. Luffy understood that by giving her a new purpose and the hope of achieving her dream, Robin would become a reliable ally. Any doubts she might still have about their ability to protect her would dissipate over the journey. Luffy's unequivocal expression of trust set a new tone for the crew, highlighting the importance and value he attributed to Robin's presence among the Straw Hat Pirates. Well, let me introduce her to everyone. Luffy continued introducing his eclectic crew. First, we have Zoro, the swordsman I trust my life with when it comes to fighting, but I don't trust his sense of direction. Zoro waved casually, maintaining his characteristic pose, though he was taken aback by Luffy's second comment. Next, Lamy. She's our doctor, super competent, and always ready to face any challenge. Lamy waved with a smile, holding her medical kit. Beppo, our strategic advisor, sharp in politics and economics. He's a polar bear, but don't let that fool you, he's quite funny. Beppo waved with a cheerful smile. Chaochu, a loyal and brave companion. He only speaks by barking, but we understand him very well, right Luffy? Shushu barked, and Luffy laughed, confirming. Our sharpshooter, Usopp. He's amazing with firearms and always surprises us with his skills. Usopp waved with his rifle in hand. Nami, the navigator. You already know her a bit, she has a powerful Akuma no Mi, and is essential for our journey across the seas. Nami waved with a neutral tone, not smiling at Robin. Ladies and gentlemen, Reiju, she's our amazing cook and also the most elegant and powerful in the crew. Reiju made a graceful bow. Hachi, the octopus. Despite his 8 arms, he's a cool guy and makes a great dish. Hachi waved, smiling friendly. And this is Nojiko, Nami's sister, who joined us after falling in love with me. That's right, love at first sight. Luffy made a joke, and Nojiko waved, laughing a bit at Luffy's antics. Hugo, the cheerful guy. He's easygoing, likes peace, but has a big goal, so don't underestimate him. Hugo waved cheerfully. Yamato, our warrior, as foolish as funny but incredibly loyal and strong. Yamato gave a bold wave. Megalo, our shark. Megalo quickly said, Sharky, 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 while everyone laughed. Vivi, she's a new companion like you. Vivi waved but maintained a forced smile. Alvida, my loyal and determined companion. Alvida waved confidently. We also have Laboon, our newly recruited companion. Let's fulfill his dream on this journey. And of course Karoo, our faithful bird companion always accompanying us on adventures. Karoo made his characteristic sound while receiving affectionate looks from everyone. And finally, our mermaid, Shirahoshi. She's our curious and brave girl, ready to face anything. Luffy pointed to Shirahoshi, who smiled shyly. With everyone introduced, Luffy concluded with his characteristic smile, "And this is the Straw Hat Pirates crew. Your new group, everyone supports each other here, we're a family." The crew members greeted Robin in unique ways, turning the gathering into a vibrant mosaic of personalities. Friendly smiles, enthusiastic waves, and even some more reserved gestures composed the warm setting for the latest addition to the Straw Hat Pirates. Listen up everyone. Luffy commanded their attention, and immediately, all turned their faces toward him, eager to hear what the captain had to say. Anyway, this woman translated some things on those poneglyphs. First, it's about the history of that shipwreck. There's no information about it, but I intend to find out in the future anyway. So the ship appearing in the middle of the cave remains a mystery. One of the poneglyphs talks about a technique that will be used in the future by some of you. Suspense hung in the air as gazes turned to Luffy, anxiously awaiting more details. Now, the other matter is about this Akuma no Mi. Luffy displayed the tricolored apple with enthusiasm. So, what is it? Usopp asked, showing his curiosity. It's a mythical Zoan too. Luffy's eyes were shining with excitement at that moment. Really? What's its name and model? Yamato became instantly interested. Doggy fruit, model Cerberus, Luffy announced, eliciting surprise and fascination among the crew members. So? Quina murmured. While whispers of speculation spread through the crew, already imagining who would consume it. Exactly Shuchu, this fruit is yours, the captain said confidently, pointing to the loyal canine companion. Bark? Shushu whimpered, apparently confused by the revelation. Eat it, you're perfect for it. Your strength will greatly increase, Luffy asserted, encouraging Shuchu. Shuchu hesitated for a moment, looking at the fruit, but finally took the initiative to eat it. Despite spitting out at the first bite, he understood that it would strengthen him and consumed the rest of the fruit. The act was met with varied expressions, from surprise to admiration, as the crew witnessed another twist in the abilities of their comrades. Chapter 119, Training. Third-person POV. Somewhere C. First half of Grand Line. Shuchu ate the fruit in front of everyone, and at that moment, Luffy noticed the system sending a progress notification about his dog within the crew. Name, Chuchu role, guard dog age. Stats is vitality, D plus B strength, D plus B defense, E plus C speed, E plus C spirit. DC, devil fruit none, Cerberus dog fruit, model, none E. Hakiken Bunshoku Haki, locked, Busoshoku Haki, locked. Rokushiki Geppu, locked D Kami, locked Rankyaku, locked Shigen Biasoru, locked Tekai, Ibi Rokugan, locked. As a member of his crew, all his talents increase by 100%. Ha! I can see that you've gotten stronger. How do you feel, Chuchu? Wolf, Chuchu barked enthusiastically. That's good. Unfortunately, we still don't know much about your powers and your final form, but we'll start your training on the next island. Nevertheless, that doesn't deny that your fruit is quite powerful. Luffy smiled with satisfaction. Woof, woof, Chuchu responded, wagging his tail. In the meantime, since we're on the open sea, let's strengthen your bodies in the training room until we reach our destination. Luffy spoke and turned to the new members of the group. Vivi, Robin and Karoo, you will begin your training as well. Now that you're part of this crew, let's start with the 6 styles to improve your bodies, as you're quite weak at the moment and need a minimum strength to face our upcoming challenges, Luffy said, and everyone nodded. The captain led the group towards the training room, the space designated for skill enhancement and learning new techniques since he began training in the 6 styles. While each member dedicated themselves to their training in different corners of the room, Luffy chose to specifically guide the 2 girls in the application of Soru to improve their mobility, while the duck trained the slashing kick. The initial focus was on agility, an area Luffy knew to be crucial in overcoming the weaknesses of his new companions. He envisioned Robin's potential as a true weapon of destruction, imagining the creation of many hands through her fruit, and the deadly effectiveness of the Shigen technique at a stage where she could use the air like bullets. However, he decided to start with the basics, focusing on developing agility as the foundation for defense, as he himself managed to capture her. For Vivi and Robin, the surprise was evident as they started training in the first few minutes, and Luffy, known for his laid-back nature, transformed into a strict and relentless instructor under his guidance. Under his direction, the 2 were pushed to the limit of their abilities, and that didn't satisfy the captain as they faced intense pain and challenges from the intensive training. Great, now again, and again, until every move is as natural as breathing. But we're tired. No time for laziness. I want to see you stronger, faster. Understood? That is heavy, Vivi complained, expressing the difficulty of the exercise. Keep going, you can do better than that. Sometime later, Vivi and Robin were sprawled on the floor, unable to move. What? You're already on the ground? We haven't even started your first day. This is outrageous. Let us rest, Vivi shouted in despair. Meanwhile, Robin remained silent, but her expression made it clear that she wasn't enjoying the rigor of the training. Her silence spoke volumes about the intensity of the session. Stop complaining, declared Luffy, crossing his arms with determination. You need to get stronger. The seriousness in his expression made it clear that, for Luffy, the path to strength was not easy but essential to face the challenges that lay ahead. Luffy, I already hate you, Vivi murmured. But Luffy didn't pay attention to her drama. While the rest of the crew went into their joint training, mastering the 3rd technique of the 6 styles for the most part in the next 3 days. Luffy was satisfied with this progress over the days as he looked at the system sitting alone on the ship's bow in the early morning. It's time to take my skills to a new level, Luffy muttered to himself, recalling the crew's efforts in training over the past few days. Soru, Geppo, Tekai, all these techniques have been useful so far, but it's time to expand my repertoire and some for those that I haven't even started because I wanted to improve the body and adapt it just like the crew. First, analyzing the individual capabilities of his crew, Luffy recognized that not all techniques would be applicable or match everyone's combat style. Each member had their own unique abilities and style, and forcing them to learn everything would be counterproductive before moving on to the next level. He realized that the right path would be to tailor the training according to each one's natural abilities. Rankyaku would be the next step for me. But before that, Haki is something I should start learning now. I'm no longer in the East Blue, the enemies have become stronger. It's time for all of us to explore this power and elevate the level of our skills. He reflected, aware that Haki development would be crucial to facing even bigger challenges now. Our priorities have always been clear: strengthen our fundamentals, learn specific techniques, and, above all at this moment, be ready to master Haki. With that, we'll reach new horizons of power and become unstoppable no matter what comes our way. Luffy took out a board from his pocket and began writing to create a priority list for the training of all members. Individual training. 1. Luffy. Improve. Devil Fruits. Improve. Swordsmanship. Improve. Soru. Improve. Geppo. Improve. Tekai. Learn. Armament Haki. Learn. Observation Haki. Improve. Conqueror's Haki. Rankyaku. Shigan. Kami. Rokugan. Voices of All Things. Lost Century Secret Technique. 2. Yamato. Improve. Devil Fruit. Improve. Swordsmanship. Improve. Geppo. Improve. Soru. Improve. Tekai. learn. Renkyaku, improve. Armament Haki, improve. Observation Haki, improve. Conqueror's Haki, Lost Century Secret Technique. 3. Shirahoshi, improve. Gepao, improve. Soru, learn. Tekai, Renkyaku, Shigen. Kami, Rokugan. Trident Technique, learn. Armament Haki, Observation Haki, learn. Conqueror's Haki, Poseidon, Lost Century Secret Technique. 4. Megalo, improve. Tekai, improve. Shigen, Geppu, Soru. 5. Zoro, improve. Swordsmanship, improve. Soru, improve. Geppu, learn. Renkyaku, Tekai, learn. Armament Haki, Observation Haki, learn. Conqueror's Haki, Lost Century Secret Technique. 6. Lami, improve. Devil Fruit, improve. Swordsmanship, improve. Soru, improve. Geppo, improve. Tekai, Renkyaku, learn. Armament Haki, Observation Haki, learn. Conqueror's Haki, Lost Century Secret Technique. 7. Beppo, Beppo is the most talented in the 6 styles. Improve. Renkyaku, improve. Shigan, improve. Soru, improve. Geppo, learn. Tekai, Kami, Rokugan, Armament Haki, Observation Haki. 8. Chaochu, improve. Shigan, improve. Tekai, learn. Soru, improve. Devil Fruit. Geppo, Observation Haki. 9. Usopp, improve. Weapons, improve. Soru, improve. Geppu, learn. Tekai, learn. Observation Haki, Armament Haki. Renkyaku, Shigan, Kami, Rokugan. 10. Nami, improve. Devil Fruit, improve. Swordsmanship, improve. Soru, improve. Geppu, learn. Tekai, Armament Haki, Observation Haki. Renkyaku, Shigan, Kami, Rokugan. 11. Reiju, improve. Geppu, improve. Soru, improve. Tekai, improve. Renkyaku, Shigan, Kami, Rokugan, learn. Armament Haki, Observation Haki, learn. Conqueror's Haki, Lost Century Secret Technique. 12. Hugo, improve. Tekai, improve. Shigan, improve. Soru, Geppu, Kami, Renkyaku, Rokugan, Armament Haki, Observation Haki. 13. Nojiko, improve. Kami, improve. Soru, improve. Devil Fruit, learn. Geppu, Renkyaku, Shigan, Rokugan, Armament Haki, Observation Haki. 14. Hachi, improve. Swordsmanship, improve. Renkyaku, improve. Shigan, learn. Soru, Geppu, Tekai, Kami, Rokugan. 15. Kuina, improve. Swordsmanship, improve. Soru, improve. Geppu, learn. Tekai, Renkyaku, Armament Haki, Observation Haki, Conqueror's Haki. Shigan, Kami, Rokugan, Lost Century Secret Technique. 16. Alvida, improve. Swordsmanship, learn. Soru, Geppu, Tekai, Renkyaku, Armament Haki, Observation Haki. Shigan, Kami, Rokugan. 17. Laboon, learn. Tekai, Soru, Geppu, Shigan. 18. Vivi, learn. Soru, Geppu, Tekai, Renkyaku, Armament Haki, Observation Haki. Shigan, Kami, Rokugan. 19. Karu, learn. Renkyaku, Soru, Geppu, Observation Haki. 20. Nico Robin, learn. Soru, Geppu, Shigan, Tekai, Renkyaku, Armament Haki, Observation Haki. Luffy made it a point to remove some techniques from their list with certain members because he knew they couldn't learn them, or that they didn't seem useful. He simply prioritized what they needed to learn by the end of their journey. He also had a priority to learn to use all 3 Haki types before the war, in case it still happened. However, if the war at the top were to happen, he intended to save Ace, even if it meant taking down Whitebeard and the entire Marine Force, even if the idea seemed impossible. Luffy not only trained the girls in these days determined to improve their skills, but he also immersed himself in sword training, focusing on mastering his sword technique, which was starting to yield results. At the same time, he focused on exploring the limits of his devil fruit and refining his already mastered techniques like Soru and Jeppo to increase his agility. The captain also witnessed satisfactory progress among each crew member, each following a personalized path, working tirelessly to improve their specific skills, contributing to the collective evolution of the team as they prepared to grow stronger. With this in mind, Luffy went to his cabin with a satisfied smile that night. He also had 4 women waiting for him, so his smile became even wider. The next day, after another round of morning training, totaling 32 hours in all with the multiplication, his team filled the kitchen to eat a delicious lunch prepared by Reiju, with Hachi helping her. While everyone enjoyed the meal, Nami entered the kitchen as the only absent member. "Luffy, we're approaching the island, it's already in sight," Nami announced, and the Black Pearl was nearing Little Garden. That's good," Luffy said, taking a bite of meat and finding the news pleasant, turning his face to another specific member of the group. "No Jiko, information," Luffy requested. And everyone looked at the woman at that moment. Nojiko assumed a firm posture, ready to share crucial information about the imminent Little Garden Island, tasked with this by Luffy. "As you know, we're approaching Little Garden, an island situated on this side of the sea. Obviously it's known for its biological diversity and unique geographical structure. The predominant flora consists of a variety of giant trees and lush vegetation, providing an exotic scenery. The island is characterized by different unique zones, from dense forests to more open areas." She continued with a more in-depth analysis. "As for fauna, there are peculiar and powerful creatures on this island. Besides dinosaurs, notable in the local ecology for thousands of years, there are also large animals that inhabit the wilder areas. The geography is marked by underground caves and unique rock formations and volcanoes, providing a variety of environments for exploration." Nojiko highlighted critical points in her briefing. However, caution is needed. The island has natural dangers, including wild animals and unpredictable weather conditions that can cause diseases with the spread of certain insects. Moreover, there's the possibility of other crews that may have established their bases here. We must be prepared for possible hostile encounters. Nojiko's thorough technical briefing provided the crew with a comprehensive insight into the island, allowing them to prepare adequately for any exploration that awaited them on Little Garden. Now, this was the role that Luffy assigned to Nojiko in the group, serving as the responsible party for general information about places and earning the informal title of a destination analyst within the crew. Luffy, always attentive to the specialization of their skills, decided to distribute specific responsibilities among the crew members based on their areas of expertise. Nami took on the role of a navigator and specialist in climates and geographic structures, focusing on understanding geography, topography, climate, and specific features of islands. Nojiko, in turn, became the destination analyst, concentrating on broader details such as fauna, flora, and other factors related to the natural environment. Additionally, Beppo was appointed as the political and economic consultant, leveraging his profound understanding of these subjects. Meanwhile, Robin now held the position of historian and archaeologist, bringing her expertise to decipher historical mysteries and ancient artifacts. With this specialized division, the Straw Hat crew became a multifunctional team, capable of utilizing information about everything they encountered on their journeys, and Luffy could supply their knowledge with books, sparing no expense for it. "You heard our informant, get ready to anchor on the island in a few hours," Luffy said, and everyone began to move after lunch. Chapter 120. Little Garden 01. Third-person POV. Little Garden. First half of Grand Line. The Black Pearl gracefully glided through calm waters until it reached the island of Little Garden. A natural masterpiece, the island unfolded as a lush blend of dense jungle and a wild prehistoric landscape. Towering palm trees majestically stood at the forefront of the beach, their leaves dancing to the rhythm of the tropical breeze. The golden sandy beach stretched along the coast, inviting the Straw Hats to disembark and explore. The jungle's edge was adorned with exotic flowers, each displaying vibrant colors that contrasted against the lush greenery. Mysterious sounds of wild creatures, accompanied by distant roars and the gentle murmur of waves, completed the symphony of nature. As Luffy called the crew to the deck, They could sense the unique atmosphere of the island. Little Garden, with its peculiar mix of tropical beauty and prehistoric elements, promised a distinctive adventure for the Straw Hats. The Black Pearl anchored in the sand as it entered the beach, coming to a stop after a few moments. Another interesting island. I just hope we don't encounter any giant shrimp this time, Usopp said, looking at the island with some anticipation. Megalo certainly wouldn't like that. Hehe. Shirahoshi chuckled. Shekri. Megalo didn't seem too pleased, but he feared encountering another creature like that again. Everyone, before we head to the beach, gather here. I want to discuss some important points with you, announced Luffy, his voice filled with determination. All gathered on the deck, approaching the captain at that moment. Firstly, I've talked to Robin, Vivi, and Yamato, began Luffy, capturing his crew's attention. We're going to split up here because with the Baroque Works team that came to capture us being captured and destroyed, Crocodile might act hastily to take Alabasta, and Vivi's father could be killed in that time while we're heading to the desert country. As I mentioned before, I intend to help her with our deal, and her father shouldn't die due to the petty schemes of that Shichibukai. Luffy's words elicited surprised and concerned looks among the crew members. So after some discussion, Yamato and Nami will go to Alubarna, the capital of Alabasta. It will only take a few weeks for us to meet again as we go to the Drum Kingdom from here and then finally to Alabasta. They can keep the country's situation under control until we arrive. I had considered making Robin a double agent, but that would be too risky, and besides, Robin has evidence stored against Crocodile anyway, so incriminating him won't be an issue when we get to the country, Luffy spoke. Wait, she has evidence? Vivi expressed her surprise upon learning that Robin had incriminating evidence against Crocodile. Robin, with a subtle gesture, confirmed the information with a slight nod. Still, Yamato and Nami can easily handle him if he tries to attack the capital. Yamato can identify all the spies in the palace and defeat Crocodile, and Nami can create a group of harpies now to counter the rebels if they decide to attack. Luffy announced his plans for everyone to understand the status quo. Concerned for her sister, Nojiko asked, "Can I go with my sister too?" "Hey sis, it'll be fine. I can handle this. And I'm sure you can sail to Alabasta without any problems. Beppo is also a navigator." Nami smiled at Nojiko. Luffy also responded, "I'd like you to stay with us. We need to train your devil fruit, and I have something new for everyone." He pulled out a very beautiful book from his pocket, one that cost 5 billion berries. "It's time to start hockey with some members. Nami will learn from Yamato and Alubarna. Meanwhile, we'll train here with the group, along with the newly acquired fruits." Yamato and Nami, ready to embark on the next phase of the mission, exchanged determined glances before heading towards Alabasta. Nami sprouted wings and an eternal log pose on her wrist, ready for the journey ahead, while Yamato leaped using Geppo. They might not have the energy for a direct trip to Alabasta, but they would certainly stop at other islands before moving forward. As the two women soared into the air and departed beyond the island, a new question arose among the crew. Vivi, curious, asked Luffy, "Hey Luffy, why are we going to the Drum Kingdom? Is there something special there before we head to Alabasta like this island we're on?" Luffy explained his decision, "Since I have some information that this kingdom was attacked and devastated by a pirate group. This country itself is not part of the world government, but it already suffers tyranny from the current king, and I plan to take over that kingdom too. It's a country specializing in doctors, and I'm sure Lamy can benefit from being there," he said. "And recruit Tony Chopper, of course. 2 doctors are better than 1, Luffy thought, but his plan was to have the 3 kingdoms from the beginning of the original work as his territory. "I see." Many nodded, understanding the captain's reasons. The preparation to explore the island continued. Luffy instructed, "Oh, now let's check out the giants. If anyone wants to explore the island separately, take a Viver card so you don't get lost. And someone stick with Zoro all the time, please. I don't want him showing up again in the East Blue in a newspaper after getting lost again." Luffy smiled, provoking some frustration dimples in the swordsman. But before that, as Nojiko mentioned, there are diseases on this island, so take this to prevent yourselves from being bitten by any mosquitoes with some disease. Before embarking on the exploration of the lush island of Little Garden, Luffy, showing concern for the health of his crew, distributed repellents to everyone. He and Nojiko warned about possible tropical diseases and the dangers associated with the local fauna and flora. Luffy went to the ship and shrank it, and the prisoners followed the change from inside the ship. They had no idea they were in someone's pocket as they complained that the ship was swaying too much and how dark it was outside. Thus, the crew began to spread in various directions. "I'll explore one side, I want to see the medicinal plants, said Lami. I'll go with Lami, added Beppo. I'll wander around too, said Zoro. Well, someone has to keep an eye on Zoro, Usopp commented, going with the swordsman. I wanted to explore, but Luffy mentioned the giants on this island, so I'll accompany him, said the curious Robin. She knew this island was dangerous and warned Luffy, and even with Nojiko's stern explanation, Luffy was determined to see the place. There are dinosaurs here. I'd like to catch some to make recipes I've never created, Reiju spoke. I'll accompany her, said Kuina. I'll go along with them. Alvida would accompany Kuina and Reiju. Luffy led the main team, advancing to the heart of the island in search of any signs of giants and other potential discoveries. Zoro, accompanied by Usopp, continued exploring the surroundings, cutting vines, and keeping a keen eye out for any signs of dinosaurs or other dangers. Another group, consisting of Lami, Beppo, Kuina, Alvida, and Reiju, chose to explore the jungle more widely, collecting samples of the local flora and observing the animals that inhabited the island. Each team was determined to make the most of the opportunity to explore the island and gain knowledge about its unique environment. What an interesting place, exclaimed Shirahoshi as they observed the wonders of the island. The flora here is truly unique, commented Robin with a fascinated tone. Yes, there are at least 10 books detailing the flora of this island over the millennia, added Nojiko, mentioning her extensive library now in her personal cabin. Interesting. I'd like to borrow some, expressed Robin, her curiosity piqued. Of course, but the books are all in the ship's library. Anyone can grab them, Nojiko mentioned. A library on the ship? Robin looked at Luffy suspiciously now. Well, you didn't ask, but we've been training lately, only stopping to rest, eat, and sleep. I don't think you missed much. Luffy shrugged. Karoo, don't eat that. Vivi warned her friend who was biting some strange plant. You too, Megalo, Shirahoshi also cautioned, as Megalo was eating some foliage that looked like seaweed. Luffy, do you think Yamato and Nami will be okay? Nojiko questioned. Yes, Nami can't get lost with her skills and the eternal log in her possession. Besides, Yamato is very strong for this sea, reassured Luffy. And those giants, Captain? Are they strong? Hugo asked, changing the subject. No, but I have plans to make them quite powerful, Luffy spoke. And why are there giants on this island? That, we should ask them ourselves. There's certainly a story here. Look, a dinosaur. How frightening. This is a T-Rex, a carnivorous dinosaur, and one of the most powerful we'll encounter on the island, Nojiko mentioned. Ha 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 ha. How interesting. Hey Hachi, I want to see your training fight, announced Luffy. Knee. Alright, Captain. Hachi unsheathed his 6 swords, delivering swift cuts, eliminating the enemy in an instant. Was it that easy? Hachi said, surprised, seeing his ability for the first time in a real battle. So strong, Hachi-sama, celebrated Shirahoshi. Knee. Thank you, Princess Sama. Hachi scratched his head shyly. Let's continue. Luffy encouraged the group to proceed with the exploration of the intriguing island. As they explored, Zoro and Usopp faced unexpected challenges when hungry dinosaurs attacked them. Usopp skillfully fired his firearms, targeting the creature's weak points, while Zoro with his swordsmanship cut through the approaching threats. Together they formed an effective and reliable team to deal with the dangers of the jungle, honing their combat skills with each opponent. Zoro was far beyond his original point when he was in Little Garden in the original work, and Usopp had become quite competent, even though his spirit never changed. This Usopp would defeat that original Zoro if they were to be compared. Climbing the hills, Reiju and Kuina also encountered approaching dinosaurs. Reiju, using her enhanced physical strength, kicked the dinosaurs to prepare provisions for the group, turning the threat into an opportunity. At the same time, Kuina took the chance to train her sword skills, facing the dinosaurs with dexterity and precision, consolidating her progress on the path of the swordsman. While exploring the lush area, Lami, Alvida, and Beppo didn't hesitate to face any dinosaur that crossed their path. Lami, with her agility and botanical knowledge, avoided the dinosaur's attacks while identifying unique plants for remedies. Alvida, using her slippery fruit power and Saru, slid like a shadow and crushed all opponents. Beppo, in turn, showed his physical strength and fighting skills, protecting Lami and defeating any threat that arose. Amidst the adventure, the trio demonstrated a rather smooth exploration. Meanwhile, Luffy and the group in the middle of the island began to hear a distant sound of cracking ground. Intrigued, They followed the noise until they reached an area where two enormous giants were engaged in an intense battle. The ground trembled under the force of their blows, and nearby trees swayed with the impact. The two giants, each wielding an immense sword and shield, exchanged blows with surprising precision. Every move was a dance of blades and shields, creating a symphony of thunderous metal clashing. As they faced off, their weapons created sparks in the air, illuminating the scene like lightning in a storm. The battle between them was a spectacle of pure strength and technique, showcasing the mastery they had over their colossal weapons. Each strike emitted a deafening roar, echoing through the area. It was as if the island itself responded to the magnitude of the battle, with fissures forming in the ground due to the titanic force of the giants. Luffy, Hugo, and many in the group watched in awe at this colossal clash. Even from a distance, they could feel the intensity of the vibrations emanating from the fight. "Shouldn't we leave?" Vivi ignored everything Luffy said about the giants being weak when she saw them. Others just shrugged. Some of them witnessed the battle in Kokoyashi, so they weren't very surprised. The giants, immersed in the art of war, continued to exchange blows, revealing exceptional skill in every move. As the battle progressed, it became clear that this was more than a simple contest of brute force. It was a demonstration of refined technique and mutual respect between these warrior giants. After the monumental stalemate, they stopped. Bragi and Dory looked at each other with respect and, at the same time, a hint of amusement in their eyes. This scene was familiar to them, as this fight had been happening for over 100 years every day, with no clear winner. They stared at each other for a while, but soon burst into loud laughter. The giants laughed together, sharing not only the draw in their century-old battle, but also the enduring friendship that had formed between them over the years. It was a scene that represented the essence of Little Garden. "Hey Dory, I think once again we're at a tie," Bragi said, laughing. "Looks like it, Bragi. We can't decide who's stronger yet." Dory smiled. "I think it's because we're both equally amazing, but tomorrow we'll break the tie, since I'm going to win," Bragi said, scratching his head. "Indeed. But I'll be the winner." Dory nodded, and his gaze turned to Luffy's group, which had already been noticed at a distance. "Looks like we have interesting visitors this time." "How frightening." Shirahoshi ran to Megalo. "He's staring at us." Vivi opened her eyes wide in fright. While the princesses had scared faces, Nojiko and Hachi had cautious eyes, expecting some hostile move, but the rest of the group didn't seem to care about the giants' looks. They couldn't feel threatened by these beings, but besides being quite friendly, their group could defeat them. "Apologies for the disturbance," said one of the giants, with a very friendly expression. "Sometimes, we have a disagreement on important matters, but our people always resolve these differences this way. Well, despite being here for more than 100 years. Ha 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 ho. It's okay, we're used to it," Luffy said, taking steps in front of the group, and continued talking. "You mentioned that you'll fight again tomorrow?" Luffy asked. "Yes, tomorrow. I'll have my victory after 100 years. No, Dory, you'll lose. That's what we'll see. You two won't fight each other tomorrow because you'll fight with me," Luffy interjected, and threw down his challenge. What did the little one say? "Luffy-sama?" Shirahoshi was surprised, as were some in the group. "I challenge both of you at the same time in a fight with me. Do you accept?" Luffy maintained his arrogant smile. "Why do you want to fight us? You don't seem strong." "What was that? Elbaf warriors going to refuse a challenge?" Luffy mentioned, raising an eyebrow. "Of course not. We are great warriors, right, Bragi?" "Yes, Dory. We don't refuse any fight or challenge, Dory." "That's great, because if you lose, you'll join my fleet. I'll fight against both of you at the same time," Luffy declared with the same enthusiasm. Hey, why would we do that? And what happens if we win?" questioned the giant with the longer beard. "Because I'm going to turn you into the greatest warriors of Elbaf in this era, and if you win, I'll give you a manual to further increase your strength. What do you think?" explained Luffy. What do you think, Dory? It sounds interesting. He's small, but he's confident. And if there's a manual that can increase our strength, we can accept the challenge, Bragi." Then it's settled. "Let's fight here tomorrow. Get ready." Luffy smiled. "Hey, are you really going to fight these giants?" Nojiko spoke cautiously, seeing two giants against Luffy. "Even you could defeat them, silly girl. But I want to put on a good show tomorrow with my Zoan in the final stage. I need to train your form and get used to it, and I barely had a chance to use it," Luffy explained. He had only used the fruit once and needed to get accustomed to the colossal form. "So, now that it's settled, what do we do now?" Hugo asked. "Let's train." It's time to see Chochu's form and Nojiko's explosive fruit for them to adapt, Luffy determined. Hey, giants. How about a feast after this training? Why not join us? Luffy shouted with enthusiasm. Feast? Sounds good, doesn't it, Broggy? I agree, Dory. Let's join. Thus, Luffy went to train with his group in another open area. Everyone was eager to see Chochu's form and help Nojiko in her training.